Hello, fellow residents and hotel staff. This is Something Guy 912 providing to you the all-in-one version of my analysis/breakdown of Hazbin Hotel Season 2, as per customary with my other part-by-part series breakdowns. Revisions, corrections, and changes have been made from throughout all 4 parts to comprise this, and all citations and credits have been grouped into one neat pile as well. With that clarification out of the way, let's check in on this second Hazbin Hotel season once again. Like with my coverage of Wednesday Season 2, in preparation of covering Hazbin Hotel Season 2, I had gone and rewatched all of Hazbin Hotel Season 1, as I knew for certain that this season would not and could not be consistent with what Season 1 establishes. Differed from my analysis of Wednesday Season 2, I did also watch all of Hazbin Hotel Season 2 so I could get a full picture of any plot elements in the opening episode that may allude to further developments in the later episodes. Something that will be immediately apparent before even tackling any of the episodes is that the episodes in Season 2 are slightly longer than the episodes in Season 1. More than likely, this was done after Amazon approved Hazbin Hotel for extra seasons, and there was an insistence that they get more screen time to not bring the pacing of the show into ludicrous speed. However, just because something is longer does not mean that that will translate into quality, as that extra amount of time can still be wrapped with contrivance, plot hole, padding, or likewise. Anyhow, episode 1 of season 2 starts with a held broadcast in which we attempt to catch up with the goings on from season 1 into now. An indeterminate amount of time has passed by between the seasons, but what is apparent is that Heaven has currently been quiet as to a response from their last failed purge, along with the Hazbin Hotel for that matter. We also get explicit confirmation that this held broadcast is in the pocket of Vox Tech, which is Vox's main point of business, something not remotely implied in season 1 or the pilot for that matter. This retcon of their association with Vox Tech will cause problems for the prior content the farther we get into the show, and as a reminder, the pilot of Hazbin Hotel still is canon to this show. With the Hell broadcast being in cahoots with Vox Tech, there is some sensationalism behind what Tom Trench and Katie Killjoy espouse about Charlie's intentions, although I am curious whether this spin that they are doing would actually be convincing to the Hell denizens between seasons. We return to the Hazbin Hotel, or more specifically, Lucifer's Hazbin Hotel, where a bunch of patrons have lined up in droves to spot a reservation, purely on the basis that this hotel was made for killing angels. Now, given that Charlie's entire conceit throughout season 1 of Hazbin Hotel was about even getting someone into this hotel, you'd think she'd be head over heels that so many now want to come here, even with ill intent. Yeah, this show will not get into that much later in the story, which is baffling for this show to ignore the namesake this show belies upon. We also see that Alistair is pensively watching from the balcony with his shoddily fixed staff behind him. Additionally to how little relevance the hotel is to this show, Alistair's lack of presence or action about said hotel will pay dividends for later too. We tune to the receptionist counter with Vaggie giving people their room while relating that her name may be changing for later, supposedly as her new conceit what with the whole "she was an exorcist" bombshell being swept under the rug. Which, if the sinners have come to this hotel to kill some angels, shouldn't that be a conflict for Vaggie to greet them so eagerly? Or did they also not know because it's not rocket science? Vaggie wants Alistair to assist, but he's not remotely interested in that, despite presumably being the host of the hotel, and who will take that moniker will facilitate future and more retarded developments for later. The crowd bombard Vaggie with questions about Charlie. Most are in the humor range department, and what of Charlie? Well, we'll find out just what she's been up to since season 1 in a moment. Meanwhile, in the commotion, we are reunited with Husk and Angel Dust, or Husker Dust, as some crazed fans want to headcanon, where the former is equally swamped with making drinks while the latter is trying to endorse his goods for the hotel, because I guess for all that talk about being fake for his own sake, Angel Dust really likes to play pretend. This is also where we are reminded of Cherry Bomb and her involvement with the hotel, said involvement being something she is of two minds of, what with her being a free spirit and all that jazz, which is also something that will bloom into nothing for later. Vaggie flies in to question the staff if they've seen Charlie, with Angel Dust responding that Charlie is in the lounge reminiscing about Pentious through one of his few remaining egg minions. And presumably she's done that between season 1 and 2 and nothing else, as we'll discover as well, a bit myopic for her given the golden opportunity she has at present. This is also where we get some development that the hotel staff now have group therapy sessions from Angel Dust when Vaggie plans to meet Charlie at the lounge, and hopefully this isn't the same kind of therapy that turned iDubbbz into a fucking lolcow. Barring that, the notion of these therapy sessions are neither plot relevant or character relevant even when they are brought up again later, so unsure why there was emphasis here. At the lounge, we see that Charlie is uncontrollably sobbing while said egg minion talks of the many exploits of Sir Pentious, and of course, this too is done as a joke at the past tense expense of Pentious, because no matter how much Pentious is pivotal to the main thrust of Season 2, this show still treats him as deeply unserious. As for Charlie, her crying this long about Pentious is just another reminder to me that Charlie will always remain the proverbial child no matter what Vivian tells you otherwise about her. But if you can't give a character progression, give them regression, and boy won't that be a burden on Charlie later, huh? Charlie invokes Fiona for a moment by mentioning Sir Pentious was the best of us, while continuing to act like the kind of adult who'd still go to kindergarten their age. Again, writers, making your main protag this vulnerable ray of sunshine does not make her endearing, it makes her immature, if that was even the intention you were going for. Vaggie comes in to ask Charlie if she wants to greet her new guests. Remember, she really needed people to come to the hotel, while curious as to her mental state. Charlie passes over that breakdown she was having about Pentious, along with her anxieties about the casualties laid at the end of Season 1. Not to be a pedant, but 3 named characters, and characters is in huge air quotes, and a bunch of nameless exorcists and or cannibal sinners got killed at that fight. Don't try to write checks your ass can't cash. Vaggie figures that she could take on the responsibility of talking to those reporters, foreshadowing for her increased responsibility of the hotel for later, and Charlie, despite her panic, decides to wing it on these reporters anyway. We then hard cut to the TV broadcast studio where we are properly introduced to our central antagonist for Season 2, that being Vox and by extension, the V's. This was already lampshaded toward the tail end of Season 1, and I predicted that like with Adam the Clown Master, he too was going to be an inconsistent dipshit for the sake of the plot. However, instead, everyone else will be an inconsistent dipshit for the sake of his plot, as we'll unfortunately discover throughout Season 2. Although, even with that, it's not like Vox can completely avoid that fault line, as he confronts Katie Killjoy over some spoof article they made that painted the hotel in a positive light. Then, he immediately pivots to joy that the hotel has some amount of popularity, and that he can try to spin it somewhere more befitting the V's attentions. So what was the point of him getting upset at Katie Killjoy to begin with? Just so Brandon Rogers can try to seduce him, because boy does the yaoi fanfiction not fall far from the tree between Hazbin Hotel and Helva Boss, now does it? We immediately cut back to the hotel where Cherry Bomb is sauntering over the portrait of Sir Pentious while Angel Dust gives the two of them some drinks to commemorate him. This extends as far as Cherry saying that,
"Why'd he do it? Why'd he just go and kill himself to save me?"
And wow, that's a selfish thought to have, Cherry. It's not like Pentious knew he was going to die pulling that move, nor did he do it just to save you, fucking cunt. Don't worry, she's Australian. That's a compliment for her. More than likely, Cherry Bomb is getting tsundere over Pentious and his feelings for her, unsure how to reciprocate that what with their rivalry between each other. This will get some cohesion going into episode 3, but man, it is hilarious to consider that the crack ship has developed like this when there was no prior implication on the two being a couple before. Yet, if you dare make Charlie and Alistair an item, nothing but pitchforks come your way. Sorry, that was a drama bleeding into the analysis. Let's get back on track. Charlie goes to greet the reporters and sinners and is immediately inundated with a bunch of useless and or editorialized questions about the hotel and her intentions before Vaggie once again intervenes to wrangle them. This in turn has Charlie back off and is here where we are introduced to our first new character into season 2 named Baxter. I say new because Baxter has been a character Vivian so desperately wanted to put as far back as when the pilot existed, and now has found purchase here. Even season 1 had very small cameos of him, and his relevance to the whole of the show unfortunately takes a backseat despite the episode being named as an allusion to him. He will only be narratively important for episode 8 and episode 8 alone, so it beggars belief why he was put here beyond Vivian's insistence he needs to exist to the detriment of all else. Anyhow, Baxter describes himself as a scientist to Charlie who assumes he's an inventor with the lab coat getup, to the point that Charlie compares him to Sir Pentious. Baxter takes exception to being compared to him, as there will be history between the two that will get covered into episode 3 as to why he dislikes Pentious. Charlie, I guess wanting little more than a facsimile of Pentious any which way she can, introduces the crowd to Baxter while confusing him for Pentious, despite the fact that they look and act nothing alike each other. Baxter's reasons for coming to the hotel is that he wants to scientifically study the possibility of redemption, and yes, that's as far as his intentions lie, and despite what you might think are ulterior motives of his, he is not in the least way duplicitous in any manner. Baxter suggests that redemption is impossible, which has Charlie break out into song, as of course, Hazbin Hotel Season 2, like with Season 1, has its musical by committee affair spring back into action. Our first musical ordeal is brackets, trust us, as Vox and the V's also interrupt this musical onslaught at times as well. Throughout most of Season 2, a lot of the songs on here are just as insistent as Hell's Greatest Dad is, along with the fact that they continue the in-universe fourth wall break I mentioned the last time I tackled these songs, as they are merely dialogue disguised as lyricism. But would you believe me if I were to tell you that some of the episodes have not one, not two, but 3 musicals in the episode? Do you think the episodes being longer are for your convenience, or for theirs to make more songs slurring into your brain? Trying to tackle the song in the same order that I tackled the dialogue, Charlie tries to advertise to Baxter the perks of the hotel while getting caught up into her own deep-seated anxieties about the hotel, including whether Pentious was redeemed and that if he wasn't, her entire hotel has been a sham day one. Excuse me? Shouldn't this been something that was on Charlie's mind the moment she even wanted to test this social experiment, and not when Pentious died? Also, Charlie explicitly states that she had been wallowing in his death for the last month, along with the usual expletives this show thinks is humorous, meaning that for that long she did not give a fuck about any of the new patrons at the hotel, despite her claiming, "All the guests here are family." This will be even worse the farther we get into this show, as the Lucifer remake in the hotel new was entirely worthless. As Charlie tries to get back in the groove while trying to have her gaggle play along, some of the patrons leave until one gets compelled by Vox to be swayed this way. Although it's confusing what his and the V's intentions are beyond reminding this random sinner that no one outdoes us, as they give her all this glitter and glam and then immediately kick her to the pavement once she's outlived her usefulness. Also, this means of Vox to recruit displaced hotel residents will not get carried beyond that. Vox is trying to get more approval from others to boost his power for later, so unsure what this entire procession was for. Although, I'm sure the frenetic pacing, animation, and colors will surely convince a Hazbin fan that they are witnessing absolute cinema on display here. The only other thing to glean from this song is that at one point, Vox transmutes "trust us" to "trust me" before he has to correct himself to the other Vs. This will foreshadow much of the rift he's causing by his ambition for power above all, even to the detriment of the many people he needs to build himself up before he kicks the ladder from underneath them. After the song ends, we get a second deluge of reporters combating Charlie as to her motives despite making her intentions about the hotel known to them. Notably, some sinners snarkily say, "Who cares about redemption?" And from the purview of a sinner, yeah, why would they? They've been given no reason to believe redemption is possible, or even that they deserve it for one, so why would Charlie try to sell the snake oil of snake oils to them? Charlie desperately tries to course correct the morally dubious nature of heaven in season 1 by stating that while the angels are an acquired taste, that they shouldn't kill them in retaliation. I've already belabored how stupidly moronic it is that heaven had not only no means of knowing how hell would take over, but that they willingly gave them the ammunition to kill them with, so this is just the facts of the matter going into season 2, unfortunately. And yet, season 2 does its own fair share of universe and world building destruction, if you can believe that, for later. The patrons catch wind of Nifty, who has been heralded as the Atom Slayer, and divert all attention to her. Charlie tries to sell her actions off as self-defense, and while I would be convinced Charlie knows this is a lie, I think she actually believes Nifty did act in self-defense when she clearly was just... Charlie isn't able to convince the sway of the crowd up until they decide to throw her some more questions, and Charlie is completely flummoxed to respond with all eyes on her. Angel and Husk see that she's struggling, with Husk asking Alistair if he's going to help. Once more, and for no discernible reason other than being a petty jackass, Alistair will not, and again, his continued non-action will service this plot, if you can believe that, as unfortunately, a lot of characters not acting will service much of the plot of season 2. Charlie finally gets bailed out of her stammering by her father, who yet again shows up right at the 11th hour as always and in his clinically obnoxious fashion. Boy, won't Lucifer get waylaid with the idiot stick for a good long while into season 2 now once we get there. Before we can figure out what Lucifer and Charlie are getting up to, we slam back to V Tower, where Vox had convened a meeting with Valentino and Velvet to discuss their recent public displays. For Velvet, he scolds her for making a nuisance towards Carmine, something that for him happened almost 7 months ago, meaning that it isn't the least way recent for him. And as for Valentino, he scolds him for publicly abusing Angel Dust, what with him being a porn darling for hell, and unfortunately, Valentino's abuse of Angel Dust is played up like a joke despite how much this show would have you believe it very much cares about sexual assault. Yep, so much for episode 4 of season 1 ever being the most mature this show has ever gotten about, well, anything. Additionally, there is absolutely no mention of how Vox had a crash out over Alistair such that he blacked out the entire pentagram as to his public perception as an overlord, something that Vox likely wouldn't mention but the V certainly would in retaliation. Keep this in mind with how Vox's motives change throughout this season. Vox adds that now knowing that the angels can be harmed through Charlie, that they can spin the hotel's reputation and combine it with Hell's renewed vigor to start an uprising against heaven. What is odd about this is that he says this like this is the first time he's announced this when Velvet already alluded to that back in season 1 episode 3, and that Velvet was sent by Vox to go there no less. And that Vox did not seem remotely concerned with if the hotel could fend off the angels during season 1 episode 8 as well. Also, am I to believe that they just discovered that the angels can be harmed this way? Because there is absolutely no way that Vox can't with a certain revelation that occurs in episode 6 of season 2. Valentino, for the sake of humor and transition, is confused by what Vox is spitting, and Vox proceeds to go from the top before we jump back to what Lucifer and Charlie are up to. Charlie exasperates that she has a lot riding on her and doesn't want to give a false impression of the hotel upon the newcomers, asking how Lucifer handles being in charge of everything. I'm sorry, hasn't Lucifer been cooped up in his room like a NEET up until episode 5 of season 1? Even Hell of a Boss is somewhat consistent with that, what with Satan being particularly envious that Lucifer has authority over him for how little he actually uses it. Something Charlie should know with her being the Princess of Hell, right? Lucifer just says, I don't know, while Charlie bemoans Lilith's absence, what with her commanding presence and the apathy to most things, even her own kin at times. You'd think this is foreshadowing for Lilith's eventual presence in the show, but alas, what you may have thought was a season 1 cliffhanger will become a footnote perpetually at the rearview mirror for this show going into season 2. Charlie asks if Lucifer still misses her, and he responds while barely holding in his tears that he does all the time for the last almost 8 years. Now granted, Charlie already stated that she had been mourning Pentious for the last month, but that last month is not the definitive amount of time between season 1 and 2, as she could have done something after the hotel's reconstruction and before her sobbing about Pentious. Just something to keep in mind for the likely future of how many time jumps are present in season 2 like they were in season 1. Charlie, still viewing Lilith as inspiration, wonders if she would be proud of what she's done, and Lucifer of course says yes while comforting Charlie through the new stresses of the hotel. Remember when these two supposedly had daddy issues back in season 1? I don't think this show knows what daddy issues are, despite how much it leans on that narrative crutch for most of the Helliverse characters, ironically enough. A consistent thing that Charlie will do from throughout season 2, as her only meaningful action is constantly call people on her phone. Not only for Lilith, but for her father and likewise, no matter how often they leave her on a This makes Charlie especially unwilling to be more proactive in the things that would tangibly help her, the hotel, or others, as though she's Mr. Dever trying to call up the soups when things go awry. Anyhow, what we can glean from this message Charlie is sending is much of the same anxieties about how the hotel has a bunch of people going there for the wrong reasons, adding that she and her dad are in talks again because he's not so bad. What impression did Lucifer give you to believe that in the first place? Him supposedly okaying the exterminations? Back at the lobby, Vaggie is still pondering ideas for her new name, with Cherry posing a good question as to why she wants to change her name now of all times. According to Vaggie, Adam gave her the name, and that name is demeaning to her, despite that she seemed quite comfortable with that name for the last 3 years Charlie called her that, and if Vaggie wanted to obfuscate her role as being an exorcist back in season 1, could have changed her name the moment she was left to die in hell. Oh well, guess that really is all we're going to do to evolve Vaggie as a character in season 2. Charlie finally returns to the lobby to make an important announcement to the reporters, and or curious sinners abound. She makes the intentions of the Hazbin Hotel crystal clear, down to that this hotel is a place of peace and redemption, and predictably, most of the crowd leave disappointed. I say most because there will be, in fact, people coming and going throughout most of the hotel that Charlie will not concern herself with actually trying to redeem, removing the has-been part of the hotel and just making it, well, just a hotel. Despite the setback, Vaggie compliments Charlie on the rousing speech and that eventually they'll come to their senses. Baxter sees this as thrilling research for what he feels is a fool's errand, as Charlie happily welcomes him to the hotel whether he's only here to study that possibility. Also, nifty name drops the episode here, as most of the episodes named in Season 2 are dropped by a character this time, as opposed to when Season 1's episodes alluded to the major flavor of that episode. We whiplash back to Vox HQ, where Vox concludes his step-by-step goals of ruling heaven. Valentino is still confused by not only why they would want to rule heaven, but also how they even get up there, with Vox only responding that those questions are semantics. No the fuck they aren't, and in fact are very good questions to ask if Vox and the V's are as powerful as they claim to be. But alas, Vox and the show are not prepared to answer those, as it would get in the way of the narrative through line surrounding Vox. Vox decides to exposit some details about his past life to Valentino, details that Valentino would already be aware by this point, but again, this is for the audience's sake and not his. Vox claims that he was influential in his mortal life to the point of having his own cult interjected by Valentino. Vox invokes Barry Dort of all people by saying that it was a movement that made Vox as close as he can possibly get to feeling like a god, and that he'd do anything to get that kind of sensation and share it with the other Vs. This segues into our second musical affair by committee called
Once We Get Up There,
and is the usual obnoxious and overbearing procession that I've come to expect of Hazbin Hotel. There's not much different from this song compared to the Hazbin guarantee, trust us. And most of the songs in Season 2 sound and feel exactly alike from one another, something even Season 1 at the very least grounded the songs in a particular style. As for the dialogue disguised as delivery, the V's claim that they are the biggest fish and that they could upgrade the bowl to include heaven. And again I ask, has their cup runneth over already with what they are supposedly capable of? In fact, Vox's own penchant for power has the exact same problems with Tyrant Calypso wanting power and respect above all, that if you are willing to kill people for fun once you get up there, what kind of power and respect will you warrant when not a single person is left to say your name? Once that deluge is over, Charlie and Vaggie once again opine on what Vaggie's new name is going to be, because Jesus Christ if they aren't going to milk that for what it's worth, until Charlie changes topic to her continued regrets about her behavior towards Heaven along with Pentious' death. Vaggie continues to plant the seeds of her involvement in the hotel by stating that she could try to take on more responsibilities until Charlie is ready, and I don't buy this as an excuse for Charlie to do nothing simply because she got Vaggie's blessing not to care about the hotel. What remains of episode 1 is that the Hell broadcast announces some slanderous spin on the hotel, along with stating that Vox has made his own sanctuary for those displaced by Charlie's recent intentions about it. This is something that is going to hang on Charlie's conscience and self-esteem as a character, such that she will, without realizing it, constantly step on a bear trap that the V's have laid out for her, and it gets more infuriating the more times she does it, as though the concept of people lying about you for clout is unknown to her. Vaggie reassures Charlie that this spin will be old news within the week and decides to leave to get a drink for her. Fortunately, Vaggie left because just as she does, Emily randomly pops in to give Charlie a whole gaggle of information that will fry her brain, primarily that Heaven is in lockdown and that Pentious was redeemed, meaning that her hotel works. Of course, the obvious question you should be asking is, why the fuck did Emily not tell Charlie this until it was narratively dour for her to do so? And it will be narratively dour for her to do this at this time once we get into episode 2, such that Charlie will run with this statement with no further questions into episode 3, despite that Emily had sat on the revelation that Pentious was redeemed for at least a month that Charlie was crying about him. But anything for that fucking cliffhanger for episode 2, right? And that was episode 1, and unfortunately, this is the best episode in season 2, meaning that it's the best it's ever going to get, and I'm already at my wit's end about said season. And don't expect me to compare this to episode 4 of season 1, as it doesn't even get close to being on that level, so do prepare your anus for how much this show will push its luck and my patience for future. So with that, let's tune into episode 2. Episode 2 is an episode that is going to be hard to follow, as what we'll discover about it will either make it occur before the events of episode 1 or happen concurrently with the events of episode 1. As you'll see, the reason for this discrepancy is that episode 2 is set entirely within Heaven for a change, as we need any amount of perspective of Heaven, as little as we got in season 1, to rectify the mistakes that season 1 made about it. Anyhow, we start episode 2 with Sir Pentious being brought to the Council of Heaven with a bunch of onlookers, including Sarah, Emily, and Lute, arguing as what to do about him. So they only just now had this council about Pentious and not in the presumed month between his appearance in Heaven and now? Some of the dialogue not only puts greater emphasis on the morally derelict nature of Heaven, but will also be hilarious foreshadowing for how much that character does not act upon the thing they want to do. Examples being Emily suggesting that they should go down and let Charlie know that her redemption was a success, and that the council find Pentious being here something that has never happened before. This confirms the already absurd notion that Pentious was the first person in hell to be redeemed this way, but also that Emily wanting to tell Charlie this will somehow not cross her mind until the tail end of this episode, because remember, with Emily being the splitting image to Charlie is just as retarded as she. There's some more questioning from the onlookers, primarily that they only just discovered that the exterminations were done behind their backs. Once more, really stupid that Sarah had a meeting with Charlie and never expected her to bring that up. And that Sarah had been trusted to ensure that every soul that comes to heaven was already decided. I can already see my Geiger counter ticking from the nuclear grade copium the fans will unload upon me that this is in no way to show disparaging heaven yet again, but I don't believe it for a single micro fucking second. Sarah stamps down on the raucous and interrogates Sir Pentious, suggesting that he was some freak interloper or that St. Peter somehow let him cross the pearly gates, which doesn't make sense considering he literally popped into existence from her point of view. Clearly, from how agitated Sarah is, the crushing realization that she went about her actions on little more than a hunch are settling, and however she was justified to make that decision in the first place will once more not be addressed into Season 2. St. Peter says that he swore to the speaker that he didn't let him in, and Emily vouches that Pentious did not force his way in, adding that they both witnessed his redemption. Again, Sarah isn't ready to swallow that red pill and poses that they need answers, chiming in Lute with her exorcist getup and a new prosthetic arm to boot. Speaking of, isn't it funny that, despite the angels supposedly only being weak to their own weapons, that Lute somehow was able to rip her arm off of some random rubble? Guess that rubble was angelic made too? Lute states that he, Pentious, killed Adam and that his death is a clear declaration of war, as was to be expected, from the events of Season 1. I'm sure Lute is stretching the truth about this given she saw firsthand who killed Adam, but regardless, much of Lute's proclamations are purely based on her feelings for Adam and whatever values he's passed down on her, including the clown variety, no less. Lute gets up into her feelings before she gets interrupted by our second new character into Season 2, that being Abel, the son of Adam, who was slain by Cain. We get very little in the way to establish Abel's character or how he felt about his dead father, and is equally brushed away by clunky exposition delivered by Lute that his own father didn't like him. I guess because Abel was too cowardly to go through with the purges. Wow, good thing they had that, otherwise it wouldn't be a easy means to wax Abel's indifference and absence of his father's actions in Season 1. Or better yet, the actions of our protags to kill Adam without any mention of his direct lineage having some resentment toward them either. Abel suggests that they focus the topic back to Sir Pentious rather than Hell or Hellkind, and Sarah is perfectly okay with being as antagonistic about prying that information out of him in her Reddit Angel mock-up. Pentious isn't pleased to see her like this either, and isn't willing to opine, until Sarah gets interrupted by our third and last new character into Season 2, known as the Speaker of God. Presumably this speaker has an even higher station of power than Sarah is, which calls into question why Season 1 suggested that there were no gods if this speaker exists, and whether there is a god if she merely speaks for him/her/it/they/them. Moreover, like with the absence of Abel in Season 1, the lack of presence of this speaker will cause further rifts into the crevasse that was Season 1's writing in a moment, even foregoing that this entity merely speaks on behalf of the Holy Father. Anyhow, Speaker, as I'll call her for posterity, unbinds Pentious' shackles and warmly asks him to tell his story as far as his mortal life is concerned. Pentious is stammering a bit as to both his ability to tell stories, and thus you discover why this episode is called Storyteller, and even as to how he got here. I guess that finger beam by Adam really caught him by surprise. More than likely, he's caught off guard by Speaker's kindly and affectionate display compared to the adversarial Sarah and bloodthirsty Lute that he expects this kind of patience from her. Pentious manages to compose himself and tells them the story of his mortal life, something that we, the audience, desperately need, and is one of the few instances of exposition that isn't delivered clunkily thus far. To summarize, Pentious was an inventor in late 19th century London who was caught up in his experiments that he became a shut-in to life outside of it. This went as far as Pentious becoming a voyeur, in which he lived vicariously through others along the street corner, whether it was the innocuous or promiscuous. This fairly mundane venture escalated when Pentious, doing his usual bird watching, spotted a woman getting murdered by a man and had opted to do nothing about it, even knowing exactly who the killer was, as his killer proceeded to kill 5 more women according to Pentious due to his apathy or fear about it. It isn't exactly confirmed who this killer was, but this is more than likely alluding to Jack the Ripper and the women he slew, although, being a pedant here for a moment again, it was only confirmed that Jack killed 4 of the 5, and the 5th might have been someone inspired by him acting on his behalf, even if the canonical 5 are tied to him in some way. Anyhow, the importance of Sir Pentious telling this is that his inaction of those murders was a guilt that he carried until death, and more than likely was the reason he was sent to hell in the first place, sorrowing that he deserved that fate. This does fall in line with the biblical notion that what humanity should fear most is the indifference of good men. However, it does not fall in line with the established rules of heaven in this show, that being, there are no fucking rules! So how was Pentious ordained to be sent to hell if there are presumably no means to measure your morality? Like, are we to believe that whatever entity takes your soul can put it on some ethereal scale as you pass this mortal plane and dictate where you'll go? Not to mention, Pentious' guilt not to act on this crime does not square away how in the ever-living hell Adam managed to get front-row seats into the High Council of Heaven, especially with him not knowing what one gets someone into heaven in the first fucking place. But if there is a way of knowing how one gets into hell, then surely, fucking surely, there would be a way to know how one gets into heaven, but once more, the show has to contort itself this way in order to even remotely justify Sarah's actions, as her actions will continue to become less and less believable the more this show tells us how heaven actually functions. Even in the crying, Speaker amicably asks why Pentious is here now of all, and Pentious is initially unsure as to why. But as he explains his motives, that being his friends were in danger and he had to act, it becomes more than evident to Sarah and to the audience that Pentious was redeemed because he did the opposite of the thing that got him into hell. So may I just ask, even if fruitless, how is Pentious the first fucking person to ever do such a thing then? How was Pentious the first person to ever do the opposite of his atrocities in the 10,000 years or more that both hell and heaven have existed? How is he the first if it's just that goddamned easy to do so? Okay. Let's calm down a moment and breathe. I am not saying that Pentious shouldn't be redeemed. I'm not even saying it's not admirable that he fought through his own cowardice to be a better man. What I take explicit issue with is the entire mechanics that he was the first to come to those pearly gates by Sarah's decree in order for Sarah to yet again have her out for why she pushed those purges to begin with. Even without the purges, we also have to strain the notion that every person who realizes that hell is real and that they'll be dealt with in kind, although that would require hell actually function as a place of eternal torment, more on that in episode 3, did not have regrets or ever once considered having slept for the wrong team, that Pentious would not be a unique scenario. It also requires that heaven again had done little in the way to standardize the redemption process, meaning Charlie's proposal is once more worthless and had been throwing the dice on every damn soul who came here, like a gotcha game with a shitty pull rate. All of this hinges on Pentious being so special in this circumstance at the consequence of even more world-building destruction of heaven that you might as well destroy heaven as well. Interesting to mention that. Speaker thanks Pentious for sharing his story before Luke interjects, not buying this spiel, not like I would either, and points that Pentious' own actions were in direct objection to the purges decreed by heaven. Sarah and Speaker just ignore what she just said, and Speaker continues to elaborate that because Pentious cared about the lives of others over his own, that he was able to atone for his own inaction to save his own hide. And boy, does not get the waterworks going for both Pentious and Sarah in witness to this, although it does further complicate whether any good deed goes unpunished, even if it directly goes against heaven. Speaker also makes the proclamation to the rest of the council that Pentious had atoned, while name-dropping his mortal name, something Pentious is a bit uncomfortable being called that. Abel decides to butt in as he realizes why he calls himself Pentious, and unfortunately the apple does not fall far from the tree, as Abel is just as much of a pants-shitting retard as his father is, except in the more Marvel quip variety. Lute
had never seen such bull before,
and verbally confronts Speaker as to her rationale behind seeing the good in Pentious. Apparently, Speaker can sense lies with her response to Lute, so unsure as to whether she's a mind reader or has an ethereal polygraph test at the ready. Regardless, Lute tries to make her case, but Sarah is still gobsmacked that Pentious was indeed redeemed, putting heavy doubts upon her own reasons to carry through her own actions. This extends with Lute trying to plead to Sarah, who begins to back away from her, still trying to use her own paranoia of Hell's uprising as her trump card to be convinced before she tries to pull rank as being the new leader of the Exorcists. It is here where we discover that Abel is now the leader of the Exorcists, purely through nepotism, which also makes what Lute said to Lilith a flat-out lie in Season 1 as well. And because Abel is a coward, because of that totally not clunk exposition, he is not remotely willing to throw exorcists at the wall that is Hell at this time. Also, I can't believe I didn't realize this sooner, but Lute being called Lute is a shorthand for lieutenant, meaning she too was given that name by Adam for reasons? Lute is losing her grip on the crowd, Sarah, and even herself as she starts to get hallucinations of Adam in her mask, unless her mask can just glitch out like this, as she sieves to both Speaker and Emily about what she's went through and what she's willing to give for the plight of heaven. Sarah finally throws a gavel on Lute as she still tries to play into her fears about Hell, more on that later, saying that Pentious being redeemed completely changes the circumstances of her actions towards Hell and that she will not waste any more bloodshed on this matter. Sarah finalizes this by saying that Pentious is a soul in our care, with him being here and convening the meeting by having Emily show Pentious around the rest of heaven. While I do like the back and forth that Lute and the council by extension have, I don't think it nearly accomplishes tackling the nuances of morality, redemption, or even justice, as Lute comes off as a complete schizo, grieving over her lover that makes it hard for anyone to see her exclamations as rational. Vindicating this, Sarah and Lute have one more back and forth where Lute accidentally spills that she was talking to Lilith and asked her to deal with Charlie, something Lute apparently had no authority to do, both with her not being the leader of the Exorcists, nor something Sarah commanded her to do for that matter. Yeah, why is Lilith in heaven if the whole Hell was uprising hysteria was on both Sarah and Lute's minds? And Lilith will still be in heaven, as we'll discover as well, no matter how discordant it is that she supposedly empowered Hell her way. Sarah has Lute stand down and report to Abel for any further actions, and that if she disobeys, that she will have to mark it as an act of treason, something Lute acknowledges. So does treason put an angel in a similar situation to the cherubs in Helvaboss, or do you go straight to hell? I'm just curious about the mechanics of that, because I imagine it will be important come season 3 as to the gravity of Sarah saying this to Lute. We cut to Lilith relaxerbating in the realm of heaven as she looks over to see Lute texting her that she's off the hook for now. With this, and with the subsequent call that Charlie attempts to make that Lilith rejects, keep in mind of that for later, this is the only follow-up to that cliffhanger in Season 1, as Lilith will once again be sidelined for whatever they may have planned for Season 3. You know, even when Wednesday Season 2 would bring back plot elements from Season 1 only to conclude them in the pathetic manner that they do, at least they did bring them back under the audience expectation they'd be followed up. But Hazbin? Nah, let's keep Lilith, our proverbial mystery bag, who still doesn't have a speaking role, into Season 3, as though they wouldn't do so again under false promises. As for the call itself, when Charlie would try to make calls to Lilith, the call would linger into voicemail as though Lilith has been away from her phone, as opposed to here where Lilith is deliberately rejecting Charlie's calls. If that is the case, shouldn't that strike Charlie as curious that Lilith has enough awareness to see that she's calling her but doesn't want to talk to her, as opposed to the more vague idea that Lilith doesn't have her phone or that it's turned off? Has Charlie taken the hint yet that Lilith does not care about her own daughter with the 47 voicemails she's left behind? That is a number we will come to discover into episode 8 of season 2, and yet still hopelessly calls her? I mean, it was already confusing why Lucifer didn't accept Charlie's phone calls up until episode 5 of season 1, if he too left Charlie on a deadline in the pilot, although his behavior towards Charlie has already been retconned. Well, Lilith is just as much of a deadline of a character beat as the show has made her out to be, so we cut to Emily giving Pentious the talk of the town, because as you know, all-powerful seraphim tend to act like an elementary school kid when they get to show someone all the cute animals they can pet. Wait, that's not common knowledge? Sorry, must have had an anvil dropped on my head. All that Pentious has on his mind now that he's free is that he wants to see his friends in hell to let them know that he's okay and that he was redeemed as per his actions. What's Emily's answer to that? Apparently he cannot, and there is absolutely no explanation as to why he can't based on what we understand about traversing between the realms of heaven and hell in this show. Even Emily is only half assured about this, as though even the writers couldn't fathom a bullshit excuse beyond that, with him being a sinner redeemed, that he likely can't. And this absolute contrivance of him not to be allowed to present himself before hell will further push the show's own suspension of disbelief it thinks it has on the audience to new lengths not seen before. Pentious, upon realizing that his revival only put him back to square one, starts to curl up upon that realization as Emily does her best to comfort him through song, and we get our first musical cue for this episode with, like with Welcome to Heaven, it is little more than a ditzy pop ballad advertising the perks of heaven, while Emily's lyricism ironically has a more sinister spin on saying that no one here is like him. There's even a point where Pentious attempts and fails to find a means to hell, and upon his failure, Emily flies over and confirms that he has no way to get to hell, despite her uncertainty earlier, as though she's actively mocking him like she's Mr. Burns. The song ends on a really dark note with Pentious literally trying to kill himself with a gun that turns out to be nothing more than a blank full of confetti, and this is the show's way of making that humorous too? I thought trying to commit suicide was a sin in heaven if I'm to believe indifference to the crimes of someone else was enough to get sent to hell. I don't even know what the show wants us to take, that Pentious was willing to kill himself to get back to hell, or just get out of heaven, who knows. But perhaps, like with the show treating him literally getting raped as humorous, and Vivian agrees is funny, by the way, they thought this too would pass? Also, if that song didn't get you in the mood, I hope you're ready for how quickly some of these musicals are rubbing shoulders against one another, as once Like You ends, Sarah's confession begins after a small confession by Sarah about what she's done and what she thought was a righteous cause. Notably, Sarah says that,
"What kind of leader can't tell good from evil?"
Wow, who wrote this?
and may I add that yes, how can one if there was no way of knowing how one goes into heaven or not? But if that is the perspective of Sarah in retrospect to seeing Pentious redeemed, was that not ever something that put doubt in her conviction of going through with the purges? At the very least, would that have been something on her mind the moment someone like Charlie proposed the notion that redemption was possible, and that even one of her closest confidants couldn't tell the difference either way? I mean, I know I put her as the second stupidest character in season 1. Fortunately and unfortunately, someone else will take that mantle from her, but even if I'm to excuse all her rationale as little more than fear and paranoia, why does this fear and paranoia not extend into her own reasons to act upon them? As for the song on the whole, it's a mostly a cappella duet of Speaker and Sarah confiding in how Sarah will go about her motives and future with this revelation in mind, and is one of the few songs that sort of stuck with me as unique from the rest, so far, by how it is conveyed. This is also the last we will see of the Speaker of God, which is in part blessing and curse that this show has already expended its new characters this quickly so that we can extract more out of the ones we already have to juggle from Season 1. It's certainly a better choice than the cornucopia of those presented in Wednesday Season 2 over the ones lost. As for the Speaker, I have no idea if this Speaker knew that these purges were happening and or if they were happening in secret, what they feel about them beyond astounding indifference, or whether the Speaker can even have an opinion beyond just being a literal mouthpiece for whoever God truly is, but surely this God would have an opinion if not her, right? It also seems Speaker's only wisdom for Sarah is not about what she has done, but what she is going to do now, as Sarah certainly has a mountain of guilt upon her, wondering how she can be forgiven if knowing that the damned could be. This musical does also feel like a means to fast-track Sarah's morally dubious and frankly asinine reasons for her carrying out the purges in Season 1 as little more than a mistaken conceit of hers, despite that this rationale still requires her utter ignorance that the exorcists left the very weapons they were weak to at the end of every purge, and more importantly, that these purges have not gone on nearly as long as we'd once thought. What do I mean by this? You will discover exactly how long come episode 4 of Season 2. After both of those songs end, do we get any semblance of plot and character digested normally through Lute, who scurries into an alley to bawl about what had transgressed at that council hearing. This grief turns into anger as she punches a wall, and then she gets her Green Goblin mask moment through none other than Adam. Yay! And just when I thought I'd have to delay my suicide to July 23rd, 2027. Guess no time like the fucking present with this clown fuck retard being around. Regardless, Adam being here is only a vehicle for the audience to understand that Lute is merely hallucinating him and play into Lute's worst tendencies about wanting to act upon what she thinks is best for heaven. We will discover just how little that will manifest for Season 2, but Episode 2 certainly will try to gas up her importance as a secondary antagonist. As for why Adam is telling her the obvious, I guess someone really thought Adam was the glue to Season 1. Yeah, more like the iceberg to the Titanic, if you ask me, given his entire existence utterly destroyed our understanding of morality for this show. But I will add that the only silver lining Adam ever brought to me was being noticeably aware of a character written stupid for the sake of them being stupid, and look who decided to join my growing collection of this mainstay, and it will continue to grow with certain revelations about our characters come Season 2. Sarah convenes some kind of private meeting with Abel and St. Peter, at least I can only surmise it's private given it makes little sense she would be having it with these two dopes and not the entire council. Sarah is plainly aware that hell has a chip on their shoulder about heaven, and that regardless of heaven coming to their senses, that they will still want vengeance upon them, and is unsure whether to strike before they can rise up or board up for the time being. Trying to get any insight from Abel and St. Peter proved worthless, as Abel wants to shit his pants on the notion of mounting an army with all the sincerity of your average Borderlands dialogue, and St. Peter saying that he merely watches the door. Wow, I'm so glad we had this very important discussion with the two most useless fucks ever, Sarah. We cut back to what Pentious and Emily are up to, with the latter being as ditzy as ever about Pentious' state, while the former tries his best to remedy the situation by partly reconstructing one of his egg minions. This doesn't work, and Pentious wonders why his egg minions didn't come with him when they got blew up like he did. Maybe because they were supposedly constructs of yours and don't have a soul to be redeemed this way? Although, I've no clue how the egg minions fit into the paradigm of souls and redemption. I just wish the show did, given Emily's response is just as clueless as ever. Pentious is left to weep on the table upon Emily's response, and Emily decides to do something nice for him rather than just guess what he thinks is nice by using her almighty seraphim powers to construct some golden egg minions for him. Notably, this takes quite a bit of effort for Emily to even pull off, and this is something to keep in mind regarding her strength as a Seraphim for later, because this show will not be remotely consistent with it. Pentious is thankful of the gift, and Emily reminds him that she's his friend as well upon his glee. The show really wants the audience to like Emily, but given she is only as friendly to Pentious as a result of his redemption, and not that she actually likes him as a person and is purely conditional about her disposition to him, all this tells me is that Emily is little more than a parasocial leech. We cut back to what Lute has in store, and it's basically your version of the crazy stalker ex going through a messy breakup as she defaces the plaque of Adam's room and the room itself to the worry of Abel behind her. Being the clown person that he takes so much from his dad, he's only interested in grabbing one of his guitars, which if he wanted that, why did he choose to only do so now while Lute is in here, before Lute yells at him to leave while threatening him with said guitar he wanted to pilfer. As for the room, if Adam had been dead for at least a month, why is it in such disrepair and abandoned like this in the first place? This is heaven we're talking about. Shouldn't nothing be in disarray there? Speaking of Adam, he once again reminds the audience that he doesn't like his son, because I guess the writers think the audience is as dumb as they are, to Lute, whom Lute tries to confide in Adam about her feelings towards him. Although, what with him being just in the head, he only knows as much as Lute told him, so it's words left unspoken between them. Adam hypes up Lute's murderous tendencies and is here where episode 2 breaks the mold of the 2 musical per episode obligation in favor of 3, this one being called Gravity. And like with Sarah's confession, is unique in that it's this weirdly dark goth bop with choir processions echoing in the background. Although that's about as far as the praises go, as it's little more than Lute reminding us that she really wants to get back at Charlie in the hotel while defacing more of Adam's room for some reason. I don't know if she's doing this because this is the only way she can exert herself after Adam's death, or she really is that heartbroken about him dying that she'll kill the rest of him along the way. Guess Adam never heard of the mantra of never stick your dick in crazy before, huh? Also, with this song putting more significance of Lute as a secondary antagonist, it becomes all the more hilarious with what they actually do with her the farther we get into season 2, or more accurately, what they don't do with her past this point. What is left of episode 2 will really knock my already flustered state into overdrive, but we can get into that when it happens. Emily shows Pentious around a new suite/hotel room for him as her officiating his residence in heaven, but before the two can engross themselves, Sarah makes an announcement heaven-wide. In it, she states that due to rising tensions in hell and the concerns about heaven's safety for the angels and winners, that she will enforce a lockdown that will also make the transference of souls arriving at heaven go through some kind of security check as well. Visualized as well, Sarah is joined by some other angels and or seraphim as they conjure some kind of ward beam that encompasses the entirety of heaven and presumably will stave off any hellborn attack. Okay, now for the problems. Starting with the simple, with this being announced and in process means that part of episode 2 has to take place after the events of episode 1. As the only other piece that threads these 2 episodes together is Charlie attempting and failing to call Lilith. Charlie does this at the 17-minute mark in episode 1, whereas Lilith rejects the call at the 11-minute mark in episode 2, meaning that canonically, episode 2 only starts around 6 minutes after the events of episode 1. However, Emily chiming in to tell Charlie about the redemption process happens in both instances near the end of episode 1 and 2, meaning that there is an additional 6 minutes of footage prolonged in episode 2 for these 2 events to track. Of course, the actual footage of these episodes are not definitive in terms of how much time takes place between them, but is nevertheless inconsistent with our understanding of time, unless we're to believe that Charlie made another off-screen attempt to call her mother that we didn't see in episode 1. Second off, with establishing that Sarah could have made this barrier to ward off hell this whole time means that the purges were utterly and absolutely fucking worthless. Even with the idea that those who came into heaven could have been sinner or likewise, if Sarah's reason to go through with these purges were of an uprising, then why hasn't this been the first thing she thought to do then? and it's not like she needed some kind of approval by the board. She just declares this to be the case and goes through with it anyway. So you don't even need to substantiate your reasons to project this barrier, and better yet, Sarah had reason to put this barrier with her misplaced conceits, as was addressed earlier. Thirdly, why are the people who are saintly in heaven described as winners? Why not just saints, as is usually the case to dichotomize saint and sinner? I get they merely wanted this to rhyme with sinner, but it also makes it seem as though being good is just a competition and that there is no worthwhile means to be moral in fiber to the purview of heaven. It would also make these people feel holier than thou, ironic, towards the sinners to be described that way, making them prideful and thus not moral by the already flimsy world building of heaven in this show. Fourthly, we have still yet to know how hell could even get to heaven, given that was semantics according to Vox, so it beggars belief that this would do anything that wasn't already established. It'd be like giving a remote island nation weaponry they could use to kill you, but they have no means to fly, swim, or even traverse their way to the mainland, and then building a wall under threat of them. And alas, this show into season 2 will not explain how hell will even waltz their way into heaven, which compounds the already ridiculous nature of these purges happening to begin with. Pentious and Emily oversee the barrier growing around heaven and are unsure what to take of this. Pentious figures that Charlie would like to know, and to Emily, this is somehow news to her that only now she decides to construct a teleport to let Charlie in on everything from the tail end of episode 1. Also, if Emily can just construct a teleport to hell from heaven, then why can she not take Pentious with her if he wanted to see his friends? Fuck if I know or this show knows beyond the contrived, and I guess Emily didn't think to consider Charlie someone she was absolutely rooting for in regards to her plans for redemption up until Pentious had to remind her, and when it became narratively desperate for her to. As I said, she's a fucking leech, not a fucking friend. Pentious saunters over to his bed and cries to his sleep on that utterly contrived bullshit of him not being strung along to hell, and is thus where episode 2 ends. Fortunately for my sanity, episode 2 is the second worst episode in season 2, but the first worst will take some more ball crushing to get to, and it earns this purely by the world building destruction that is posed upon heaven, the 3-song wildcard that is pressed for time, reintroducing Adam while giving us his sloppy seconds through Abel, Sarah's frankly incoherent mindset, and the bait and switch that is pulled for both Lute and Lilith here. I know the episodes will get better, but even when they do, they will be strung along as though merely set up for the next one. Episode 3 starts right off from where both episode 1 and 2 left off, with Charlie recoiling from the deluge of information Emily bombarded upon her. This information blows her mind so much that she rushes to some kind of guest hall, and past a few hotel residents, keep in mind of that for later, to alert the main hotel staff of what she just witnessed. Through hyperventilating, she gives them the brief of what Emily told her, but what is most prudent to her and Vaggie is that Pentious is in heaven, and by proxy the hotel works. Yeah, about that, neither Vaggie nor Charlie know how Pentious got into heaven, and that however Pentious got into heaven may not had anything to do with their redemption process. This is going to be important for what Charlie does with the little information given to her, contrived by Emily's ability to be more specific about how he was redeemed because of the lockdown. Such is Charlie's excitement about these news that she wants to tell everyone about it, having Vaggie to give chase so she can hold her horses. Vaggie asks if Charlie is certain that's what Emily says, and Charlie blurts that she's for certain and can't wait to rub it in her father's face. Wait, I thought you guys were on good terms again, at least for the time being regarding season 2. I get that Lucifer doesn't see the sinners the same way you do, but it's also weird that you want to treat this like a mad flex against him. More peculiar than Charlie's disposition to her father is her curiosity and then revulsion at what Vox and Vox Tech have gotten up to, as she catches sight of a dirigible that claims that Charlie is a dictator. There were surprisingly a lot more problems with the notion of this propaganda being posted, along with Charlie's reaction to it, than I initially wrote, so let's start with the smooth before we get to the rough. on first glance, while I do buy that Vox would try any slimy means to discredit the hotel, trying to sell the notion of Charlie being a dictator has to be the least believable given her behavior from across both seasons. Most slander or smear campaigns, at the very least, bury their lies under a kernel of truth, and this would be a hard sell to convince anyone. Unless Vox thinks the people he needs to convince are extremely dumb, which is a unfortunate reality with how the show perceives intelligence, this would not work. Moreover, even if this spin on Charlie is convincing, why would the sinners care that Charlie is a dictator? It's like the show forgot that this is hell we are talking about, where the morals are completely flipped on their head. If the purges and the act of redemption wasn't enough for a sinner to budge from how they behaved, why would Charlie being a dictator would? In fact, if Vox wanted to make a spin on the hotel that would actually damage Charlie's reputation, why doesn't he go with the angle that Charlie thinks the sinners need to be fixed as opposed to being fine the way they are, or that Charlie is in bed with an ex-exorcist, something he would know, again, because of something in episode 6 of season 2? But maybe had Vox done that, it would have actually warranted Charlie to go try to talk mad shit to Vox, as though he wouldn't also use that against you, because Charlie is now quite conceited about her position in hell compared to season 1. Her being this rage baited by Vox is enough that, despite Vaggie holding her hand and asking her a lot of queries about what Emily said, Charlie utterly ignores this in favor of having Vox Tech send their top reporter over to the Hazbin hotel. Maybe I'd forgive this if Charlie actually came up with a means to answer the obvious questions about how this redemption was possible or likewise, but alas, Charlie has not only been utterly flanderized, but reduced to doorknob-licking dipshit for the sake of episode 3 to perpetuate itself further. Notably, Charlie believes sending this broadcast across the pentagram will get people to flood to the hotel, as though that wasn't already happening, and that heaven will be utterly grateful of that, as though Charlie's own reasons to redeem sinners has less to do with seeing the good in everyone and more to do with her own ego as the princess of hell. Honestly, maybe my theory that she only wanted to redeem sinners as a way to hold a candle to her impetuous mother would actually track with her behavior here, and not the naive sweetheart the show wants you to believe she is, but that would also require that Charlie wasn't acting like a retarded maniac in this very instance. Vaggie really wants Charlie to slow the brakes on this, but Charlie nevertheless runs with sending this email to the V's. Vox and Velvet see this, and of course see this as another opportunity to spin things in their favor, and they didn't even have to bait this bear with honey for that matter. Cherry, Angel, and Husk share some drinks on the matter of this revelation. Cherry is particularly animated and agitated about that news, curious as to how Pentious was the one to seek redemption for how much of a thorn he was on her side. Husk and Angel have their own rationale as to how, with Husk adding that it makes sense that he did, and that Angel likely could as well given the right circumstances. Yeah, and what circumstances would that be exactly, given these three yokels have no clue if anything that Pentious did during those sessions amounted to his redemption, and if redemption does require that you must die in hell, wouldn't that be something that should not only sour their mind on it, but Charlie's as well? Cherry figures that perhaps she didn't know Pentious as well as she thought, and Husk figures that she could go ask Baxter if he knew anything, given their past associations. Oh yeah, Baxter is a thing in this story, I suppose, although he's merely the exposition Sunday for Cherry's sake into episode 3. Cherry decides to walk out from those news, and Husk figures she's going to look for him before Cherry stamps down on that suggestion and blows up the wall next to her, despite that wall having a door there. I'm sorry, that gimmick from season 1 isn't as humorous or sensical here. Charlie walks through the lobby in her shit-eating manner before she spots Alistair in the distance and prepares to give him the good news before a knocking can be heard from the main door. Again, Alistair is particularly annoyed to see Charlie give him any amount of attention, and his presence and lack thereof continue to be disconcerting given his supposed importance to this hotel. Charlie opens the front door to see that Vox and Velvet have made their entrance. Conspicuously, Valentino is not present to comprise the V's here, and it feels deliberately contrived for what will be Angel Dust's involvement with this interview for later, although it's already beyond stupid that Charlie even brought these two in, knowing they will take anything and everything that she does hilariously out of context, and that they associate with someone who regularly abuses Angel Dust as well. Vox greets himself and Velvet to Charlie while immediately jumping on the opportunity to ask about Alistair, who decides to nope out of there similarly to when he fled from fighting Adam in Season 1. This gives Vox an opportunity to mock his credentials as a host of the hotel, which you'd think would be the kind of antagonism that Alistair wouldn't take kindly to, but alas, Alistair has to be a non-entity until narratively expedient for later. Vox wants Velvet's opinion about the design of the hotel, and is here where Velvet quite literally bites the hands of the animators by saying that the hotel has too much red in it, when the entire show from throughout both seasons has used the color red constantly. Good going on making light of what you wanted the hotel to look like, Vivienne. Next, you'll make a joke about how all your characters have the same body design too. Charlie wants to move the attention over to Sir Pentious and his means of redemption, but Vox and Velvet aren't remotely interested in that and instead give her leading and loaded questions that would stutter Charlie to respond. Charlie just seems out to lunch on this whole ordeal with the V's, minus Val, not realizing that they're getting the exact kind of responses they can use to spin the hotel in a negative light. Exactly the very thing Vaggie warned about, and Charlie should know better given her experience, but maybe Charlie also had her head hit with an anvil, or several, in her lifetime. One of Velvet's questions is particularly odd in that she asks Charlie if the Morning Stars currently dislike 98% of the Sinner population. Again, not sure if this is complete farcical, but it is also an oddly specific number for her to pull out of her ass not to be somewhat substantiated. Regardless of that, Charlie wants to stop the attempt at an interview while giving Velvet more ammunition by saying that she lied about wanting an interview in the first place, stating that she has good news that she wanted Voxtech to hear up first amongst all. Really, them, and not, oh, maybe, just maybe, your father or the rest of hell for that matter? No, you wanted to tell the very guys who have every reason not to believe you at this very moment first. You walking, living piece of fecal matter? So Charlie tells Vox and Velvet that Pentious was redeemed and that by proxy the hotel works. And Vox wants to congratulate her by having Pentious come on down to commemorate. Charlie states the obvious, which fair, not sure why Vox thought he could come down, before Vox poses a good question as to how she could substantiate her claim. And Charlie, well, let's just say that Charlie jumped the gun on that revelation because she really needs to be an idiot for Vox's sake right now. Through this, Vox figures that Charlie lied, again, and doesn't want to entertain her, while coyfully suggesting that he doesn't want to spread misinformation, putting Charlie in a desperate bid to appease these people by stating that she can prove redemption and on the spot too, no less. Charlie, once more being as dense as a doornail, apparently doesn't know that even if she can prove to these motherfuckers that she can redeem someone, that they wouldn't spin it against her, as they have fit to do since the start of this fucking season. Good thing the show decided that Charlie must be this fucking stupid in order for any of this to transpire the way it does, as her wanting to prove to them is just another opportunity they can use against her in the hotel. Otherwise, this season would be much, much shorter than it actually is. Taking a break from Charlie's inanity, we cut to what Baxter is currently experimenting with until he gets jump scared by Cherry waltzing into his private quarters. Through Cherry, we discover that Baxter is working for Voxtech, and this will not in any way pan out to Baxter's supposedly duplicitous reasons for coming to this hotel. In fact, he carries such little attention from the V's that it's a surprise to them when he makes his presence known in episode 8 of season 2, so not sure why this show wanted to plant doubt in him here. Regardless, Cherry is only here to ask Baxter what he knows about Pentious, and Baxter is not exactly privy to spill the details until Cherry threatens to blow up his establishment if he doesn't pipe up. Baxter relents and gives more of that exposition laden throughout, although at least this one is delivered in regards to Cherry's ignorance about Pentious. To brief, Pentious and Baxter had worked together on a number of experiments, but their ideals about how to go through of them clashed, mainly that Baxter had a more Joseph Mengele attitude about his experiments over Pentious's more humane measures. Baxter was able to prevail in some kind of contest with Zestial. He will be again little more than B-plot filler for season 2 for later. That caused this rift, and thus Pentious went about his turf war against who would be Cherry Bomb. There isn't much to say here and doesn't really elaborate as to what Pentious's deal was to Cherry Bomb, although it is perplexing that this realm of hell allows one to become an overlord if you work hard enough at it, despite that being anathema to the values of heaven. Oh well, who gives a shit about consistent world building, right? After Cherry Bomb leaves and blows up Baxter's lab, for humor, we cut to Pentious and we get blown up to our first musical for this episode named brackets, a love song, outright canonizing the dynamic these two have with each other, even if both are missing out on fighting one another from throughout this song. There isn't much to elaborate on this, as it's little more than what we already knew, for as lax as it was mentioned in season 1, and the song is mostly a piano into a rock duo ballet, similarly to how Whatever It Takes was delivered. What I'm really stricken by is how quickly the song feels it needs to deliver itself, as though knowing the actual runtime of the show in relation to how much this musical is taking up, and is something apparent throughout most of the songs present in season 2. Ironically, this would be fixed if the musical was longer, but of course, any amount of length would take every delicate second away from what story or character dynamic we could be having here. Back at the Home Motel, supposedly, Vaggie, Husk, and Angel have been summoned by Charlie to the main lobby to catch her doing therapy sessions with Vox and some other sinners. Reminder, Vivienne is perplexed that people would think that Charlie is stupid. More so than that, but Vaggie is rightfully upset that Vox and Velvet are here despite what Charlie told her she was going to do. Keep this in mind for what Charlie will try to shame Vaggie for later in regards to episode 5 of season 2. Anyhow, Vaggie sets Charlie aside and is bewildered to discover that Vox is here despite her wishes not for them to be, and additionally, Angel Dust is as well. More so with their close association with Valentino. Fortunately, he did not show up to complicate this for Charlie, and what they might do with whatever information they can scrape. Charlie is just completely stone-faced in response as though she just discovered this info, but at this rate, I think the only thing that can actually get through her thick skull is a fucking bullet. Charlie tries to weakly assume good intentions about Vox being here, dumbass, while acknowledging that she has to demonstrate redemption to him as the cherry on this shit sundae. This is where Angel Dust is once again plastered as the guinea pig for Charlie's sake, something baffling to Angel Dust but even more so to Vaggie, who tells Charlie that they didn't even know how Pentious was redeemed. Yep, that would have been first on Charlie's mind before doing this, and apparently didn't even plan a routine on the off chance the V's would arrive and give her these tough appraisals. But luckily for Vox, Charlie has to be a moron in order for season 2 to perpetuate itself. So all that Charlie can do is peer pressure Angel into helping out of her own fuck up, with Husk vouching for her that Angel out of all has the best shot at being redeemed. Additionally, Husk states that if Vox or Velvet try any funny business, that Alistair will intervene, as though Alistair hasn't already been absent-minded about the hotel thus far. It will be important how much Alistair won't involve himself with what these two get up to in a moment. There's some back and forth between Charlie trying to plead to Angel while the V's antagonize the hotel staff. Again, these are the people Charlie wants to convince? Before Angel relents to both Charlie and Husk's wishes. Husk wanting to nail Angel on the cross of redemption, ironic, will spell some developments between him and Angel for later. As Vox and Velvet make a seat to be presented redemption, Charlie cues in our second and fortunately last musical entree for this episode named And not to be a bit petty here again, but why is Charlie describing this as a speed run to redemption? Does she watch games done quick in her spare time? Shouldn't it be rushed to redemption to fit the alliteration in some way? It just feels out of meta for her to describe this in the context of her being in hell. As for what I can only describe as the song being out of the door as soon as it's introduced itself, Charlie has Angel do a bunch of arbitrarily good things to get him closer to heaven, and it doesn't seem to work. I would think Charlie would know this better than anyone who wants their experiment to work, but you can't simply find salvation by just doing good things because they are good, but that you yourself do good things without anything in return. You know, doing the right thing while no one is looking. What Angel did in episode 6 of season 1 was indicative of that, no matter how contrived his actions in relation to Adam's written requisites were, so not sure why Charlie thinks you can just generate goodness out of the ether beyond for the V's sake. Toward the end of the song, Charlie only now realizes that Pentious being in heaven may have had something to do with him dying, and comes to the conclusion that a self-sacrifice may be necessary to redeem Angel as well. Seriously, did that thought not once pop into your empty, vacuous head when you were told the news, called the V's over, and wanted to brag about him being redeemed? Osmium wasn't as dense as this bitch is. Charlie's realization of the fucking obvious extends to her deciding that she needs to contrive a stunt by way of having Husk tied to some train tracks while Nifty conducts a locomotive with Vaggy's angelic spear fixed to the front of it heading this way. Charlie describes herself as the diabolical Danny Doobad, more like diabolical dipshit, in this moment, while weirdly describing that this locomotive is on time for once. Inadvertent Mussolini mention here? As for how Charlie was able to take Vaggy's spear from her unbeknownst, or even got this whole train line set up in such short time, yeah, you'd have better chances at the lottery than guess how. Angel fits into this utterly bonkers plan by being the savior to Husk in exchange for his own life, although Charlie only half commits to that as she has some kind of failsafe to stop the train if things go too awry. Angel, perhaps realizing how much of a clown show this whole affair is not up to the task on top of not wanting to be compared to Pentious, quits the whole charade, and Charlie decides to use her failsafe upon his refusal to play into the bit. Unfortunately for her, Fox had realized that the train didn't pose any risk and cut the brake lines. Wednesday, anyone? Making her failsafe useless. Charlie, panicking, tries to get Nifty to stop, but she's unable to hear what she's saying before she also tries to get Husk off the tracks. Husk claims that he can't because she tied me to the fucking tracks! Which is humorous, but puts more emphasis on Charlie's incompetence, although what Husk can actually do as a sinner will prove this to also be contrived on his part for later. Charlie rushes to Angel to get help because Charlie is fucking worthless to assist, I guess, and he assumes this is her trying to play into his bit again, but Charlie assures him that this is not a bit and that the brake lines are cut. Angel does go over to attempt to save Husk, and attempt to sacrifice himself before both Husk and Angel are inexplicably saved by Vaggy. Lucky for them, given that Husk hadn't been unbound from the tracks even if Angel shot part of the rope. With the panic of being nearly killed comes some drama, where Charlie tries to apologize to Angel before that gets interrupted with a scuffle with Husk. Mainly, Husk is upset that Angel bothered to save him from certain doom, despite what Angel likely thought was his idea to volunteer in the first place. I think what is being conveyed here is that Husk is actually starting to have feelings for him, feelings that do contradict his supposed wishes to have Angel redeemed, coming in conflict with how Angel goes about that. It could also be that Husk doesn't feel worthy to be saved in the manner that Angel attempted to, which of course is something Angel would be right to be confused about and upset at Husk for this outburst. And boy, I hoped you liked that sliver of good writing, as we're right back into Crazyland with Vox congratulating the hotel staff as to their utter failure to redeem Angel. Charlie still believes that it's possible and feels something is missing until she gets a eureka through Vaggy, who tells her that Angel isn't Pentious. Through this, Charlie comes to the huge revelation, although huge is relative for a moron like her, that they've been so preoccupied with recreating Pentious' redemption that they never considered that Pentious has simply redeemed his own sin. Which fucking means that Charlie, throughout the entirety of having this idea to redeem sinners, made a hotel, got Vaggy, and a gaggle of others to chip in, never thought for a single momentary moment that, maybe I should consider what sins they committed in their past life. Perhaps when I described Charlie as a child, that was too fucking generous for what she's been lowered to. So Charlie figures that all Angel needs to do is act against his own sins, something that feels way too close to home for Angel to impart. Fortunately, Vox is here to hang up Angel's dirty laundry by stating that Angel in his past life was a murderer. Wow, what is that? Like the vanilla ice cream of sins to commit in hell? Vox also adds that Angel killed his dad because, again, daddy issues is the glue that keeps this rotting piece of shit together, and that was likely something he knew through Valentino. Not to be over-analytical, as though this wasn't already the case, but how would a sinner know what other sinners did in their past life exactly? Maybe Valentino was able to get that through whatever contract Angel signed with him, but how would anyone else for that matter? Charlie, understandably, is upset with Vox doing this and partially turns demonic over it. I guess now realizing how separated from the hip Vox and Valentino are from one another. Vox tries to spit it in her face as she was the one who asked for that info on top of inviting them over, but Charlie isn't cool with other people being collateral over her. Wow, that's neat, Charlie. Now remember that for whenever your fuck-ups cause problems for everyone else next time, eh? Vox and Velvet decide to leave with Vox mentioning that he has a reservation at Dante's Inferno. Now, I'm guessing this is some kind of restaurant, but Dante's Inferno is a completely different interpretation of the layers of hell, and is not something you just casually offhand mention here, especially when this is hell in the purview of this show. So do other interpretations of hell exist in this universe? Who the fuck knows? Maybe this was purely a reference and nothing else. Before Vox leaves, he poses one more question to Charlie, asking if he could be redeemed. Charlie answers,
I believe anyone can be redeemed.
and I guess he merely asks this to see if Charlie would budge from her conviction. Although, this does pose a problem that if Charlie believes anyone can be redeemed, then someone could be redeemed through purely selfish reasons, including Vox no less. Especially considering how microscopically small her perception is of redemption established in this show, I really do believe there is a scenario in which she could try to redeem Hitler of all people. Mentioning him will also be humorous considering Vivian's own past statements haunting her come episode 4. Charlie tries to apologize to Angel again, and he believes that her sorries mean less and less the more she uses them. Wait, but I thought it starts with sorry. Oh, won't that cancer of a song worm its way up this show's craw in a moment? Although, the reason Angel doesn't buy the sincerity is that he believes that Charlie would shun him for his past life, along with feeling betrayed about that kind of private info. I'm sorry, but does Angel really think Charlie would actually shame him for killing someone? Is this show so utterly divorced of giving Charlie any meaningful challenge to her worldview that they think this is sufficient enough? Like, imagine if Angel was a pedophile or a sex trafficker in a past life. That would give Charlie a lot of pause to reconsider her actions and give Angel good reason to believe that Charlie would not even give him a second glance. I guess, sorry that I wanted to invent a infinitely more interesting premise for this show instead of what we actually got, as this show exists purely by the spite of if and never when. Vox and Velvet make it into their private limo and cackle at the embarrassment they made of the hotel, Velvet adding that Vox's trauma dump about Angel was a nice touch. So does Velvet not believe that Angel actually killed someone in a past life? Because that's what this line sort of implies, does it not? Regardless, Vox and Velvet predictably got a bunch of video footage and slander to shake a stick at towards the hotel and utilize as one would expect of them. Surely, with Charlie being hoodwinked a second time, that surely she wouldn't go demanding more from them. Yeah, let's save that appetizer of awful for episode 4. The last bits of episode 3 is a quick shot of some residents presumably checking out of the hotel because of these news, although its relevance is once again overshadowed, with Cherry Bomb checking in as she's made a refined choice to stay at the hotel permanently. Yeah, and don't tell me what convinced her to other than that musical hors d'oeuvre, and its impact to the rest of season 2 is also minimal. And that was episode 3, definitely not the worst, but even at their best are incredibly infuriating as well as time wasting. Episode 3 gets this purely by Charlie's inane decision making, gross incompetence, and myopic worldview as to redemption, eating right out of the hand of Vox and the V's by her decision making, and much of how Vox is able to accomplish what he does is overly reliant on this, making him less of a threat and more of a antagonist by proxy. Let's see if episode 4 holds up to scrutiny or continue this trend. Before we assail episode 4, let's start by actually giving some praise to season 2 for a change. Throughout most of the season, you can hear leitmotifs of the songs from season 1, like how in the hotel scenes you can hear a leitmotif of Happy Day in Hell play in the background. However I feel about those songs personally does not deter my appreciation for these to return in some capacity, and expect this to continue come season 3. Now back to ripping into this season like a nice rack of ribs. Charlie tells Vaggie that because she couldn't get enough of the V's ass raping her last episode, that she wants to, once again, clear up misinfo about her on live television through Katie Killjoy. The reason she thinks this will somehow change things? She claims that doing so on live television will make it so that they can't edit it disparagingly. Wow, that is some comical stupidity on display there, Charlie. What the fuck do you think reality TV shows are, if not edits of live footage, you lobotomized cretin? Vaggie urges Charlie not to, on account that Katie Killjoy is in the pocket of the V's, which is something that Vaggie did not bring those same concerns to Charlie when she talked to Katie Killjoy in the pilot, meaning that this is a utter retcon of this broadcast being bought by the V's. More to the point of that interaction, knowing that Charlie already had an unpleasant experience with Katie Killjoy trying to sell her hotel to hell, say that 10 times fast, last time, why would Charlie think things will change? Unless the pilot didn't happen, despite that it is apparently still within the same canon as the show, wouldn't this make sense beyond the other reasons it doesn't? Charlie wants Vaggie to hold down the fort, feeding more breadcrumbs to Vaggie's responsibilities of the hotel, while she goes to that broadcast bringing Nifty along for reasons that go way beyond her own reason to do so, but I guess we gotta have something for Nifty to do this season. We cut to Alistair, who is still recovering from his close scrape with Adam, something that also seems to bother him greatly. We get more of him through his back and forth with Lucifer, who decides to be quite antagonistic to Alistair, given their forced rivalry back in season 1, adding that Alistair ran away when Charlie needed him most. Now, I get this is Charlie's dad we're talking about here, so he'd have good reason to vouch for her, but he is aware that Charlie put the responsibility of Adam solely on Alistair, right? Speaking of responsibility, Alistair attempts to defend his uselessness as being the host of the hotel, while Lucifer bites back that Vaggie has been doing most of the legwork here. Thanks for reminding us, show. Lucifer also decides to bite the hands that fed season 1's writing by saying that it was lucky that he showed up when he did to help Charlie, when we still have no explanation for why he showed up at that pivotal time. Alistair gets so agitated that Lucifer merely stating that he needs a coaster for his drink is enough for Alistair to throw his hands up and state that he's quitting the hotel. Now, for most people, especially of those who watch the pilot, you think this is quite the egods moment for not only those watching, but for the people who know of his importance and arrangement at this hotel. But nope! Angel Dust and Cherry Bomb could give less than 2 shits about this, and don't tell Vaggie or Charlie that he's left because of Lucifer, and they too don't give a shit as well when they inevitably find out, as though Alistair had been completely sidelined of importance compared to season 1. Maybe that was the point regarding season 2, what with this hotel being made anew in Lucifer's image, but a lot of Alistair being in season 2 on and off the hotel has been him seemingly aloof, along with him not being as cool-headed as he presented himself to be. But don't worry, sports fans, because if Alistair being sent to the curb wasn't enough of an issue, we'll have plenty more to dabble regarding Charlie's second or third foray to appease the V's. Apparently, it seems the only reason Charlie brought Nifty along to this broadcast was to wave some postcards as a reminder that the V's lie. Because honestly, I think Charlie is retarded enough to forget what the hotel stands for between sentences. Velvet comes in wondering if Charlie didn't get enough of their rage bait last time, and Charlie, as though actually wanting to be a lolcow, states that they smeared her and wanted to set the record straight without any shenanigans unfolding. Geez, Charlie, it's like they already have you ready to make a fool out of yourself without you realizing it, but perhaps like some lolcows, she has a humiliation fetish. We cut to her being re-greeted by Katie Killjoy, who does remind her and the audience that she is deeply homophobic, for humor of course. It is interesting that Katie is this way when it comes to hell, yet whenever pertinent, we'll ignore that moral quandary for when the show wants to portray heaven as evil. A heaven that also just so happens to have someone who is bigoted as well, because that won't in any way confuse your audience as to who to root for in this show. As Katie Killjoy makes her opening remarks for the interview, she decides to describe the Hazbin Hotel in an unusual southern slang. Not sure if that was done as flavor or that Brandon Rogers forgot what kind of voice Katie Killjoy has. I really preferred the VA for Pilot Katie over this, but it does peek in at random times. Imagine if I did that. Charlie reminds the good folks that she swings hay both ways, and it comes off a mite curious that she'd be plumb bothered by that given her past dealings with Katie. Katie starts this hoedown by using Charlie's own words in an unsettling light. Charlie attempts, and by attempt I mean fail, to claim that Fox lied about that darn hotel, and of course, Katie does the usual filibustering that them damn libby cucks at CNN use to catch Charlie off her game. Transitioning from that scene and that accent, we catch up to where Alistair quit off too, as he has gone back to Cannibal Town, and specifically to where Rosie has cooped up, as he wants to greet her with some trinkets as well as give her some great news. As they sit, Alistair tells Rosie that he quit the hotel, quite excitedly might I add, saying that he had been there for the last year or so and finds his presence there worthless. Which could mean that Emily not telling Charlie that Pentious was in heaven and Charlie not giving a fuck about the hotel could extend to 6 months rather than 1 month. Rosie interjects by saying that it's not his choice to make, and through this back and forth we discovered that Alistair's deal that he made, that Husk implied in season 1, was with none other than Rosie. We'll be able to discuss the nature of this deal, but with this in mind, means that Alistair really was just extremely bipolar with his feelings about the hotel back in season 1, and that Charlie being able to convince Rosie to help so easily was already preordained as a result. But worst of all about this revelation is that it makes this deal wholly uninteresting now, as nothing about his 7-year absence had anything to do with this deal he made, and is now convenient that his absence was timed with Lilith's absence. Anyhow, the reason Alistair doesn't want to go back is that he believes Rosie fucked him over on the deal, stating that it was supposed to make him the most powerful sinner in hell, but only got a busted up staff and wounds as a result. Rosie corrects that while he is the most powerful sinner in hell, this will have its own bevy of issues for later, that him trying to fight off an archangel wasn't a surefire thing. This is also where we get some incredibly clunky exposition backstory about Alistair through Rosie, given Alistair already knows his own backstory, and doesn't want to be reminded of it through her anyway. But backstory we shall get nonetheless. Rosie states that Alistair was a charmer in his mortal life, supposedly getting a good career as a radio host during the late 1920s to early 1930s. She also mentions that Alistair had a naughty side about him, as some foppish dude spills some drink on him and repays that in kind by murdering him. Now, this scene had a lot of people talking about it, all for the wrong reasons, as I took this scene to be that Alistair as a human already had psychotic tendencies about himself, but people were really out to defend him killing this dude simply because he's black, and that rich punk spilling his drink on him was out of him being racist, when I don't think that was what this scene was trying to convey at all. Even if that was what this scene conveyed, these people are seriously trying to state that if you are a minority and someone slights you in some way, that you can just go kill them. And unfortunately, that does seem to be a sentiment people justify by the day. Getting out of real-world politics to the show proper, Rosie states that Alistair had planned way ahead of time for a communion with the dark forces, getting enough human blood and sacrifices of which to perform the deed. It just so happens that Rosie was the one who heard his call. She asks,
What is your profession?
To which Alistair answers that he already knows what's in store for him in the afterlife and that he doesn't want to live in hell, a tortured soul. Yeah, that would require that hell actually functions as a place of eternal torment rather than a Gmod RP spot where you can do as you please so long as you don't try to rise up against the admins. And sure, Alistair is saying this while human, but if he knows so much about hell, or at the very least believes in hell, that he's going there, then why was it only a rumor to the dorks in Helva boss, and why is heaven just cool with mortals falling into dark temptations like this? Regardless, Alistair wants to continue his fun and be quite powerful when he transitions over, and Rosie is quite impressed that's what he wants of all. She says that she can grant him power that will make him the strongest sinner in hell, but at the cost of his soul belonging to her up until he fulfills some kind of task at her bequest. Now, the technicalities of him being the most powerful sinner will be important involving Season 2, but the immediate problem with this is that if Rosie can make Alistair the most powerful sinner, then by that process of hierarchy, Rosie will always be the most powerful sinner then. Otherwise, if Alistair is the most powerful sinner, he should be able to forcefully wring his way out of this deal he made with her. Additionally, if sinners from hell can grant eventual power to mortal humans, then those mortal humans could also grant powers to other humans, which would then cause a never-ending daisy chain of humans being suckered into hell. Something that heaven would definitely not take kindly to, but alas, has no bearing on why those purges even occurred in the first place, as the opening monologue already addressed. Why is there no checks and balances for heaven to stop hell interfering in mortal affairs this way to begin with if Sarah was so concerned about the overall power of hell? Why is hell just freely able to do this if the entire construction of hell is not made to punish the ills of mortal kind there? Alistair and Rosie make the deal, and the exposition ends with Rosie finding it humorous that Alistair got killed the next day by being mistaken for a deer, which is also why Alistair has such a deer motif about him in the afterlife. Whether that design choice is consistent with the rest of the sinners in hell, well, I don't want to know why Husk is a cat in hell, for one thing. As for the conclusion, notably, Alistair is not cool about Rosie finding the affair funny, and much of Alistair's attitude from throughout Season 2 strikes me as a little more than how the rest of the characters in this season carry themselves. That being, conceited, have a chip on their shoulder, and prone to emotion. Which means that a lot of the allure and mystery of Alistair has been taken away, especially now knowing what his secret arrangement was and how he became as powerful as he did. Alistair attempts to make an impassioned rant towards Rosie before she interjects, and we are thus subjected to our first musical for this episode named
Don't You Forget!
The song itself is a ragtime jingle with Rosie reminding Alistair of his station in hell, and there is a noticeable animosity that Alistair has towards Rosie, something that wasn't even remotely or otherwise hinted at with their exchanges in Season 1. Peculiar then that they'd go and reveal this if this was the plan all along, and hadn't considered to throw some hints the audience's way, but I think the audience is already well dried of making all the headcanons that you don't need to give them another. As for the lyrics, there isn't much to come apart from Alistair mentioning that Rosie had him off the air for years on your behalf, and as a result of that, his name carries less fervor. Why Rosie had him abandon his post for the same amount of time that Lilith abandoned hers, who's to say? And if the mystery of Alistair's deal was as lame as this, then I expect Rosie's own reasons for Alistair to lay low for 7 years will be equally as such. The music ends, and Alistair does his walk of shame, aggravated that Rosie would describe him as a pet.
A pet?
A pet?
A pet.
While he desperately plucks any idea to get out of this arrangement. He eventually comes up with a clever plan, and the mechanics of this plan will have to be discussed when it's all laid in place for the last episode of Season 2. Although, we will get some dabblings of what this plan entails this episode, but suffice it to say, a lot of Alistair's plan relies solely on things he couldn't possibly know, and like with Vox's plan, relies on everyone being collectively stupid. We finally cut back to the interview where Charlie is getting absolutely mogged by Katie Killjoy until the latter spills a huge bombshell about the nature of these purges so casually that I think even the writers weren't aware how much this compounds things. Basically, Katie finds it perplexing that Charlie wants Hell to appeal to the angels, the same angels that, according to her, have been killing their own kind for the last 7 years. Alright, there are things about this that fix problems in Season 1, that could fix problems in Season 1, and cause more problems from Season 1 knowing exactly how long these purges have lasted. First and foremost, Charlie's plea to Adam about there being a overpopulation issue is slightly more believable with this in mind, although, assuming that sinners can't reproduce, or even want to with this yearly expulsion, and that every year was a 8% cut, and that the year Season 1 starts was 16% according to Camilla, means the collective Hell population would be effectively halved from 7 years ago. Not to mention, Charlie's own concern of overpopulation does not coincide with her belief that there is good in them sinners, and if these purges have only lasted this long, means that Charlie's want of redemption was only exacerbated as a result and not something that she had from birth. Secondly, with these purges only being done for 7 years does give an out for Adam to be tight-lipped about the whole ordeal if these were done in secret, but if Heaven did these purges under threat of an uprising, means it's still odd that Sarah had to keep this a secret if she could conjure a force field around Heaven after their immediate retaliation of these purges. Thirdly, Lucifer told Charlie that she was the first to aspire any change in Hell for the last 10,000 years, which means for 9,993 of those years, Heaven was perfectly fine with Hell's denizens not being tormented for their sins, were fine with Hell seemingly having no use beyond my aforementioned diet purgatory, and presumably made that embassy and countdown timer for a thing that had only occurred for 7 years as well. I think the writers of this show are really underestimating just how long 10,000 years is, or they think that number is grandiose, but also realize that if the purges have gone on for that long, that they would be a formality in Hell just like anything else. Which of course causes a dissonance between whether the people in Hell should be concerned about dying to these purges or not, because we have to make the Hazbin Hotel the underdog, yet also contradict that when pertinent, like with the outcry of the expediting in episode 2 of Season 1, or how those sinners cared little about the purges up until they were expedited. Speaking of, that also means that Carmine's defense of the angels was the inciting incident only for the expediting of those purges and not the purges in of themselves, which you could wring my hand to say that perhaps 7 years wasn't enough time for a sinner to consider defending themselves against the exorcist. Still retarded that Heaven were completely unfamiliar with the fact that they were weak to their own weapons, or if they were, leave them behind for sinners to potentially use against them, however. Back to this nails on chalkboard interview, once again, Charlie tries to reassure Hell that Heaven means no harm and that with Pentious redeemed they have no reason to. Again, this was all pulled out of her ass, and again, you'd think she'd have rehearsed some kind of spiel that would have made it difficult for Katie to put doubt on it. Oh boy, if only there was some kind of building in Hell that Charlie could have direct communication remotely with the angels. Man, wouldn't it be funny if that existed and this show never mentions it in order for this to be arbitrarily more difficult for her, huh? Adding on Charlie's rank stupidity, she literally pulls a
I think Coolsville sucks. No, don't record that.
but not funny by literally stating that
I think sinners deserve the extermination because they're bad people.
live on air. Beyond how incalculably retarded Charlie is. If Charlie thinks this is bullshit, well, Charlie, sinners do deserve extermination if they are bad and aren't willing to repent for their sins, you absolute spoon. And of course, because Charlie gave Katie a noose to hang herself with, uses that line as perfect ammunition to smear Charlie in a hilariously awful light. Noting this is that the live chat is scrolling by extremely quickly from this, but much of the text is otherwise irrelevant to this gotcha from Katie. What is noteworthy about this live chat is if you pause it at a certain point, you can see some text that alludes to people feeling peeved that the premise of some in-universe show diverted away into some romance slop. I cannot see this as anything else but an acknowledgement that criticism about Hazbin Hotel and Helva Boss having diverted from their initial premise gets to Vivienne that she threw in a stinger here to bite back. Perhaps you want to feel generous and claim, Vivienne doesn't animate most of this in the show, and while I would agree, she is the creator and by extension, finalizer of whatever is put in the show, so I can't just take this as pure ignorance on her part. Charlie is utterly flailing at her words being used against her, adding that people are now comparing her to Hitler. Wait, so it's now okay to bring up real-world people in your fictional universe now? I thought Vivienne regretted making a Jeffrey Dahmer joke, yet this is on the cards? And like as if this show would even remotely entertain the idea of Charlie trying to redeem someone like him if interested, because this show, for how mature it is little more than juvenile, disguising itself as grown up. Katie wants Charlie to impudently spare some final thoughts about her hash brown motel before Charlie decides to use Nifty as her last ditch to clean up her image. And clean up she shall, as Nifty initially gets dazed by the cameras on her, something Charlie seemingly forgot, but what else is new, before Nifty visualizes the camera as a bug and breaks into song. So in we get our second musical called Clean It Up, where its existence solely lies on Charlie bringing Nifty over after Charlie self-imploded her image of the hotel again, because I guess we really needed to give Nifty her own song this season, right? As for the song, it's unique in that it is one half baby metal, the band, not the genre, and the other half some kind of Japanese pop that quite literally changes animation styles to fit within the aesthetic of this. I suppose this is our first impression that Nifty was Japanese in a past life, I suppose? You know, speaking about that instance of racism against Alistair, I imagine a lot of those same people would see this as racially insensitive as well, but consistency schmosistency. As for the lyrics, Nifty indirectly describes the hotel as rank, despite the fact that this hotel is not the one from Season 1, but the one made anew in Season 2. So how has this hotel already been infested with bugs, rats, and the like? And if so, why does Lucifer care little about it if he made it for his daughter then? Unless Charlie didn't make the distinction between the hotels for Nifty to break out into song, this does not coincide. Cutting back to what Alistair has up in store, he makes a public call out of Vox to face him, and this more than likely is part of his clever plan. Although, there are certain nuances to it that he probably didn't anticipate when he makes it, as we'll discuss. Vox does come by to his summons, and he, along with Velvet and Valentino on board, fight Alistair. Like with my commentary about the choreography in Season 1, I'm going to be lapsed to say much about it as it's more or less a flex of the animation display, definitely improved from Season 1, although I will add, what is exactly lethal to a sinner and or overlord is still confusing even if we have explicit confirmation that angelic weapons are the be-all end-all. There will be plenty of examples of what seems lethal in this show, but more than likely wouldn't, from what little we understand about the power scaling of things. For example, there's a moment where Alistair fights Valentino and he decides to use his pink smoke to mask where he's shooting, although he hilariously misses, guess to be consistent with his poor eyesight, more on that later. But assuming he did actually land a blow on Alistair, would he even react to it with him being the most powerful sinner in hell? Additionally, when it's time for Velvet to fight Alistair, she conjures up these psychic arrows with her psychic bow, using the power of social media of all things. And while Alistair deflects that as well, would these actually have a meaningful effect on him, even if they want to hurt and or kill him? As Vox tries to intervene, we also very awkwardly segue to Charlie complaining about Katie Killjoy and her homophobic ways, as though this is the first time she's talked to her. And the whole existence of this scene is to let the audience know that Nifty, of all, is aware that Alistair is throwing it down with the V's. Not Charlie or the rest of Vox Tech for that matter, no, Nifty. So once more, her reasons for being here were already flimsy from Charlie's point of view, but were also contrived so that she would try to intervene and help Alistair, someone she's supposedly subservient to? Speaking of, what is the arrangement between Nifty and Alistair? We're 12 episodes in, and we still have no clue if she's under the same clause that Husk is in, or how she feels about being forced to help out the hotel for that matter. Which, if we did, we'd at least get some semblance as to why she wants to help. Otherwise, if the person you're conscribed to dies, wouldn't you be unshackled at that point? So Nifty goes to retrieve Husk of all, because I guess he's chained to Alistair as well, between the studio and the hotel, and Angel Dust is once more blithe to give a shit about why Nifty is so hurried this way, or what she or Husk get up to. Remember, he was present when Alistair quit the hotel, so lucky that happened the way it did. Fox gets a bit of a one-up on Alistair as he proceeds to cut his surgical wounds before Nifty and Husk come to the rescue to have a 3v3 between Vox and Alistair, Valentino and Nifty, and Velvet and Husk. Pointing out what Husk does between this fight is a variety of magic tricks, either turning into a card or somehow hammer spacing his entire body into a hat. Very neat use of his powers, although I thought Husk lost his ability to be an overlord when he made that deal with Alistair. And if he lost his powers, how powerful was Husk before he played his hand too hard? And if Husk is powerful enough that he can save himself in the manner that he does, why was there so much drama with him being tied to the ropes in episode 3 then? As for Nifty, she does the typical gremlin thing of just crawling into Valentino's jacket and stabbing him in a variety of places, conspicuously without that, so to speak, angelic dagger she had back in season 1 that would have ended this fight in an instant. Although there is a peculiarly odd reason she doesn't have that dagger come episode 6 of season 2. When Nifty and Husk are at death's door, however you want to discern the fatality of these things, Alistair wants Vox to call out the V's as he proceeds to propose a deal to Vox. Now, the matter of this deal are important, such that Alistair wanted this to be made regarding his plan, so it will be noted how exactly he expects for it to play out. Although I am uncertain whether Alistair was merely humoring the V's in order for him to be put in this predicament, or that his supposed concern over Nifty and Husk had him force his hand this way. Alistair states that he'll be Vox's personal little prisoner to be made a mockery of on 2 conditions. The first being that he wants the V's to let Nifty and Husk go, and secondly that
you're not to lay your hands on Charlie Morningstar.
The specifics of his wording will be important for the final episode of this season, and his reasons for Vox not to lay his hands on Charlie Morningstar are less altruistic than seem on paper. Vox is so flabbergasted as to how juicy of a deal this is that it's too good for him not to pass up, and agrees. We then awkwardly segue to Vox making Alistair his prop to be ridiculed, to the delight of Vox Tech and the absolute confusion of Charlie seeing Alistair propped up this way. Of course, Vox for some reason put a gag on Alistair so he can't impart to Charlie why he has been made Vox's punching bag. That's some
Incredible luck.
for the plot of season 2. Charlie gets pushed out of the studio and sees a broadcast that Alistair has been captured by Vox, completely bedazzled by how the events have transpired this way. Would you believe me that this is in no way will have Charlie or the hotel be remotely concerned for him or why the circumstances of this occurred? Again, sidelined for season 2's own sake. But let's not concern ourselves with that, we got more V's subplot to cover. So Vox decides to go on a dick-swinging montage of his victory over Alistair, which you'd think after the afterglow he'd consider whether this was by Alistair's own design, as his ratings go up because of this display. This too will be important regarding the kind of powers that Vox has, even though his power scaling is frankly all over the place with what he can or can't do when it services the plot. We cut to some bedroom where presumably Vox did some kinky shit with Valentino and had Alistair be in the cuck chair to witness all this? I guess it's a humorous visual gag if we lingered on the scene for more than a second, although it does call into question how deep the relationship between Val and Vox are in this show. Vox continues to play around with this prop of his before he gives this prop some exposition about himself and what Alistair got back to, something that Alistair also delivers in equally clunk fashion given they would both know what had transpired. Anyhow, Vox had waited for this moment for the last 70 years, which is quite petty to hold a grudge like that for that long, although whether anyone can actually age in this realm is another headache to juggle, getting Vox curious why Alistair would relinquish his dignity for the hotel. Given that Alistair's next response is that he doesn't want to tell, you'd think that would get Vox to speculate that Alistair's own reasons to make this deal were to set aside some other plan in motion, but alas, Vox just thinks that Alistair is being conceited toward him specifically. Alistair adds that he'd be nothing without the other two, something that Alistair already alluded back in episode 2 of season 1, and specifically, he applied that logic to both Valentino and Velvet as well. But now it's been mutated to that Vox specifically leans on others when expedient for him? Vox gets annoyed and tries to gag Alistair again before he decides to use his radio powers to tell everyone about their little backstory together, which, if that was something he could do even while a prisoner, was that not on his mind when Charlie asked what was going on? Anyhow, Alistair emphasizes that Vox was cloying for attention from anyone, including Alistair, who had some kind of respect for his climb to power up until something had ruined his entire perspective on him. This is conveyed during the flashback where Vox, at current and up-and-coming Overlord, is gushing over meeting Alistair and what kind of notoriety he has, noting the setting and that Vox is a box for a head instead of a flat screen. If Vox could change with the times, does that mean that other sinners can change as well? In fact, Vox is gushing so much over Alistair that his feelings for him may be more than platonic, as he offers his hand to be business partners in the radio/video business. Alistair coldly and quite rudely rejects him, finding his offer pathetic and ridiculous, with what Alistair believed was a fresh upstart making his own climb to success. Vox weakly thought that they were friends, and Alistair rubs it in his face that there are no friends in hell, while also alluding to his mortal name along with it. So I'm unsure whether this is a perspective that kept with Alistair even to the present, or that was a perspective he had back then, but it seems frankly incoherent given he made that deal with Rosie and presumably was good friends with her up until season 2 decided they weren't, and that Alistair was willing to sacrifice his dignity to save Nifty and Husk from certain doom. Also, do keep in mind how Vox in the past carries himself in this scene to how he carried himself in his mortal life when we get that musical onslaught in episode 7 of season 2, as it will also not be consistent with this despite the timelines. But anyhow, this is to contextualize why Vox hates Alistair so much and kept it in his vest pocket for 70 years, and why Alistair was so disappointed in him. Alistair rounds this out by saying that even with having everything he wanted, that he still relies on others even now, which is a consistent through line with how much Vox depends on others before ditching them to the curb, as we'll get to that regarding the themes of this season. What's incongruent is that Alistair shames him both in the past and present like this when he's been more than dependent on others, especially with his dependency leading him to be in the predicament he is in, regardless if that was his intention. After the rant, we get our third musical entree, I suppose because most of the episodes in this season will have more than 2 musicals now, which is little more than a reprise to Don't You Forget, sung through Vox's POV. I mean, what can I say about this I haven't said about the other musicals so far? Just a deluge of what we already understand about the two, with maybe a coincidental line that may be more significant than led on. All I can add is that Vox does make a mention of Stayed Gone from episode 2 of season 1 at the end of this reprise, so it's a reprise in a reprise, and we get this shot of Vox and Alistair in the most brazen display of sexual tension that I've seen. Hell, even Valentino calls attention to it, and I guess he doesn't care about that their past goes this deep either, despite this all happening in his presence? And that was episode 4. Pretty bad by all accounts, but I'm unsure whether to scale this against episode 6 of season 2 when that happens, as I already have the 3 worst episodes in season 2 locked in. Regardless, episode 4 gets this honor by Charlie being dumbfoundedly stupid for the sake of the plot, the consistent world-building holes dug by Alistair's backstory, along with the nature of the purges once more making little sense, and not to mention how episode 4 starts to drag its heels into the final minutes of its runtime. Alright, let's just get this out of the way. Episode 5 of Season 2 is the worst episode in Hazbin Hotel Season 2. Not merely content with waiting for Episode 6 of its season to be where the show jumps the shark, as Season 2 hasn't jumped it several times thus far, Episode 5 will be especially daunting to get through with how much bullshit it throws at me. So we begin this ordeal with Katie Killjoy announcing what was already televised in episode 4 in her inconsistent southern twang as well, before we are immediately inundated with our first musical for this episode named Bad With Us. Guess I'm glad we already got one of the 3 musicals, yes, 3 for this episode, out of the way already, even if abrupt. As for the song, not only is it tonally off base with how it changes its sound, but it also uniquely has bad lyricism. Vox literally tries to rhyme laurels with dorals at one point. Didn't know Spindlehorse wanted to take inspirations from rap slant rhyming here, but what else is new? As for the chorus, camouflaged as character growth, a number of sinners and or overlords, the distinction gets harder to discern, have taken these news as evident that Vox is not playing around, and Vox takes this opportunity to recruit these people to his cause of wanting to uprise against heaven. Notably, we see some from episode 3 of season 1, like with Zizi, who has a singing role that is incongruent with how she sounded in the single line of dialogue she got in season 1, Zestral, who is quite disinterested with what Vox is selling, and Carmilla, whom Vox tries to appease by dressing in the most stereotypically Mexican getup out there. Remember, this show was also fine with portraying Nifty as stereotypically Japanese in her song, yet Vox doing this was beyond the pale. Way to go on what you want your audience to take away there, show. As for what Vox intends to do, now having Alistair as his cudgel, I'm not sure why he didn't try to spin his uprising against heaven before the events of season 2 even transpired, if we are to go off that a month, or 6, have passed between season 1 to 2. It was already a hard pill to swallow that Vox was trying to imply that a power vacuum formed in season 1, but if he was just trying to convince himself, then what was his plan to get other people convinced he was powerful before now? Vox himself didn't even go out of his way to get Alistair in his clutches this way, which means that Vox isn't nearly as clever as the show wants you to believe he is, as he did not orchestrate Alistair's eventual kidnapping this way. Back at, we have Hotel California at home. Charlie opts to try to signal any help to Emily from the balcony instead of, I don't know, using that fucking embassy back in season 1, because Charlie is established to be an utter dipshit, while Vaggie spectates in delight. Vaggie asks what Charlie is up to, as though Charlie didn't tell her until seeing her like this, and upon Charlie stating the obvious, Vaggie assumes Emily gave Charlie no means to contact her. I mean, beyond that the embassy apparently doesn't exist for season 2's sake, yeah, why did Emily not give Charlie any other means to contact them? Vaggie and Charlie were able to get a portal to heaven so casually in season 1, and yet, now it's suddenly really difficult for conversation to be made because of that lockdown? Anyhow, Charlie is frustrated that all her want to get Emily's attention leads to nothing, while Vaggie comforts Charlie in her petty attempt to do so. We also get a reminder that Vaggie is going on that arc of changing her name, because that's all the show writers could muster in terms of giving her anything to work towards. Charlie also bemoans Alistair getting himself captured, what with him being the host of the hotel, which is a confoundingly selfish thing for Charlie to put that responsibility on him when she was the one who brought upon the notion of this hotel in the first place. Worse yet, Charlie, upon mentioning Alistair, actually gets concerned about what the V's might be doing to him, but Vaggie retorts that he's okay, and that he's always getting up to something. And that is the last time these two will show any concern about him until the final episode of season 2. Good thing Angel Dust didn't give a shit about him leaving, because I imagine if he did, these two chuckle fucks would have just shrugged and moved on regardless. So what was even the point of teasing his involvement with the hotel and his ulterior motives too, if it was just going to amount to fuck all then? Like, imagine telling someone who only just watched the pilot that Alistair would have been completely ignored as an entity from throughout season 2 of the show. That would certainly disappoint them and many others, and the only reason that Alistair is getting ignored like this is purely for the sake of Vox's plot to go unabated, otherwise season 2 wouldn't be happening the way it does. Charlie is convinced that the only way to beat Vox is to prove that Pentious is alive and that Charlie is telling the truth. Truth is relative to what they want to believe, but do go on, Queen. And Vaggie ponders that there may be a means of which to stop Vox that Charlie hadn't considered. What she hadn't considered is so baffling when we discover it that it's honestly strange that wasn't the first thing she thought to do, but alas, Charlie is the kind of person who couldn't visualize spinning an apple in her head. As we follow Vaggie to where she plans to go, we also get several scenes in which she is assisting various patrons of the hotel with their needs. Do I need to remind you again that Charlie wanted so badly for people to come to this fucking hotel, and yet sees fit only to do the equivalent of a boombox serenade to Emily? I get this is merely to supplant Vaggy's increased responsibility of the hotel, but is this also supposed to get me to find Charlie wholly uninterested in the very thing she did this whole social experiment in the first place? Vaggy comes across Angel Dust, who the two discuss more of these therapy sessions with a Family Guy-esque cutaway of Husk, calling some volunteer various synonyms for stupid, while Baxter studies these words to his vocabulary. This is all merely for humor and not any development, although Angel Dust not attending these on account of his headaches may be foreshadowing for a reveal in episode 6 of season 2. Something to notate about Vaggy coming across Angel Dust is that Vaggy tells him that she's going to Lucifer and in they walk the opposite direction from each other. This is more important than you'll ever know for episode 6 again, but knowing what Vaggy intends to do, why hasn't Charlie gone to talk to her father for assistance at any time? Remember, she wanted his blessing to get in touch with heaven, and somehow was able to get that in the following episode. And yet, when Charlie needs direct contact with heaven, Lucifer is nowhere to be seen, nor is Charlie to find him as well. Vaggy arrives at some floor of the hotel and of Lucifer's private room. Reminder, Angel Dust is not present in any of these shots. Keep that in mind. And we also get a visual gag of a "No Alistairs Allowed" sign on here. Like with Alistair killing that rich dude being interpreted as him killing a racist, people also took this sign to be a nod to Jim Crow era laws, when really, Lucifer personally doesn't like Alistair, as had been shown throughout. But I guess I lack media literacy according to these people, because I pay attention to what the show actually shows and not spuriously attempt to draw from meta. Lucifer hurriedly greets himself to Vaggy in his duck costume getup. This is foreshadowing for his utter retardation for later, whom still can't remember Vaggy's name or any other hotel patron's name for that matter. I suppose that is consistent with him not remembering Angel Dust's name, but it also implies that Lucifer is quite distant to the people who meagerly helped him rebuild this hotel and are assisting his daughter of all. In fact, much of Lucifer's dynamic in Season 1 apparently kept with him going into Season 2, as he's still a shut-in, as when Vaggy asks him about Vox, he apparently isn't in the know what he's been getting up to the entire time he's been cooped up in his room. Vaggy reminds Lucifer that Vox had been getting at Charlie, the hotel, and what it stands for weeks, and this is enough for Lucifer to get enraged about that. That's all well and good, but do you mean to tell me that for weeks, Lucifer saw fit to do nothing, and that Charlie didn't go to her father for that amount of time as well? Vaggy suggests that with Lucifer being the king of hell, that he could do something about Vox, including smite him. And in we get a line that, like with Charlie saying that heaven has no means to know what gets someone into heaven, jumps the shark for Season 2.
I'll let you in on a little secret. I cannot smite him. No, it's kind of part of the whole hell thing. You see, it isn't just a place, it's a punishment. And mine is that I'm stuck here with all these sinners, can't kill them, can't do nothing with them.
Wow, who wrote this?
Jesus Christ, where to start with this utter horseshit? So you mean to tell me that heaven's punishment to Lucifer made it so he can't do nothing about the sinners, yet gave Lucifer all of his power such that he can use it to fight back against the very angels who punished him? What an arbitrarily convenient limitation of him supposedly having powers in a place made to punish someone like him, but none of the people sent there? Is this also why none of the sinners are concerned about treating Charlie like garbage, because they know Lucifer can't do nothing about it? And won't that get even stupider when we discover just how much these sinners know about him, because that doesn't square away whether the other deadly sins could do something about these sinners, including Vox, either. Secondly, you mean to tell me that Lucifer, for 10,000 plus years, never found a loophole around this, or had other people inadvertently cause harm to people he finds distasteful? I know this show loves to pick and choose what parts of the Bible it wants to adapt, but Lucifer is also known as Lucifer the Deceiver, meaning that he of all would know his way around a condition like this. And if you think that isn't something the show makes canon, well, tell me, how does Lucifer fight Adam? Oh yeah, he shapeshifts into various animals, a power that is inexorably tied to someone who wants to trick and deceive people like he did with Eve, if the opening monologue of Season 1 is to be believed. Thirdly, in order for this punishment of Lucifer's to make sense, would also require that hell actually function the way it does, which it evidently fucking doesn't. So why is Lucifer uniquely the only person burdened with a punishment, whereas the rest of the hell denizens can do as they please up until 7 years ago? Honestly, it should be Lucifer's punishment that he has to punish these sinners, and perhaps he coops himself inside because of how disillusioned he became with doing it. In fact, had that been his punishment, means that him not going through with it would have then followed the logic of heaven then going through with the purges afterwards. Sort of like the tale of Loki's punishment regarding Sigyn. It might not square away his utter resentment of sinners, but just me spitballing this is leagues more interesting than what the fuck this is, and is once more a mere concession for Vox's sake. Furthermore, we add on to the retardation that Vaggie mentions to Lucifer that while that might be the case, Vox doesn't know of this and can bluff his way against him. So that means Lucifer never once considered to do this whole time, because like with his daughter, he's little more than a cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant,
blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit he is! Hallelujah! Holy shit!
Lucifer is a bit reticent to assist even with this in mind, up until Vaggie invokes Alistair's name in regards to being unavailable to, and that is enough for Lucifer to get back into form to confront Vox. So Lucifer doesn't care that Vox is lying about his daughter, or what Vox intends to do with hell and or heaven. He only is doing this just to stick it to Alistair? I mean, I get he's the sin of pride and all, but is that really the takeaway the show wants us to have about him? We cut to Charlie, absolutely exhausted from trying to get Emily's attention, before we then cut to Emily and the council witnessing this from some kind of globe of theirs. So do pray tell, didn't Emily state that Pentious couldn't see his friends, yet neglected to mention that she had a bird's eye view on the goings-on of hell? Was she lying or was she stupid? Your guess is as good as mine. Upon Emily seeing Charlie waste herself for her, wants Sarah and them to go talk to her, but Sarah is initially against that idea, saying that it isn't a good idea for them to go to hell with how hell views them. Emily says that they owe hell a massive apology.
And you know what else is massive?
And sure, heaven has a lot of guilt on their hands, but I don't think saying, "it starts with sorry," is going to cut purges that were done indiscriminately, in secret, and with no justification as far as the show has concerned us with. Noting Pentious, he comes in by Emily's request because he of all would know what best to do about this dilemma according to her, and Sarah is initially against that, what with him not being the highest council member of heaven. Emily does her typical rebellious child act, and that's enough for Sarah to relent. So I guess that was the show's way to account why Emily never brought Pentious here to begin with, because if Sarah was just going to fold like a house of cards to Emily's demands this way, why hadn't Emily brought Pentious here sooner? Emily asks Pentious what they should do, but before Pentious can even make a suggestion, Emily and the council save Sarah have plenty of their own, including giving Hell a bunch of gift baskets with various trinkets. Yep, these utter dumbfuck nitwits are going to apologize for years upon years of wanton acts of destruction with fucking gift baskets, as though that wouldn't be the most patronizing apology you could stomach for such an act, and that they, being as dumb as they are, was in no way another out for the show to allow Vox the opportunity to spin this against him like he has for every other time someone was stupid around him. Glad to know that this show will have me collectively root for the villain as a result. Sarah manages to be the only voice of reason in this room temperature IQ meeting, saying that doing this is also a bad idea and that there may be nothing they could say that would forgive their actions towards them. Unfortunately, Pentious also joins the dipshit brigade by saying,
"It starts with sorry."
Which should not at all quell Sarah's fears about this, but nonetheless, she also relents to this optically bad move as well. Also, In this entire decision making about going to hell, they do not bring Pentious along either, and once more, there is no reason why he can't, nor why they don't bring him along. If their intention is to prove to hell that he was redeemed, that redemption is possible, and that the hotel had something to do with it. No, instead, they bring Lute along, who would have every reason to be antagonistic to hell, not just because she personally doesn't believe they deserve redemption, but also that her doing so would provoke heaven to go to war, something she clearly wants to happen. You'd think that would be something Emily or the others would concern themselves with, but again, they're fucking stupid for the sake of the plot, so that's covered. But you'd especially think that this would be something Sarah would have considered, and not just roll over like a tumbleweed to every hairballed scheme they insist upon her. Alas, Season 2 can only exist with this in mind, as does most of this season's existence. Back to hell, Charlie is bombarded upon by Emily's embrace, whom the former is feeling a bit delirious as to whether Emily and them are even here. Speaking about that portal, so Emily needed to make a portal in a rushed manner in episode 1 and 2 of season 2 before the lockdown closed in, yet here, she and them were just casually able to form another during the lockdown in episode 5. Great going on the consistency there, show, like as if you had any left. Emily lets Charlie know that they have brought gifts, and shows her one of the gift baskets with a plushie that says Sawi on it. This is a level of condescension that I would expect South Park to parody, but alas, Hazbin Hotel wants to take this as absolutely sincere when it's anything but. I'm sure Emily probably should be telling Charlie why they are here, or why they brought gift baskets, but if she did, Charlie would also tell Emily that this is a bad idea as well for them to go through with it. Charlie immediately asks if Pentious is fine and if she can see him, and Sarah only mutters that the snake is fine and that they are sorry that they didn't bring him. This is still not a sufficient explanation for why he can't come or why they didn't bring him, and you'd think them bringing him would wash any doubt from the hell denizens here, but alas, I guess Sarah really does believe saying, "It starts with sorry," will suffice. Charlie is so delirious that she doesn't even fathom the notion that they are here, and uses this as an opportunity for them to clean up her own dirty work, pretty consistent with how much of a tool she is, about the smears Vox has draped across her image. There is a small exchange from Abel that drives much more of a wedge in the awful writing of this show, as he is completely in the dark as to who Vox is, and by extension, Heaven as well. So Heaven are apparently aware that hell has this resentment towards them, that Charlie has tried to commune with them, but are not aware of the guy who is perpetuating this resentment towards Heaven? That's awfully convenient for the writers, and not anyone else that they are specifically ignorant of that. The formalities of Vox's involvement aren't important, as Charlie just wants the Heaven Council to go to one of his rallies to clear up her name and theirs, emphasizing that they are sorry in the most brazen display of supercilious contempt cloaked as earnest. Also, real convenient that this rally just so happens to be occurring at the same time that Charlie tried to get in touch with Heaven, Heaven deciding to intervene this way, and of how Lucifer will involve himself with said rally for later. Also, if Charlie wants the Heaven Council to clear up their image, why does she not mention Lute's presence at any time while this is going on? Shouldn't that be a conflict for Charlie to suggest Heaven do this with her around, knowing that she's anathema to it? Fuck it. Charlie has been riding the short bus of writing thus far, might as well take it the whole goddamn trip. We cut to the so to speak rally that Vox is hosting, in which he and Valentino hype themselves up for the stage. There's a very peculiar interaction between them where Vox asks how the dancers are doing, and Valentino responds he had to include an inferior one for diversity. So, does DEI exist in hell? Why would DEI exist in hell where the morality and sensibilities of things would be flipped on their head? Did the show writers forget again that this show takes place in hell and not modern day California? Meanwhile, in the studio, Alistair butts in to try to get into Vox's TV head about his built-up insecurities about his authority amongst the V's. This leads into Vox saying that he's the face, and that he was the only one who had the vision to make any of this happen, interjected by Valentino to his annoyance. Again, this is more than likely Alistair trying to drive a schism between the V's, and that Vox himself is getting lost in his own sauce, that he's neglecting the people who got him to this echelon. Although, what I find perplexing about all of this is that there is more intrigue and subtext going on here for what is essentially two antagonists than what we've ever gotten for our protags from throughout Season 2. Kind of makes one to consider that Vivienne really couldn't give a toss about her female characters, if it quacks like a duck and all that. Adding on to Vox asserting his authority, he initially has Valentino shoo off to assist the dancers, but then immediately changes his mind to have them work backstage so that Vox can take more stage presence, all within witness of Alistair and for his sake alone. Again, this is to emphasize Vox's growing second guessing about his purpose amongst the V's, while adding on his conceits towards Alistair as a once bitten, twice shy role model. Vox makes his stage presence known to the crowd and gives the usual rousing speech about what they're going to do about heaven, invoking Lilith's name as a source of inspiration for this defiance against them. This was alluded to during the opening monologue of Season 1, although in that context, it felt much more nebulous of a empowerment rather than seemingly an attempt at an uprising, something that Charlie will take umbrage with Vox invoking this for later. Vox's little stage performance gets cut abruptly by Lucifer's presence and the presence of our second musical for this episode, named Vox Populi. There will be another song in this episode that invokes a Latin phrase like it does here, although Vox invoking this will be fairly inconsistent with other things he refers to, so more than likely he's just using this as clever wordplay for his name, a name that he presumably gave himself? Lucifer does his usual bombastic display while Vox watches, completely nonplussed to his sudden appearance here, and there is a reason, albeit stupid, why Vox isn't the least way bothered by him. As for the song itself, what with Lucifer inserting himself mid-stage performance like this, does not in any way deter Vox from being able to perform as well, as though he somehow expected Lucifer would turn up at this moment for him to retort. This is perhaps the most oblique example of a musical going out of its way to break the continuity of things so that it can happen the way it does. Regardless of that, what of the lyrics? Well, Vox once more invokes Lilith's name as some kind of uniter of those divided, while also saying that with his influence and their renewed unity could make hell great again. Like, I get that he's the central antagonist, but why are we invoking a Donald Trump slogan here? Well, Vivienne herself decided to blur the lines of that association in one of her blue sky posts, which is a complete contradiction of the heaven bad, hell good dynamic that Season 1 poised, which, given that Vox had been doing the Gabe Newell approach of do nothing, succeed anyway, is Vivienne implying that the Democrats and or left are stupid for the sake of Trump? Getting out of politics once again, Vox says that there is salvation for the sinners, but not in redemption, but by a complete overthrow of heaven. Getting me to wonder if there would be a meaningful distinction if they were to succeed then. Like, what is the plan afterwards? Do the same as they had been before a yearly purge hung over their heads? Speaking of, Vox also invokes that overpopulation excuse as incoherent with what both Charlie and Carmine said about it, and then tries to rouse the crowd against Lucifer by stating that he's a despot who would rather the sinners live in eternal suffering than rise up. Yeah, that would require that hell is a place of eternal suffering, given this, so to speak, suffering has only gone on for the past 7 years. But perhaps this was just a means to rage bait Lucifer to do something about Vox, as he once again mentions his absentee wife and says that the only way angels resolve things is through silence and smiting. Yeah, that might have been the case if these purges had gone on for several millennia, not 7. So what kind of action of the angels are you inferring from, Vox? Vox calls Lucifer on his bluff as he stops himself short of punching him in the face, while adding on that Lucifer is chained down here and that he doesn't have any chains on him. Okay, Pinocchio, but this just further compounds the utter stupidity that Lucifer can't do nothing about the sinners, roundabout or otherwise, yet the sinners can literally interfere in mortal lives, as was demonstrated through Alistair. Lucifer walks out frustrated as Vox takes pleasure in his defeat, along with the V's for that matter, which means that somehow Vox had anticipated Lucifer to come here and make a fool out of himself at this very moment to feed more ammunition to himself. Good thing he did it at this exact time, and not before nor after the Heaven Council butt in. And of course, the Heaven Council, including Charlie, pop just as the song ends, and Vox immediately takes the opportunity to frame their appearance as an attempt to silence him. Although, I'm unsure whether he knows he's full of it, episode 6 of season 2 will clarify that, or this is him genuinely being afraid of what they might do to him. Emily clarifies that they are only here to apologize for everything, emphasizing that the exterminations are what they want to apologize most for. Fox doesn't buy this and finds that their way of apologizing distasteful the moment he notices the gift baskets. Wow, who would have fucking guessed that that wouldn't have worked and that no one told them how this would look? Guess the entire council had their brains caved in when considering this. This also means that Vox framing this as a negative had nothing to do with his own cleverness and was solely reliant on this council being shit for brains to apologize this way. Meaning once more, you have chipped away at his impact as a central antagonist. Abel makes sure to remind the audience how worthless of a new addition to this show he is by trying to excuse the gift baskets as having really nice taffies inside of them. Close enough. Welcome back, Adam the Clown Master. Emily is stuttering over her words as Charlie is lapsed to impart because she too can't seem to do shit but go on her phone. And Vox takes this insincerity as an opportunity to claim that Heaven is truly here just to flex on the Hell denizens, adding that they need to pretend to be powerful because of the blow they struck against them. Yeah, said blow requiring that Heaven were stupid enough to leave the weapons they are supposedly weak to, mind you. Although, whether Vox knows this and is just playing into the fears of Hell is another matter we can get into regarding episode 6 of season 2 again. Lute being here is also bad PR for the Heaven Council as she takes exception to what Vox says while Emily tries to hold her back, trying to make good of a bad thing. Yep, good thing there was only one brain cell shared between this whole gaggle that all of this is happening the way it does, in Vox's own benefit too no less, and he didn't even have to lift a finger to do so. Although, Vox also manages to widen the proverbial crevasse of this show's world building after Emily's fetid attempt at apologizing, again, as he states that thousands of sinners have died from each of these exterminations after he rallies the audience to Heaven's hollow words. To iterate, Vox does not say tens of thousands, he does not say millions or billions, he says thousands, which means these exterminations were a completely empty gesture from the start if their intention was to hold Hell's uprising at bay. How? Well, Adam says to Vaggie that Charlie would not take it kindly that she's been dating someone who has killed thousands of her people in season 1. Lute states that she killed 275 of them in the last purge, so assuming that thousands by Vox is anywhere between 2,000 and 9,000 means that these exorcists are incredibly incompetent, or that there is only a handful of exorcists who take part in these purges. Adding on that this is still incongruent with Carmine saying that there was a 16% cut in season 1 means that the overall Hell population is much smaller than assumed, yet also we're supposed to believe that Hell has the numbers against Heaven by the last musical we were subjected to. So either the purges were too effective that having them done so was unnecessary if we assume this population is small that thousands could cut the population by 1/6, or the purges were an utter fool's errand if there was a overpopulation issue. Fox shows a collage of various exorcists getting at the sinners, and Charlie sees this as more of his negative spin against Heaven, before Vox mentions how Lucifer came in to threaten him just before the Heaven Council chastised him. Yep, real fucking lucky that Lucifer came by at the moment he did and left just as Charlie realizes this, on top of Vox being able to get 2 golden opportunities to spin this in his favor. And am I also supposed to believe that Lucifer never told Charlie he was going to do this either because he was selfishly interested in getting at Alistair? Of course, Lucifer also got hit with the idiot ball as he tries to slink away in embarrassment rather than teleporting like he's done in season 2, because anything for that humor at the expense of character writing, right? Also, upon Charlie seeing him, is noticeably more angry at him than what Vox is doing or anything Vox has done from throughout season 2. Keep this in mind for what an absolutely reprehensible cunt Charlie will become for later. Fox calls out this council on their bullshit, and Charlie and Emily are feckless to deter the crowd away from their avarice. This gets Sarah fumed enough that she turns into extra Reddit angel mode here and adds that
Sinners like you are the reason I allowed for the extermination in the first place.
Wow, who wrote this?
Well, so much for wanting to have good PR with Hell. Sarah is just as conceited as Charlie is by literally feeding into the fears Hell has about heaven. But assuming what she's saying is true, why did Lilith stop short of carrying through with it? Why is Lilith able to just chill in heaven if she was power hungry and violent that forced Sarah's hand to carry out these purges? And because Sarah can't tell the difference between her ass and a hole in the ground, Vox has the perfect bait to lure his audience once more into a furor, ironic for later, against heaven. This also parlays into our third and last musical for this episode called Vox Die. At least I believe it's pronounced die as Latin for God, although it would be ironic what with him being an allegory for Trump that it's DEI. Mainly, the song feels like an addendum to Vox Populi, given it's not even a minute and a half in length, and purely feels like an opportunity to flex the animation style here. Adding on the allegories here, Vox says he's the Führer, although translated to German is Führer, and that is exactly what is meant to be conveyed here, as seemingly incoherent and just about as far left as you can get with making a hastily drawn parallel between Trump and Hitler. Like, is using Latin and German interchangeably also congruent with this allegory according to the show? And does Vivienne also believe Trump and Hitler are secretly gay, what with Vox's feelings about Alistair and his affair with Valentino? Upon the utter failure to make any of this work, the Heaven Council portal out to a defeated Charlie, sombering over how badly their PR stunt had been curtailed. I mean, all this was purely on the fault of Heaven and not Vox to spin it, because even if Vox wasn't a constant web of lies, anyone with a functioning brain would see gift baskets as insincere, a genocidal maniac being present as bad optics, and the lack of proof as to why they changed their minds telling. As I said, everyone in Season 2 would be a inconsistent dipshit for the sake of Vox's plot. There's a quick scene where we see Pentious playing with his newfound egg minions before he's reunited with the Heaven Council, all of which are disappointed about the news that Hell has made an active declaration of war against Heaven. I'm sure Pentious isn't sure how to take all this, but I imagine saying, "Oh no," feels awfully blasé for someone like him. We cut back to the hotel where even more residents are leaving, presumably on this declaration and of guilt by association of Charlie being with that Heaven Council. But Charlie could give less of a shit about that and just wants to confront her dad on intervening prior to her arrival. Thanks, show, for reminding me just how careless she is about the very thing she proposed back in Season 1 and the pilot. You're totally convincing me that this show hasn't strayed far away from its initial premise. Also to emphasize, Charlie is more upset at her father doing this than how the Heaven Council decided to apologize, or how Vox was so easily able to spin this, because I guess those daddy issues thing is going to get redressed here despite them being excised earlier. Lucifer is also a pants-shitting retard as he sees fit to hide behind a fucking chair over being told off by her daughter. The show wants you to simultaneously treat him as not serious, but when convenient, super serial when they need him to be. But I like to think that, like with most of the characters in Season 2, he also is a glue-huffing moron. Lucifer tries to clarify, poorly, that he only threatened Vox because he was trying to help out her, adding that Vaggie gave him the idea to do so. Charlie is put off by this while trying to shift all the blame on him for how their PR stunt got so cocked up. Vaggie and Charlie have a back and forth where Vaggie is the only person with a semblance of intelligence, while Charlie tries to guilt trip, shift blame, and cry bully until the hell cows come home. Like with Lucifer, Charlie is more upset that Vaggie asked for Lucifer's help behind her back over her not telling Charlie that she was an exorcist for the last 3 years they were together. Really fucked up priorities, but alas, Charlie at this point doesn't care about her people and only cares about her image as a princess of hell. Vaggie attempts to tell Charlie that spinning shit is what Vox does and that she's playing right into his game, and Charlie can only pivot that Vaggie isn't on her side. This drama gets worked up to the point that Charlie will just handle matters herself if Vaggie isn't willing to go down with the ship, and exasperated, Vaggie leaves to have Charlie bury her head in the sand. Congratulations, writers. You have made Charlie dumb, you've made Charlie a child, and now you made her such an unlikable, irredeemable, petulant piece of shit that now I have to say that Adam might have had a point in not going through with her plan back in season 1. Because how can someone entertain an idea if the person proposing it doesn't have a fucking clue how to achieve it? How can someone who seemingly is only doing this to prove herself to her fucking mother have pure intentions about this plan? Why should the audience root for someone who is this willing to put her hand on a hot burner and somehow blame other people for why her hand is burnt? And it's funny. Vivienne claims that she put a lot of herself into Charlie come season 2, and most people's takeaway about her now is that she is wholly unlikable as a result. If the idea of season 2 is that Charlie constantly gets rage baited, does nothing but go on her fucking phone for a solution, is prideful, spiteful, and that she'll grow as a person from this, then what does that say about Vivienne if she can't learn from these mistakes then? Are we supposed to see what Charlie doing here as noble? It's the most poetic irony that putting so much of yourself in a character can make people immediately identify their worst traits about themselves, and yet the person who did that can't and will continuously make things worse for everyone else, like Pirate Software did when it came to his character insert in Heartbound. Because let's keep in mind that Charlie jumped the gun on wanting to prove redemption was possible based on little more than hearsay, peer-pressured angel dust against Vaggy's wishes after cornering herself to Vox, yet simultaneously is going to blame Vaggy for doing something behind her back. Charlie has had more than ample opportunity to stop careening her derelict hotel in front of her fucking friends, yet does so anyway. Charlie has also seen fit to push the responsibilities of the hotel on Vaggy, so Vaggy would have more concern about how much of a PR nightmare Charlie is, and she somehow can't see that? What does that say about Vivienne that either she adheres to Charlie's values in this manner, or that those are her values intrinsically? If I worked for her and this was her takeaway, I think I would run far the fuck away from this. Charlie continues her blame everyone else for my fuck-ups tour by stating that Lucifer should leave, and he does, much to his dismay. Guess we aren't going to have Lucifer stand up for himself at any point in this show either, even if the argumentation did transfer to Vaggy and Charlie. The last nuggets of episode 5 is a montage of our characters sauntering over what transpired. Vaggy gets a hard drink, Lucifer packs his things, Pentious comforts Emily, and Charlie does what she does best: go on her phone to call her mother for the 1000th time. Noting that bit, Vivienne also said that she wanted to devote time to Charlie calling her mother at the end of every episode, sort of like a so to speak children's show back in 2010 that had a end of lesson message at every episode. Beyond that, Vivienne really thought this was important enough that it needed its inclusion, but it becomes more apparent that this show is little more than Friendship is Magic but juvenile, and yet somehow Friendship is Magic took its themes, characters, and plot with more sincerity and depth than Hazbin Hotel ever fucking could, because at least when Twilight Sparkle or the main six would write their lesson to Princess Celestia, she would actually read it rather than it just being ignored. What does that say that a fucking children's show didn't treat its audience like drooling retards, but Hazbin Hotel, a show made for adults, does? And fortunately, finally, that is the end of episode 5. To reiterate, this is the worst episode in season 2, as Charlie gets reduced far beyond just being stupid for the sake of the plot, as the plot congeals its existence by making all of its characters stupid as well. Several more world-building issues are thrown here, Fox continues to succeed by doing nothing, and let's not forget that this show uniquely jumps the shark twice to allow the antagonist to get as far as he does, and what more he'll get up to for the remainder of this season. All I can say before we go to episode 6, thank fucking God that nightmare is over. We start episode 6 with Vox giving a spiel to Carmine about what Lilith sought to do those 7 years ago, mentioning that before she could attempt to wage war on heaven had seemingly vanished from the conflict. Again, unsure as to whether Lilith wasn't around at the twilight of this uprising, or that she was gone while it was waged, and there will be little elucidation as to whether either is true or not. The reasons that Vox and Velvet are here is to convince Carmine to assist him with this war, while both Carmine and Velvet have to reconcile their beef from episode 3 of season 1. A beef, I remind you, that happened over half a year ago from the timeline of things, so it's odd that both Carmine and Velvet are stuck up about it. Although, more than likely, this is a means to drive more of the theme of Vox spinning in the face of those who support him, as he puts Velvet through the ringer of her being new to the Overlord business with her antics thus far. Carmine is still disinterested in assisting Vox by way of saying that he's the one bringing angels to their doorstep, with Vox countering, quite obviously, that she was the one who armed the hotel with the means to fight back in the first place. Yeah, not sure why Carmine didn't expect that to be brought up, and more importantly, was that also something that Heaven hadn't considered how Hell knew how to fight back against them and who was supplying them the armaments to fight back? Also, in some of the shots in this scene, we can also see the knife that Nifty used to kill Adam poised here, getting me to ponder if Charlie in the hotel only borrowed the weapons provided by Carmine over outright buying them. Because even so, that doesn't square away the spoils of the weapons dropped by the exorcists they had killed, or even how those waylaid weapons were divvied up. It would have been an interesting, albeit awkward, conversation that we didn't see about how that matter was arranged, rather than just having to spitball theories as per usual. Carmine claims that the circumstances were different, even though the result would still be the same, and Vox is able to counter that by saying her supplying the means of fight was paramount to a war happening to begin with. He also goes full Anakin Skywalker by saying that she's either with him or against him, while also reminding her of said knife that killed Adam as well. He makes the arrangement somewhat juicy by saying that he can ensure the protection of Carmine's daughters, characters we still don't know the names of going into season 2, as his emotional guilt trip to have Carmine relent. Man, wouldn't we love to know why Carmine cares about her daughters so much that that is enough for her to comply, rather than a basal inference, but basal inferences are all this show can offer. Carmine agrees to assist by way of building his weapon, and we will know the circumstances of this weapon come episode 7 and 8 of season 2. Vox also does a typical supervillain laugh from her agreement, which you'd think that would really get Carmine to reconsider her choice if she has a fucking conscience. Vox and Velvet leave, and the latter pulls her veil to rip into Vox for throwing her under the bus despite them having been able to make the deal. Vox does say that Velvet fucked up the one meeting that I had you do on my behalf, which if that is the case, I already alluded to that in episode 1, then why did Vox repropose the uprising against Heaven to her then? Wouldn't her proposing that back in episode 3 require that Vox told Velvet what he had planned? Regardless, Vox leaves a frustrated Velvet to vent, feeding further foreshadowing of Velvet and in future Valentino to be fed up. Back at Carmine's office, Zetchel comes by to ask why she surrendered herself to Vox. To Carmine, she doesn't want to lose anyone else, as we pan to a shot of her looking at a pair of rings. Presumably this could be alluding to her losing her husband or significant other, although whether this spouse died to the purchase specifically or something regarding Hell, well, sit and spin to speculate as always. Zestral's a bit miffed that Carmine is doing this out of fear and opts to not join her in this conquest, saying that he'll rejoin her when she comes to her senses. And that's about all that Zestral's worth regarding season 2, save for a scene in episode 8. Like, why am I to even humor his impact in this story if the total runtime of his appearances is not even 5 minutes, much less anything he has done in those 5 minutes has amounted to much? Back to the Never Was hotel, Vaggie is doing a bunch of busy work around the hotel because the rest of the staff are worthless here, until she fixes a TV which oh so conveniently exposits to her Vox's recent exploits. We also get a scene that is once again doubly confusing with how we are supposed to take it, as Vox states to the camera that he loves women in STEM. So does Hell also have a higher education system that this would matter to them? Do Hell denizens care about gender equality in the workplace? Is gender equality to the detriment of all else funny to this show, or only to Vox? What is the joke here, and can people laugh at it for the wrong reasons? Also in this broadcast, the announcer mentions Scream Rain, which is the title of this episode, but said title has no bearing on the story, unlike how the other episode titles were mentioned by a character, yet still managed to be referential to that episode. It's merely a weather event that feels like their version of the Screaming Goat to fill dead air. As for what Vox got up to involving Carmine, guess it was a good thing Vaggie was the one who saw this and not Charlie, because if she did, she'd likely have a response like this.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you? Like every single thing in this fucking video, your newest video is a lie!
Vaggie rushes over to the bar to alert the hotel staff of what was just relayed, although all of them are collectively disinterested in that. Notably, Charlie is also here to drain her sorrows to Husk, who has no interest playing therapist and wants Vaggie to deal with it, before we get a line from Charlie that continues to exemplify her new cunt-like status.
She's perfectly fine doing whatever she wants behind my back.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Keep in mind, this is coming from the person who has been perfectly fine to sabotage the image of the hotel whenever she feels like, regardless of what other people think, except for Vox of all. Man, she really does take from iDubbbz in how you can blame other people for your own fuck-ups, which means that Vivienne is just one unsuccessful show away from becoming a lolcow herself. Vaggie and Charlie decide to play a game of passive-aggressive war to Husk that is enough for Husk to leave the hotel as well. This is also the only time that Charlie actually shows concern that someone is leaving the hotel, as she hadn't for Alistair or any of the residents who had left because of her actions, but because Husk is a named character and is otherwise insignificant to mention to the plot, she can? Husk's rationale for leaving the hotel is that with Alistair gone, that he too can leave, which if that was the case, why hadn't he left sooner, and is that a justification that Nifty can use as well? It seems the only reason Husk has left to stay is because of Angel, something Cherry mentions that gets Husk to hesitate only for a moment before he ultimately commits to the deed. With how much of a trope it is that our named characters are leaving this hotel, I wonder how much longer it'll take before Cherry or Angel Dust leave too. That's some foreshadowing in regards to Angel Dust. Charlie is upset that with Husk gone that now someone else has to commandeer the bar, but not that she was in some way responsible for Husk leaving to begin with. Responsibility and accountability are words that don't exist in Charlie's vocabulary for this to make sense. Before Charlie and Vaggie can dramatize some more, the TV inexplicably gets loud enough for them to refocus their attention to it, with Vox perking up Charlie's ears and attitude by mentioning her mother again as an icon of their renewed interest to strike back against Heaven. Charlie takes umbrage with this framing of Lilith's dream, claiming that she never wanted bloodshed and that she only wanted to empower sinners through some kind of peaceful protest. Charlie, if that is the case, then why was whatever Lilith did enough for Sarah to commence the purges? In fact, if these purges happened those 7 years ago, was that not something Charlie put 2 and 2 together as a consequence of Lilith empowering those sinners? And what does empowering sinners lead to that wouldn't result in an uprising in heaven, Charlie? What would they be protesting against if not the very framework of which heaven and hell operate? Oh joy, there goes me again, thinking far ahead of whatever the writers ever considered in regards to the tepid world building of this show. Anyhow, Vaggie is distraught that Carmine would relent to building this weapon for Vox, and she and Charlie, like with their conflict in episode 7 of season 1, decide to go together despite their differences. Vaggie has Nifty take charge of the hotel, and this too is little more than humor of Nifty to do bug things at the hotel. As Vaggie and Charlie doze off, we catch where Husk went off to, and he has decided to imbibe his worst tendencies by going to some casino to play his hand and outdrink everyone there. There's a small cameo of Zach Hadel voicing some random demon that I wouldn't normally put attention to, but with Vivienne constantly stepping on the toes of those in lieu of being dismissive of criticism, she decided to like a post that made a jab at those who like smiling friends because it isn't as deep as she thinks Hazbin Hotel is. I haven't watched Smiling Friends, so I have no money in this race, but of course, this is deeply unprofessional coming from Vivienne to do this while being buddy-buddy with someone closely associated with said show. Again, the parallels between iDubbbz being a snake and her are getting blurred now. In indulging his vices, we also get our first musical, of 3 for this episode, named Love in a Bottle. As for most of the musicals, it's the usual hors d'oeuvre of a fourth wall break with all the insistence upon itself that would make Peter Griffin blush. Although, I will say there is dynamism in the delivery of Husk being carefree into drinking away any care before he becomes so utterly shit-faced that he can't tell up from down, and even the visuals accentuate how tipsy he is getting from it. Not to mention that this is to accentuate how Husk needs his own escape, as Angel does so put it, more on that in a moment, and finds purchase in the gambling and drinking so as not to garner any kind of deeper attachments to people, even the conditional ones like with Alistair for instance. We tune back to Charlie and Vaggie arriving at Carmine's factory where the two bicker a bit before Carmine douses the lesbian drama to discuss. Charlie and Vaggie talk over each other about how absurd it is that Carmine is playing for Fox's team before the two cool again, and Charlie imparts that this wasn't what her mother wanted and that heaven poses no threat to them anymore. Carmine retorts quite convincingly how assured she can be of that when Vox just declared war, and boy wouldn't Charlie have loved to know what heaven thought of that. Too bad there isn't some kind of embassy in hell that she could freely communicate to them at any time or something. Vaggie then chimes up that they know that the hotel works, but still not how it works, which is a big how to consider, and wonders why now of all that Carmine wants to work for Vox. Being cyclical, Carmine uses the same rationale she used to arm the hotel back in season 1 as her reasons, adding that she wanted to protect her own and that really they were the ones who made this war even a possibility. I mean, that's some reverse psychology if we completely forget that Carmine knew what was weak to those angels and knowing that made weapons despite also being largely against the concept of waging war against heaven. If Lucifer is a selfish asshole who wanted to watch his own sinner kind be mercilessly slaughtered, what does that make Carmine that she would willingly let hell infight while heaven purged them? Carmine further prods Vaggie, knowing her storied history with them, and we get a collage of Vaggie going through a PTSD flashback of her being hazed as an exorcist along with what she likely witnessed during those purges. So, given that we now know that these purges lasted for 7 years and that Vaggie was off the hook from them for 3, she got hazed by Adam and Luke for what was only 4? Maybe I'd buy that she'd have a lot more trauma about what happened if these purges occurred for longer, but not this. Also, with these flashbacks also means that Adam giving those exorcists names doesn't track with them being inducted into this program, unless Adam just gave them code names and Vaggie somehow forgot her actual name in the process. Additionally, if Adam named Vaggie because she was the best at what she did, then how does that follow with them hazing her in these flashbacks? Unless Vaggie being hazed motivated her to be the best at what she did in fear of reprisal, although that doesn't track with her growing a conscience knowing what would and did happen to her. And with how ruthless Adam and Luke were about bullying these exorcists, was that not something Sarah ever concerned herself with in how they were treating their own kind if she ultimately went through with these purges? With Vaggie giving the 1,000-yard stare, it's once again Charlie's time to bat as she pleads that we should never become them, whether that's Vox or Adam, take your pick, once more vouching her mother as an authority on the right way to empower oneself. It becomes more and more clear to me that Charlie never really cared about saving the sinners from eternal doom and really just wanted to be a suck-up to her mother, someone whom is deliberately distant from her for reasons, yet Charlie really hopes she comes back with the milk. Like, when Charlie said that, "I'll make you proud, mother," I just figured that that was a expected line of any person to say about proving themselves to their parents. I wasn't aware that I was supposed to take it that she was slavishly invested in proving herself to her, and this godforsaken hotel was the means of which to do so. Does Lucifer not play into this at all, despite what that musical in episode 5 of season 1 would have you believe? Carmine doesn't care what Charlie's mother has to think about this and is committed to playing for the winning side, thus ending this debacle between them. Charlie expects Vaggie to pipe up some more, but the latter is too much into their own head about being reminded of what she went through and walks away from a clearly distraught Charlie. Wow, and you'd think Charlie would have asked Vaggie plenty of questions about her life as an exorcist, that Charlie would think that that subject would be touchy for her, not to be a pedant about why Vaggie doesn't pipe up, but of course, Charlie is purely self-interested as of late. We return to the casino in which Husk is plastered on the booze, enjoying how carefree in a time where he had to be nothing but careful, as he looks over to some broad about ready to perform some kind of song. The song is our second musical for this episode, and the song is being performed by none other than Angel Dust in drag, something that completely ruffles Husk's feathers upon seeing. I guess it was lucky that Husk just so happened to stumble upon this performance at this casino in particular, especially given that the last musical we see him getting kicked out of multiple tables. Anyhow, the song is called and somehow Angel Dust goes 2 for 2 on being the only song in this season that has a in-universe justification for its presence here, as it's him performing in a sultry manner on a captivated audience. As for the song itself, it's not really much to analyze other than that what Angel Dust may be alluding to ties into Husk living for that rush of drowning himself from all the woe and worry of today, and really, this is just the animators wanting an opportunity to sexualize Angel Dust, again, with all the sexual confusion of a bi-curious Christian. Regardless of that, at least the musical is short and to the point, and doesn't feel like a forced inclusion like most of the songs on this season. Back at V Tower, which is looking more and more like the Tower of Babel, which may be intentional, we see Valentino trying to get someone who can perform at the level that Angel Dust can. Does that mean his contract is off the table? Before Vox butts in to escort the performers out and asks Valentino if he can borrow him for a moment. There will be significance to this and a lot to discuss when that pivotal scene happens, as I've already implied over and over again how much episode 6 breaks much of Vox's rationale for things from throughout season 2, so do keep a pin on this for later. Although there is poor reasons we can get into now, as Vox proposes that he borrow Angel Dust so that he can make the Princess of Hell kill herself, and I'm not sure if this is supposed to be literal or metaphorical, but this too will be contradicted by what he also needs from her come episode 7 of season 2. Regardless, there is growing resentment between Val and Vox about how this was supposed to be their plan, and Vox reassures him that they've been partners, in business as an addendum, for decades, and that him borrowing Angel is merely for clout. Valentino isn't willing to budge, and Vox adds that he can give some alone time for him if he does this tiny favor, before Velvet comes out of nowhere to interject that,
"Funny how you make time for us when you need something,
And again, this is perhaps heavy foreshadowing for Velvet and Valentino's growing frustrations with Vox and how Vox is selfish in his own right. Also, Alistair just so happens to be present. Was Vox not where he put him here before escorting those performers out? To once again goad Vox into asserting his authority over others, and Vox does so by grabbing Valentino by the cuff and attempting to use his hypnosis on him to coerce him to do what he wishes. Yeah, the selective times in which Vox uses this hypnosis will cause more problems for later, but knowing that he can hypnotize people, why does he need to do the whole convincing thing in the first place? Valentino shakes Vox off of him, saying that Vox knows that his hypnosis doesn't work on him, which if Vox did know, why did he do it to begin with? However, I think Vox once more made a hasty decision to prove himself to Alistair without thinking, something Alistair fully expected him to do, as Valentino gets heated that regardless if Vox asked him, that he'd do it anyway for his plan. Alas, this whole entire sequence is made to have the audience garnish sympathy for Valentino, you know, the guy whom the audience is also supposed to root against because of what he's done to Angel Dust and what he's going to do to Angel Dust in future. I mean, wouldn't it be the first time that Spindlehorse tried to woobify a frankly awful person because Vivian can't kill her darlings, it just feels really discordant that the writers made Adam a one-dimensional villain, yet they'll give all the deference and sympathy for someone like Valentino, which will get worse come episode 8 of season 2. We awkwardly segue to the
Hash Brown Motel,
in which Vaggie finds a hotel in utter disarray because of Nifty running the place. Again, this is purely for comedy and no further drama, as Nifty just shows Vaggie some kind of jazz band comprised of bugs because of her collaborating with Baxter. No, we got some more drama to quell in this episode established in the prior episode again. What do I mean by this? Well, Vaggie goes to the penthouse in overpaced fashion to see that Charlie has constructed some kind of blanket fort with tea set for the two of them. Charlie figures that perhaps, maybe, just maybe, Vaggie was right about being hyper-fixated about her mom and Fox spinning his bullshit. That's great and all, but is Charlie going to apologize to her father about chewing him out? Yeah, we can get to how this show won't get to that for later. Vaggie is receptive to that and acknowledges that she too can be a bit heated at times about not being heard, but assures Charlie that she still loves her through thick and thin. Charlie isn't so keen on being forgiven so easily, believing that she got caught up in the drama in an attempt to make the hotel something her mother could be proud of her for as her way to finish what she started. If this is supposed to make the audience endeared to her, it doesn't, and only proves more that Charlie was conceited less so than altruistic in her pursuits. Charlie also believes that if she proves herself to her mother, she can also find out what drove her away to begin with, which I'm not sure if Charlie believes she's guilty of her leaving without knowing why, or that she does know why, but if Charlie again knows that Lilith left and that immediately followed with the purchase, did that not occur to Charlie that her mother was at fault in some way? Charlie is utterly somber about letting her anguish out at Vaggie, saying that she drives people away, including Pentious in that mix somehow. What did she do to drive Pentious away from throughout both seasons exactly? But what really gets me up in a tizzy is that Charlie continues to bawl out about what has her concerned before Vaggie immediately stops her to enjam our third and last musical for this episode, named Is It? What is notably rancid about this song is that Vaggie interrupts Charlie about all of this pent-up frustration and worry just to sing about how she has her as a way for the two to have sex. I can't believe Hazbin Hotel would take inspiration from this, but this is the equivalent of Vi wanting to have sex with Caitlyn, knowing that her sister is thinking about killing herself in Arcane Season 2. Because people are going to accuse me of being homophobic, I am not against the idea of two girls naturally coming around to wanting to have sex with each other because of their bond. But the placement of this right in the middle of what transpired is so utterly jarring, just like it was in Arcane Season 2. Hell, even Charlie tries to snap back to reality about needing her friends back and of the impending war before Vaggie just tells her, "Shut up, baby, you know that I love you." Which shouldn't at all be reassuring to anybody, much less Charlie, given that was already a matter of fact and all the love in the world doesn't stop a fucking war happening, now does it? If not for the last song in this show, this would easily, ironic, be the worst in terms of how utterly tone deaf it is. Also, reminder, this is coming off the back of a Vaggie who saw her trauma flash before her eyes, was at Charlie's throat just a few minutes earlier, and returning to a hotel that was already a mess beyond Nifty running the place. Is sex her way of pushing out her worries over Charlie's own? That's the only way it makes sense that Vaggie would press this upon the two of them. We tune back to the casino bar where Husk gets unexpectedly greeted by Angel Dust, presumably done with their performance. Husk tells him that he was surprised to see him working here, and Angel merely states that he's a man of many jobs. A little perplexing that Angel Dust is one of the bigger names in Hell's porn industry, yet Husk wasn't aware that he also does drag shows, but maybe that wasn't something Husk kept up the tabs with. Husk tells Angel with no fanfare that he quit the hotel, something that comes off unfortunate to Angel, although he rationalizes that with Alistair not around, he doesn't have any reason to. Additionally, Angel believes that with the botched attempt back in episode 3 of season 2, that redemption isn't possible for people like him, which unfortunately means that Angel Dust is being put right back to square one, even if this is merely his interpretation of events. More on that resetting his dynamic for episode 8. Husk apologizes for getting upset at him back in episode 3, clarifying that he wasn't really mad but felt he wasn't worth the trouble, vindicating my prior thesis that Husk wanted Angel Dust redeemed, but not redeemed for his sake alone. I would praise this small moment between two side characters, but this is two side characters we are talking about having more depth to what is going on than we've gotten for the main protags of this show. Angel Dust has to leave to do another job and expects to see Husk back at the hotel despite his objections, mirroring a similar dynamic between them back in episode 4 of season 1. As for the job itself, Angel has come from a cab to meet Valentino, who tells him it's little more than an escort at some kind of rundown motel. Like a Hazbin motel, anyone? I try. There will be narrative significance behind what this entails, as was already foreshadowed earlier in the episode and this analysis, but as of now, Angel assumes it's your standard one-night stand. Angel waltzes in the motel looking for his escort before he discovers to his dismay that it's Vox, who immediately takes the opportunity to wrangle him and hypnotize him like he attempted to do with Valentino. Angel Dust is able to fight back, although the struggle is clearly one-sided in Vox's favor, who states that despite being more trouble than he's worth, was able to find a use for him. And what use that might be, you ask? Well, Vox abuses Angel some more. Just keep in mind of that for how the show will inevitably woobify him for later, and how Charlie perceived of him, before spouting some declarations to Angel Dust about how he was always one step ahead of Charlie, how he knew the angels were coming, and how he knew Lucifer couldn't hurt him. He's saying this to Angel Dust, who has been largely absent from what happened in Season 2, so it's more like he's saying this to the audience rather than him, but I'm sure you're also wondering how the fuck he knew any of that. Well, Fox tries to get Angel to think back to any late-night jobs he did, saying that there
wasn't a moment I haven't been watching.
And we get a collage of Vox presumably modifying Angel to be a spy for the hotel, where there are various scenes in which Angel, knowingly or unknowingly, did such a thing. We also see that he had several messages with Vox whom instructed him elsewhere, although it seems this too was redundant, what with him being hypnotized earlier. Okay, now let's discuss this sudden new power pulled out of his ass. Before we can even do that, let's try to establish just how early Vox did this to him. We do get a shot of Angel looking over Pentious' scrabbled together fortifications, which would make this compulsion as early as episode 7 of season 1, but I like to think that it could have been as early as episode 6 of season 1, what with Angel having come back from another long shift at his job. Assuming it is this early means that Vox should have also known that Vaggie was an angel too, and he does mention this in episode 8 of season 2, yet never used it against Charlie for some reason, and that he shouldn't have been surprised that the hotel was going to fight back, or that they were able to fend them off if he discovered through Angel what the angels were weak to. And given that this whole Heaven Uprising thing came out ahead at the start of season 2 and not at the end of season 1, requires that the events of season 1 played out as they did in Vox's favor, inadvertent or otherwise, something he couldn't have possibly known. Now knowing that Vox can make someone an unwitting spy for him, then tell me, why didn't he do that to Sir Pentious if he had instructed him to spy on the hotel? Why did Sir Pentious need to plant cameras around the hotel as opposed to being the literal eyes and ears for Vox Tech? Was that something Sir Pentious was immune to, or did he simply refuse to? Pulling back everything that I alluded to this pivotal scene, episode 6 does the unique thing in which the show lies to the audience about what they had seen. What do I mean? Well, in episode 5, Vaggie and Angel Dust walk opposite directions from each other, and the scenes we do get between her and Lucifer do not in any way suggest Angel Dust is nearby, but in episode 6, presumably Vox instructed Angel to go eavesdrop on them. how could Vox have known that Lucifer would have told Vaggie his dirty little secret at that moment, or that he had a little secret to even tell? Does he do this for every time he suspects something is amiss? Because Vox claims he knew the angels were coming, which has to be the Heaven Council who arrived in episode 5. So did Angel Dust also have his ear to the balcony in a scene we didn't see? And how could Vox time their arrivals in the manner that they do that wouldn't be an inconvenience to him exactly? And if Vox did have Angel Dust as his spy, why did he come humor Charlie in episode 3 of season 2, or even had Charlie go to the studio in episode 4 then? Hell, if Angel was under his compulsion, why didn't he use his subliminal compulsion to sabotage his redemption process in episode 3? This all feels like it was pulled out of the show's ass just to explain away why Vox was not perturbed upon seeing Lucifer and tried to write him as more clever when it only makes him lucky. More on that compulsion, the show also plays fast and loose with just how much Vox can compel out of Angel through these scenes, as it seems the most he can have Angel do is scrub messages and follow people around. I'm also uncertain as to whether Vox can record anything that Angel has witnessed and spin it spuriously, although I imagine doing so would cause more skepticism from the hotel that Angel has a wire. As for Angel being used as their spy cam, why him specifically? Can Vox not do it to Charlie, Husk, or some vaguely powerful overlord? If he did do it to Charlie, or at the very least, did it to the extent of her being a straw man for him to beat down, would at the very least explain some of Charlie's frankly impudent rationale so far. There were several hotel residents sprinkled from throughout season 2 that Vox could have also done the same but didn't, and given that Charlie had been thus far cold to them, would have better explained Vox's ability to be one step ahead that didn't require the show fold into a pretzel for his sake. The reasons that Vox is telling Angel any of this and has been playing with his food is in order to hypnotize him again to relinquish his part in the hotel. Not sure how this compulsion is any different from any other time he's hypnotized him, and if he's already been successful, why does he need to do it harder the second time around? Oh well, guess we'll save what Vox will use Angel for into episode 7. Hack at the Bazhin Botel, Husk has indeed returned, reconsidered because of Angel Dust primarily. Although Angel is nowhere to be seen, according to Cherry, which is curious to the both given that his pet hasn't been fed, nor has he been answering Cherry's texts. Yeah, they'll also somehow discover that Angel Dust is being mesmerized through Vox, even if it would be strange for them to see Angel act this uncouth. We get our post-nut clarity of Vaggie and Charlie, whom the former says that they've faced impossible odds before, through sheer luck and incompetence, might I add, while the latter consoles her and calls up her father. As for him, he does the Stolos, not the guy to emulate, by watching some kind of soap opera involving ducks before he gets that call from Charlie. You'd think this call would be a bit weird for Lucifer, given Charlie said that they need to talk elsewhere, as opposed to right now. And why is this call suspicious? Well, apparently, we get another new power pulled out of the show's ass that Vox can also replicate the voices of other people as he poses as Charlie making this call to Lucifer, as he needs him as a power source come episode 7 and 8 of season 2. I mean, I'm kind of impressed this episode could pull more bullshit out of its ass near the end of this episode, but let's discuss. So, in order for this to work in Vox's favor, he somehow had to have known that Charlie was trying to call Lucifer at the same time he did. Remember, he doesn't have his spy at the hotel at this point, and that his call overrode hers. Second, he once again has to assume that Lucifer would be stupid and desperate enough to not have any questions about this call. And third, that Vox only decided to lure Lucifer into a trap now with having Angel as his puppet as though a necessity. And if Vox can so perfectly emulate someone's voice, why hasn't he used this technique to smear the residents of the hotel by chance? This show really underestimates how powerful it would be to not only have an unwilling spy do your bidding, but also to be able to mimic someone's voice as well, that Vox only does both of these once and only once for the sake of the plot. And that was episode 6, and I'm convinced that this has to be worse than episode 4, purely by that this episode lies and misleads its audience about what they have been witness to. Still not the third worst episode in this season, but episode 6 does continue the awful trend by having that tone-deaf musical, giving Vox inexplicable powers he only uses when the plot requires him to, said powers also causing further rifts into his scheming from throughout season 2, and all of this being heralded by the collective intelligence of a walnut. We start episode 7 with Lucifer going to the location that Charlie posted, and I guess not being satisfied with Charlie being the most retarded person in this show, wants to take her spot on the throne of utter retardation, as he does not once find it remotely suspicious that her location is at VHQ, nor how ominous and dark the whole setup is. Adding on to Lucifer's utter retardation, he sees a X mark with a spotlight posed and without any hesitation stands immediately on this trap that couldn't be more obvious if the word trap was posted on it. And of course, a giant glass dome encases Lucifer and thus succinctly establishes Lucifer as the dumbest character in this show. And with that in mind, move this over here, carry the 2, renovate this section. Here is my updated podium of the dumbest characters in this show compared to season 1. Because the show also made Lucifer the kind of dude who need to wear a helmet to use the bathroom, also undermines Vox's overall intelligence as he once again has to rely on Lucifer being this moronic in order for this to work as well. But perhaps Hazbin Hotel has taken the Borderlands approach of making a joke at the expense of the plot, as Lucifer continues to be in utter denial that this is a trap, even with some wires clutching his limbs in place. I say denial because I don't know if that was the point of this whole affair, or the show writers really thought it was funny that Lucifer is utterly clueless that this was a trap the entire time. Vox chimes in to let Lucifer know that this is a takeover, and Lucifer initially isn't fazed by this, as he still believes Vox isn't in the know about his conditions in hell, even though Vox already called you on your bluff in episode 5, before he's suddenly distracted by Alistair's bound present here as well. Bit perplexing that this kidnap of Lucifer also required that Alistair didn't utter a peep, but maybe that's just more of his 1000 IQ approach of giving Vox all the power he could possibly obtain. Vox reminds Lucifer that he knows that he can't harm the sinners. Won't that also not make sense with what Vox uses Lucifer for later? And Lucifer assumes that some nobody told him that secret, as though he's just casual about that, until Alistair butts in to say that he's sloppy about his secrets. I get that Alistair just wants to be confrontational with Lucifer as always, but how could Lucifer infer that Angel Dust was just outside the room that the show lies to the audience about, by the way, and had a wire on him this whole time? And given that Lucifer never thought to use his power to threaten the sinners means he probably assumed they already knew that about him, other than him being as retarded as a lemming not to assert his authority. Vox disrupts this back and forth between Lucifer and Alistair to boast about how much he has control of this situation, 80% of it through no work of his own too, as Lucifer also takes this as Vox's attempt to get in the middle of some awkward three-way, stating that he's still married, at least as far as he knows. Yeah, did Lilith also leave with no rhyme or reason that he'd have reason to speculate? Does he know the conditions of how far Lilith got up to empowering those sinners those 7 years ago? Regardless of that, Lucifer attempts to free himself but finds it troublesome as Vox states that Carmine helped him construct this angelic-lined coffin for him. As though Lucifer really doesn't understand the gravity, ironic, of this situation, doesn't care or know whom Carmine is, and finds his plans utterly feeble, whatever that is. I understand that Lucifer is a shut-in, so he'd likely not know, but I feel this line does feed into a greater commentary about just how little interaction some of the characters have had with each other, that Lucifer was not at all concerned or interested into how Charlie or the hotel were able to fend off the angels, where they got these weapons that could fend off the angels, or how these were the means to fend them off in the first place. It almost seemed a formality for him that angels were dying left and right in that finale and didn't really care about the nuances of it. A concession that has fed into his utter lack of concern for himself or for his own daughter for season 2 alone. Fox states that he should be much more concerned about his state and that he can assure his death as Lucifer gets mounted up into the weapon that Fox will unveil for later. We also very awkwardly segue to our first musical for this episode, named through some kind of digital feed behind Vox, where we also get a collage of Vox's mortal life before his death. Let's tackle the song first before we tackle the story behind it. The song itself is perhaps my favorite from the season, although that's entirely down to the fact that it's some kind of EDM/dubstep mix and not anything to do with the lyrics or how it introduces itself, as it feels like the standard affair of fourth wall break. As for the story behind the song, Vox in his mortal life was a weatherman named Vincent Whitman, whom through some kind of jealousy and envy had methodically and violently cut his way through the top, killing various reporters or entertainment hosts to ascend his climb to be the god of entertainment. This ascension stopped short, where after giving some spiel, a TV falls on his head, which killed him and his loyal servants as a result of being around a pool of water, thus explaining why he has a TV for a head. This, of course, doesn't explain why having a TV for a head also allows you to hypnotize people or replicate their voices, or why a sinner like him would have these kinds of powers in the afterlife, but there's more problems with this backstory. Notably, this is the third backstory of a character in Season 2 where they have been sent to hell because of the people they killed, or the abetting of a person to kill people, and if we take it that Angel was also sent to hell because he murdered his father, means that's 4 of what is the same variant of sin across these characters. Once again, this proves this show is not remotely able to tackle any other complex sin, and has only definitively stated that murder, or indifference to it, in any degree is sinful, and any hope that they will tackle what it means to redeem someone will be left to the fans to headcanon. As for Vox's demeanor in his mortal life, it is then incongruent that this Vox was so demure and shy towards Alistair upon meeting him if he was so ruthless in his pursuit of fame and power as a mortal. In fact, it would make more sense that Vox would harbor resentment towards Alistair because of his need for fame and power, and can't fathom how Alistair always seems to be a cut above him. Perhaps you can logic that Vox was only pretending to be this disarmed towards Alistair so that he could strangle power out of him when he least expected, but then that wouldn't fall with him having this resentment for 70 years after the fact if he was merely trying to steal his thunder. And if Vox in his mortal life couldn't stand to share power and fame with anyone else, then why was he so keen on attempting to share it with Alistair and share it with Valentino and Velvet? We see Charlie is still attempting to call up her dad, as he too is a no-call like her mother, which compounds the utter convenience that Vox just so happened to be a few minutes ahead of her on said call. Also compounding how feckless Charlie is as a Hellborn, only sees fit to continue to call and text him despite how awful she feels about her last exchange with him. Vivienne, what are you trying to communicate to your audience, that if you have put a lot of yourself in Charlie this season, that now she sees fit only to be on her phone? Before Charlie can be just as useless as ever, the TV blares up with the important Fox Tech announcement. She and the rest of the hotel staff all cut up to see what's of import, and they are shocked to see that Angel Dust, hypnotized, has taken the stage to make this announcement on behalf of them. He merely makes the appeal that the Hazbin Hotel is a joke, as though he commands greater authority on that statement than what the Hell denizens already know, and that they, the sinners, will only find a meaningful resolution with the V's. Yep, that's about as much use as he was for Vox to hypnotize him, again, and be a prop after how much his smear campaign has already been successful against the hotel. But who the fuck knows what the overall reception of this hotel actually is at this point. Speaking of, Angel Dust stands aside so Vox can proclamate some more about what Lilith had envisioned for them while we look at this graph displayed behind him. I mean, what else can I say about the utter bonkers statistics about the nature of these purges and how many sinners they've supposedly killed that this graph doesn't already do damage to? I mean, with the graph occasionally going down by how many sinners are killed, and that they killed thousands means that at its apex, that would have been the 16% cut. So that really is a pathetic number that the Exorcist killed that also was somehow significant, yet also not, yet also hell has an overpopulation issue? Whatever, the show also isn't remotely prepared to account for the purges despite using that as its inciting incident for both seasons. Fox continues his speech as he unveils the weapon that Carmine built for him, calling it the Might of Lilith. It's basically a doomsday laser that is using Lucifer as an auxiliary source to power it, which I guess that was also something that Carmine was fine to write off too in the midst of constructing this. Again, imagine the awkwardness of Vox trying to convince Carmine to make a trap pod for a so to speak major vice of hell. But I think if we imagine that, we also would conclude that Carmine wouldn't go through with this if the other deadly vices had something to say about it. Oh wait, I tend to forget. Despite Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel existing in the same universe, might as well not, with how little anything that happens in one matters to the other. Shit, the major vices are more concerned about putting to trial an imp for acting in mortal affairs rather than one of their own being used to push some sinner's own war declarations to heaven. And if the major vices really do care about what Blitz got up to with that grimoire, where the fuck was that same concern over Rosie doing that then? Fuck me for expecting these shows to have any coherency between one another, I guess. Fox demonstrates the might of Lilith by aiming it at heaven and seeping a bit of Lucifer's energy. Don't ask me what this thing is seeping out of him to prime a shot at it. Keep in mind the length of how long this thing takes to fire, as it will not be consistent with its use. Anyhow, the cannon fires and manages to be powerful enough to penetrate through that barrier conjured up in episode 2, while also paving a crevasse across, say that 10 times fast, the pearly gates and a good portion of heaven. Also, confusingly, we also get what may be some kind of return fire shot from heaven, or maybe some kind of blowback from the weapon, as a projectile from heaven torpedoes straight for the purge timer and presumably destroy that heaven embassy as well. Well, thank fucking God it got destroyed here after Charlie squandered every other opportunity to use it. Otherwise, the show may have had a major contrivance on their hands. Let's just forget that this was here and thus called attention to the fact that Charlie could have used this at any fucking point. But now we have to construct a different and more needlessly complicated means to contact heaven for later. Speaking of contact, after everyone reacts predictably to the doomsday laser, Fox is somehow able to conjure a bunch of screens of himself to issue some demands to heaven after that immediate blow. Do keep this in mind, just how easy it is that hell can contact heaven, but not the other way around for later. Fox once more emphasizes that even if heaven get the bright idea to fight them, that hell has the numbers and the thunder to defeat them, making those purges once again an empty gesture from the start if this is true, but we've already been down that dire path. Fox says that heaven has 24 hours to surrender to him, because that isn't a trope of most supervillains to do that, adding that if they don't, they'll be the ones who'll face extermination over him. Now, with Fox being this close to having heaven under his belt, does call back to focal point how he expects that he'll get to heaven, as this is not merely semantics anymore. I guess he just figures that heaven will just conjure a portal for him and his goons. But if they can do that, then hey, where was that same courtesy for Pentious? And speaking of extermination, upon him stating that they'll be next in line, we get panic from some of the winners, including some that are utterly confounded by what the exterminations even are. Are you seriously trying to suggest to me that Sarah did not tell her heaven kind that they've been doing those purges? And the show expects me to take this as them fixing the mistake of not making heaven ontologically evil? Emily isn't sure what to take of this, while we see Lute is more than happy to fulfill that request to fight, because thus far she's not put the initiative to do so herself, and most of heaven feel the same way that hell is knocking violently on their doorstep. Also, it seems the hotel feels their days are numbered with this announcement, Charlie practically hyperventilating at the prospect of a war occurring, something that should have already been a concern for them at the tail end of season 1, but whatever, while Vaggie wants to hunker down as they only defended the hotel because they came straight for them. So question, if Adam didn't say they would attack the hotel first, would the circumstances of Season 1 change? Would the hotel just continue to do what they did, no matter how expeditious those purges were getting? Because that's an interesting thought, that the hotel only had self-preservation on their mind first, before succeeding in redemption. But whether it's Charlie or Vaggie, the thought of the show ever exploring that has left all consciousness. As for Vaggie mentioning that they only fought in self-defense, it is then interesting that episode 6 attempted to give some amount of humanity to these exorcists, yet Vaggie was completely apathetic to killing those same exorcists in season 1, even if she didn't want to. And do remind me, Vaggie spared killing Lutz when she had the chance, but had no hesitation towards killing exorcists who also got hazed like her? Didn't think Vaggie the kind of person to take inspiration from Ellie from The Last of Us 2 in regards to paving a road of bodies, but sparing the big bad at the end of it. Heaven is also unsure what to do about this, as the Heaven Council bickered towards a clearly rattled Sarah with conflicting solutions to their current dilemma. Once again, Sarah has to silence the cacophony so that she can have some peace and quiet to ruminate on this, while Lute and Emily continue to argue about what the correct course of action is. Lute also curiously says that Emily is infecting your sister with her weakness, which I'm not sure if she literally means Emily and Sarah are siblings, or the more symbolic use of the word sister in this context, seeing as I thought Sarah and Emily were mother and daughter in the broadest understanding of their dynamic. As for Abel, well, he does the fence-sitting approach to this conflict resolution because he's about as useful as a buffalo nickel. Pentious, through witnessing this, decides to go to where Sarah cooped up too, as he feels he can be of some assistance to her, as though the concept of him going to hell to present himself as undeniable proof of redemption was out of the table. Anyhow, Sarah finds the notion of him helping laughable, given the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, while Pentious only wants to be someone she can confide in instead of barking orders at. It's ironic to consider that this show has constantly shit and piss all over Sir Pentious, yet he is still the best character from throughout both seasons, and the narrative crutch of which drives the plot of both. He's like the John Walker of this show in a certain light, even if the plot does have to undermine his intelligence for its own sake at times. Sarah says that as a seraphim, she is supposed to uphold the judgment of heaven and additionally separate the righteous and wicked from it, as there wasn't supposed to be any doubt about who deserved it or not. Well, Sarah, if that is the case, then why did you stamp down on Charlie's proclamation of there being no rule in the sand as, "We know when a soul arrives"? If that's about as far as you know how mortals are judged, then why did you, in your infinite hysteria, cast the purges perchance? I don't know about you, but deciding who goes to heaven and hell purely on a dice roll would give me no assurance that it'll always roll in my favor, or that I know how it would roll to begin with. This just seems like post hoc rationalization for how the show contrives not wanting to tackle what is or isn't definitively sinful in this show, expressly made about saints and sinners. What's also confusing is that because Sir Pentious is here, has completely destroyed any confidence Sarah has about making any decision, including whether heaven should retaliate or stand down. I mean, I feel like the most obvious solution to this whole debacle is to just go after the ones motivated by Vox to attack heaven chiefly, but maybe you'd claim that would only exacerbate the hatred hell has for heaven. Okay, so what? This hatred was flimsily established due to purges that have only gone on for less than a decade, and that was purely indiscriminate as far as achieving their goal was. This time, they know exactly who to go after and exactly why, and now Sarah is unsure of herself? Where was this uncertainty about how Lute and Adam carried out the purges, especially in terms of attacking the hotel? Sarah continues to pontificate that it's contradictory for her to believe that mortals have enough innate goodness to be redeemed, yet perform an act such as this, and Pentious counters quite simply that these denizens are scared. This in turn weighs our second musical, of 3 yet again, for this episode named Live to Live, which is a duet of Pentious and Sarah, in which Pentious basically explains that mortals, sinner or no, would do anything under fear to live again tomorrow, adding that Pentious uniquely wasn't afraid of death when it came to saving his friends as exposited by Sarah. Also, we get a reprise of
Starts with sorry.
as a response to how those guilty shed their sin. Although at least this time Pentious does add that there's a few more steps afterward behind that process. Good, because saying sorry didn't really cut for episode 5 of season 2, now did it? As for the song, well, it just sounds like a similar cadence to Sarah's confession, other than that Pentious is singing instead of speaker, so it's a song that goes in one ear and out the other the moment it's finished. The only thing to comment about the song is that Pentious at one point says, "Mistakes are innate to being human and alive," which just sounds like a roundabout way to say, "I'm only human," because boy, killing puppies for a living sure was a mistake that someone could make 1,000 fucking times over, huh? Returning to V Tower with Might of Lilith poised, Vox is resting on his laurels before Velvet comes in to complain that he had undersold just how much damage the Might of Lilith would cause, although this seems purely a complaint that Velvet couldn't have exploited her social media skills over. Really, the reason that Velvet is here is to exposit to the audience that Vox still doesn't have enough support to take over Heaven. Really, what else does he need? As Vox is unconcerned about that and just wants Velvet to prep some kind of party for tomorrow. This matter about what kind of support Vox needs and this party will be important for episode 8, although it's odd that he wants to have a party for the same day of which Heaven will make its decision. I guess he just has a cosmic amount of arrogance to assume they will submit to him. Also, the schism between the V's is reaching its fever pitch as Vox is yet again caught on making this whole plan about him rather than them by Velvet, whom the former barks orders at her to bring Valentino along, even knowing how upset Valentino is with him. Once that broadcast is over, it's yet again time for Alistair to antagonize Vox, while also laying on a bit thick what his entire plan is by saying that Vox still hasn't demonstrated that he's the strongest sinner in hell. Yeah, I'm surprised that Alistair hadn't ever considered this, but Vox could just kill him if he felt bored enough. The conditions of that deal don't state that he can't, so I guess Alistair also relied on Vox just wanting to use him as his personal stress ball. Adding on to this antagonism, Vox states that he was able to accomplish all of these things while Alistair corrects that he needed the assistance of someone in the process of each of his plans, although the capture of Lucifer also relied on Lucifer being rock stupid, also adding that he couldn't even get Charlie to admit that he's won through it all. This is also going to be important more than you'll ever know, as Alistair needs to have Charlie's presence here at this party so he would have any reason to goad Vox to do this unknowingly, but let's just say hypothetically that Charlie didn't come to his party. What is Alistair's grand plan past this point exactly? And Charlie resigning herself to Vox will also be important for his overall power in hell for episode 8 as well, and in confusing nature too. Back at Heaven again, Sarah has made her choice in the matter, while being a bit cute and subverting Lute's expectations, as she initially states to her to prepare the troops, before adding that they'll be prepared to stand by, while Lute flies gleefully away. Not sure why Sarah would deliver that line like this just to be a cheeky fuck to Lute, but whatever. What Sarah wants to do is have Emily come over to Hell as a peace ambassador, more like piece of shit ambassador, as she no longer wants Fear to dictate her decisions and that she wants to have hope that Hell can change for the better and finds Emily the best candidate in that belief. I mean, this is the same Emily that would probably find a pedophile rapist an innocent soul if this image was quite indicative of her mindset. Akbay at Ye Hazbin Hey Otel Hey. Vaggie has the staff mount up some defenses while there is a bit of an argument between Baxter and Cherry and Husk about this means to defend the hotel, that being literally welding a piece of metal on the front entrance. Mainly, Cherry and Husk want to rescue Angel from his predicament, whereas Baxter says that they don't have enough time to do both, and this will also foreshadow for what all three of them will get up to regarding episode 8. As for Charlie, well, you know as much as I do how worthless she is, as when she isn't having a panic attack, will take time out of her busy schedule to call up her mom for the umpteenth fucking time. She eventually gets a call, but is dismayed to find that it's Vox of all, who invites her to that party he's planning for tomorrow because of Alistair goading him to, trying to claim that they are ultimately fighting for the same thing, the betterment of the people of Hell. While I know that Vox is full of that, does he know that Charlie is 2? Because clearly she could give less of a shit about her hotel residents thus far, which is pretty ironic that Vox is the villainous person for being outwardly insincere, whereas Charlie is the hero for being subtly insincere. Fox also alludes that Lucifer will be there as a clue to what became of her father, something that has Charlie of two minds about going even despite Vaggy's best wishes for her not to, saying that if
there's even a 1% chance
that they can convince Hell that they should try even with all other options depleted. Except for one, that being that Emily decides to pop in unannounced to assure Charlie that Sarah is on board with their whole redemption process. Of course, Emily isn't in the know that the hotel have resigned themselves to defend upon the utter defeat at the hands of Vox, what with their reputation tarnished and the angels thusly villainized. Wonder if Charlie had a hand in that, the bitch. That words will mean nothing unless they show them something to change their minds. Emily thinks it's worth a shot to show them, saying that if Hell can do that, then surely Heaven can, implying that Heaven has no means of which to spectate, watch over, or even directly broadcast their intentions to Hell. I'm sorry, how the fuck is Heaven able to make and conjure portals wherever they feel like, yet apparently can't broadcast themselves like Hell can? How the fuck did Adam know the angel dust was the porn demon otherwise? How did Hell get in the know about the purchase without them announcing it? And why wasn't this the first thing that Emily thought to do instead of sending fucking gift baskets as their pathetic apologia? And with Charlie being the one saying that words mean nothing to them, then why does she think going to this party is going to change things? Good thing the single neuron in these characters' brains finally made a connection after all the useless, retarded shit happened, because now the show has explicitly padded its own runtime for this sake. It is also here where Baxter finally becomes useful to the plot of this show, as he explicitly knows how to hack into Voxtech's broadcasting system, because he designed it, and is more than willing to help the hotel to do so. Why? Well, according to him, someone folded his blankets just the way he liked it, as this show's way to make a joke at the expense of no character development between he and the rest of the hotel. I can't believe Hazbin Hotel actually took the Borderlands approach to this, but calling attention to your shitty character development as a joke does not excuse having shitty character development in the first place. It only puts attention to the fact that Baxter's overall significance to this show was purely to contrive a means of which for the hotel to fight back against Fox after constantly self-imploding in on themselves. Baxter does clarify that he can't make a connection from Heaven back to Hell unless someone else in Heaven of his intellect could make that connection, which segues to how Pentious will be thrown in the mix as that person to accomplish the feat. So the hotel now have a plan of which to deal with Vox that will require Charlie's hand in this, although I do find it funny that Vaggy says we now have a way for Hell to believe in Charlie's dream, given her dream has not been a concern for her up to this point. And adding on that this wasn't a concern of hers, after Vaggy gives some kind of morale support for this plan before some random hotel resident cheers Vaggy on, and this is Charlie's no bullshit reaction to this.
Yeah, Wait, who are you?
That's Rooster. He's been here the whole time.
Reminder for the last fucking time. Charlie wanted, no, needed people to come to this hotel, and this is her reaction to seeing an actual resident at the hotel. Do I need go on how the premise of this show and Charlie's own want of that cannot and would not be meagerly entertained? To pad out the remainder of episode 7, we get our third and last musical for this show called
When I Think About the Future.
Although I like the title of Menagerie of Random Fuckwads singing for the remaining procession of episode 7, because, like with The Show Must Go On, it's a deluge of other characters singing out of pocket or awareness of one another as another concession to have dialogue dressed up as lyricism. It goes to Charlie, which goes to Vaggy, which goes to Baxter, which goes to Emily and the rest of the hotel, before jumping to Vox and Alistair having their usual banter, accentuating that Alistair really is pushing his luck, while Alistair claims that no victory will be enough for Vox. Vox quite literally threatens to slit his throat once he gets up there to Heaven. I mean, why save the dramatics and do so now when you have him dead to rights? And him not doing this will also cause further rifts in the motivations of these characters come episode 8. Also, this song does the unthinkable and give Valentino of all a sympathetic light, as he feels as though Vox is kicking him and what will be Velvet to the curb, and while I do understand that these two have gone over and over about how much Vox has undermined them, why should I fucking care what Mr. Evil Rapist Mothman that the show demonized thinks or feels? It becomes so apparent which characters Vivian likes more than others when it directly correlates to their writing, even to the detriment of what her audience takes away from them. Adding on to this cavalcade of bullshit, Lucifer chimes in to remind the audience how retarded he is by wondering how he got stuck in this scary box before we cut to Lute and her inflated sense of importance to this plot, and Abel in his literally pants-shitting demeanor about what will transpire between heaven and hell. Really, the only salvageable part of this song is Sarah's part at the tail end, as it feels the only part of the song actually conveyed wholly and sincerely, especially with it being a solo performance as well. Just a bit funny that the last 4 minutes of this episode had this tacked on singing when they could have cut that to lessen the load of what episode 8 has to pile on. And that was episode 7, and despite all my hemming and hawing, is the second best episode of season 2. Which isn't really saying a lot, as episode 7 only gets away with this by being a mere appetizer before the 3-course meal of bullshit that episode 8 will serve to the audience. Episode 7 nevertheless is awful in its own ways by continuing to make characters stupid for the plot, having characters have no development as a way to joke how they don't, the incongruous nature of Heaven's means of which to contact Hell, and of Charlie being just as limp-dicked and useless as ever. So with that out of the way, let's finally put a bow on this pigeon shit excuse of a show for the final episode. Episode 8 of Season 2 is the longest episode of Hazbin Hotel from across both seasons, clocking at 37 minutes, making it just 5 minutes shorter than the shortest Wednesday episode in retrospect. Much of this length feels like an excuse to maintain the 8 episodes per season formula instead of splitting this into episode 8 and 9, and you will discover just what this time in episode 8 is utilized for. Needless to say, any amount of time given for an episode doesn't matter if you waste it like how most of this season has wasted it thus far. You may also think this episode is long because it has like 7 musicals packed into it, but in fact, this episode is the only one that has 1. Although this 1 is more like 3 slapped together, as its sheer length, comboed with the context of its delivery, will make The Show Must Go On good by comparison. Anyhow, let's properly dissect this monstrosity. We start episode 8 with Vaggie outlining the plan, while some of the other characters interject at times. To summarize, Vaggie and Charlie plan to go to the party as guests, while Husk, Nifty, Cherry, and Baxter break into Vox Tech. During this, Husk and Cherry will break up to go rescue Angel, while Nifty has to guard Baxter as he attempts to hack into the security systems to make a signal to Pentious, whom, upon that success, can overthrow Vox and prove that redemption is possible and that there is now a unity between heaven and hell. First of all, it's just taken as a given that the hotel staff know that Angel Dust has been hypnotized by the V's, even with them inferring that something isn't right about Angel. And of course, Charlie thinks that the power of friendship, fuck me with a soldering iron, will somehow break that compulsion. Secondly, it's also taken as a given that the only way that they can prove to hell is through this broadcast and not, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Teleport him there with Emily's help, because I guess heaven are way behind on the technology tree, yet way ahead in the mystical angelic powers tree for this to be the case. As for Vaggie specifically, she will find a way to destroy the Might of Lilith that concerns this potential war between the two realms, and of course, this plan of theirs will run into some obstacles along the way in the contrived fashion that most of this show is familiar with. Anyhow, we cut to the party where Charlie and Vaggie decide to go into some weird fit for the occasion, like pirates at a pride parade, as Vox snarkily greets them. Vox has Charlie come up to the stage as Charlie immediately presses him on the whereabouts of her father, whom the latter dodges that question and brings up Vaggy's presence here as being an angel, but he only brings it up as merely a way to get under Vaggy's skin and not at any time had uses to smear the hotel. Yeah, I didn't take it that this, so to speak, analog for a bigot would stop himself short of compromising Charlie's dream of the hotel with her relationship with Vaggy if he was so keen on getting Hell to assume that Charlie isn't on their side but Heaven's. Guess the show, again, was too safe edgy to tackle that. Vox hopes that Charlie is here to congratulate him on his success and eventual takeover of Heaven, and the matter of if she does will be important later, as Charlie looks over and remembers that Alistair was Vox's hostage, dumbass bitch as usual, and attempts to run towards him. Vox stops Charlie short of that by using his wires to restrain her on one of his chairs, and this is an important technicality in the "don't lay your hands on Charlie" line that Alistair mentioned that we can get into when the conditions of that deal are resolved. Vox has Charlie sit her ass in between the V's, and this is annoying for them such that Valentina walks off while Velvet rears him to stay until this party is over. Weird straw to break this camel's back, but again, perhaps this is indicative of Vox's own priorities conflicting with theirs. But unfortunately, them leaving from this party does serve two purposes, so lucky that Vox, putting Charlie there, contrived it this way. While Vox leers Charlie some more, this gives us time to see how Vaggy will find a way to destroy the might of Lilith, and she attempts to get some insights through Carmine, which I gotta say, quite the risky maneuver given Vaggy has no way of knowing if Carmine is going to tattle to Vox what their true intentions to going to this party is, so when Vaggy is explicitly trying to get her assistance in destroying this weapon before Carmine says no, it's ironic that Vaggy then resorts to saying,
Fine. Just don't try to stop me.
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
As Vox continues to remind Charlie that her utter retardation is what got Season 2 to even be conceived, Emily spectates over to what the B team are getting up to. Baxter is able to effortlessly use his own credentials to get into the building. Peculiar, he still has authentication for however long he was apart from them. And through this, once more, Emily lets Pentious know to get into position through her teleport. Jesus Christ! Every single reminder that she can do this, and never uses this for Pentious, puts into greater emphasis how needlessly convoluted this plan has to be for the plot's sake. Baxter plugs his computer into some kind of panel and is able to disable every camera in the building for which they can deal with the security systems and rescue Angel. Although, through this entire excursion, Baxter neglects to mention the giant fuck-off cyber shark eyeing them from above. And apparently, this was something Baxter also created, so we can't just write this off as ignorance on his part. Fortunately, he didn't, so that this plan, yet again, would get complicated. Cherry and Husk find Angel Dust in a disheveled state. That's all this show knows what to do with him. While Baxter is frantically getting his Hackerman skills as Nifty curiously watches. Baxter does manage to succeed in the task of hacking the cameras, and Vox is immediately aware of this through his attempt to embarrass Charlie some more through it. Although Baxter did say that Vox would be made aware regardless, so this is a pass. Charlie, through this, gives the game away that she had a surprise for him, and Vox predictably calls for his butt buddies to assist, but they are noticeably absent. He takes matters into his own hands by conjuring his wires into some kind of auxiliary port to attempt to counteract Baxter's hack, but Baxter has his own counter to his counter. So Charlie has the opportunity to make her appeal to Hell, for the 1000th time, might I add, while Vox helplessly attempts to buy back control, saying that where she had failed to prove redemption, Sir Pentious succeeded with a PowerPoint presentation of the ways in which he overcame his shortcomings. Wow, so you mean to tell me that was all Charlie needed to do this whole time, instead of just winging it like she did before? And that, once again, Season 2 made Charlie the kind of person who doesn't have an inner monologue, so that this would all play out exactly the way it does? But don't worry, the retard cancer that plagues these characters has moved from Charlie onto Vaggy, who thinks just picking at the metal bits of the weapon with her spear will somehow do the trick. Hey Vaggy, there's still time for me to reconsider my placement of things, so don't push your fucking luck. Anyhow, Vaggie manages to pry one of the metal panels that allows her to get inside and discover Lucifer trapped in his dome. The conversation between the two isn't substantial, and it's only a slight surprise to Vaggie that Lucifer is being used to power the weapon. Wouldn't that been an inference given what it's capable of? As Vaggie continues to be perplexed as to disable the weapon. I don't know, maybe start with the fucking wires at the top of Lucifer's dome perhaps? That's a good start as any. Fox attempts to interrupt Charlie, but quite literally gets muted by Baxter, which is amusing, whom Charlie then proceeds to go on her little spiel to convince Hell that she has a proof in the pudding that she could have presented as early as episode 3 of this season, but let's not constantly remind ourselves that this is the case. It seems all is well for them to make the broadcast live, but Baxter gets stopped short by Velvet, who was warned by that cyber shark that they were undermining things, so lucky that she came in literally at the last second to stop Baxter otherwise. And in we get some more fight scenes as Nifty and Velvet duke it out, instead of Nifty and Valentino, while Baxter, I guess, tries to retrieve the connection in the commotion of them fighting. Charlie gets disrupted from her groove as Vox casually recovers his own voice with some kind of wire doohickey. Not sure why he didn't do that in the midst of him trying to speak, but whatever, as we cut back to what is up with Angel Dust. Angel Dust is pretty out of it as they try to splash some water on him, and when they notice that Charlie's broadcast is getting interrupted, they opt to carry him out of here. There is a bit of a struggle from Angel Dust, who apparently is still getting whiplash from the compulsion before Cherry snuffs him into a sack to carry him forth. This is where their plan gets cut abruptly by Valentino, whom somehow arrived apropos of even knowing they were even trying to rescue Angel Dust, as he's shocked to see them even here. So we get another fight scene of Husk and Cherry versus Valentino and one of his robot courtesans, at least as far as I can tell anyway. Yeah, a good majority of episode 8's runtime are padded with this, I guess as a correction to how season 1's fight scenes did not play out nearly as long to exhibit the tension we should be getting from them. The Sinners, through Charlie's failure to provide the proof, call her out on her bullshit again, and is here where Emily improvises on the plan to make her appearance known to them again, saying the exact thing she, Sarah, and the Heaven Council could have said in episode 5 of season 1, but wanted to be patronizing dumbasses so that episode 6, 7, and 8 could exist. Thanks, show, for reminding me that your existence is purely on borrowed time. As Emily and Charlie try to make the appeal that they are all capable of redemption if they believe in themselves, to their dismay, they discover that Vox again has taken matters into his own hands as he has, out of screen and with no fanfare, used his screens to hypnotize all the partygoers here. So, good question, if Vox could have done this whole time, then why did he need to convince them of anything? And how the hell does Vox have control of these screens if he was literally being hacked just a few moments ago? Just because Baxter couldn't connoiter the signal to Pentious? And let's also not concern ourselves with why Emily nor Charlie are being compelled this way either, unless the effectiveness of his hypnosis is directly correlated to whether you have a character name or not. We cut back to the fight scenes from the penthouse and the security room. Problems come about where Baxter opts to cheerily Nifty fighting Velvet, and Cherry is able to undermine the robot courtesan by merely smacking her on the head with a bottle. Wow, didn't know that robot courtesans were made out of fucking tinsel for that to be the case, although there is a reason why this robot is taken out of the fight so easily for later. As for Charlie and Emily, Vox effortlessly just throws Emily aside with his wires again, so much for her powers of being a seraphim, but more on that later. While he really digs into Charlie's heartstrings by saying that she is just a pale imitation of her mother and that she would look at her with disgust seeing her like this. With as much as Vox has invoked Lilith as a point of inspiration and ridicule towards Charlie, does Vox somehow know more about Lilith than Charlie does? Why would that have such an effect on Charlie unless she believes it to be true about herself? Or that she didn't know her mother as much as she thinks she does? Basically, Vox wants Charlie to finally admit that she lost and that Vox is the most powerful sinner in hell, foreshadowing. And Charlie, of course, isn't willing to do so until Alistair finally becomes pivotal to the plot of Season 2 and cashes in on that one simple favor he made with her in episode 7 of season 1 by having her give into Vox's whims. There's going to be much to discuss about the nature of him needing Charlie to be here to say that, but we haven't tackled every little part of this condition until it happens. Charlie does say that Vox is the strongest sinner in hell, and her, just her, merely saying that is enough that not only does Vox become godlike because his ratings are 100%, but that also brokers the deal that Alistair made with Rosie by proxy of him not being the strongest sinner anymore. So first off, Vox has made abundantly clear that he wants nothing more but to smear Charlie, the hotel, and what they stand for constantly throughout, to the point that I feel that anything Charlie says favorably about Vox would be actively detrimental to him by association. So why Charlie saying this was the tipping point is astounding, especially considering that Vox was already extremely powerful in his own way without Charlie saying this to begin with, which is also absurd that he needed her approval specifically. Secondly, the conditions of Alistair's deal with Rosie do not make any sense if Charlie merely stating something, and not believing it, are enough for it to be broken, both that Rosie would still be the most powerful sinner if she can grant people that kind of power, and that there would already exist sinners who believe Vox is stronger than Alistair at this point. Why would it work for Charlie, but not work if Zestral or Carmine said it? Thirdly, when Alistair made that deal with Charlie back in season 1, did he make it knowing that this was what he was going to use it for? Because he was utterly at a loss as to how to break his deal with Rosie up until episode 4 of season 2, so it seems he only cashed in on that favor because it was opportune for him to. And we will have much more to discuss as to just how many pieces had to be accounted for in order for Alistair to break his deal with Rosie and cash in on that favor with Charlie once we resolve his deal with Vox. Vox in his godlike status goes to charge up the might of Lilith again, I guess so much for the 24-hour window, while Lucifer continues to remind us how we can't take him remotely seriously in the noise of Vox priming a shot of it. Back to Vox, he's thankful of Charlie succumbing to him, so congratulatory he is that he puts his hands on her shoulders and thus has broken the deal he had with Alistair. How? Well, Alistair specified not to lay his hands on Charlie, not that he couldn't hurt her. Although, Vox should have already broken this deal with him touching Charlie with his wires, unless we are to take the line literally as Vox touching her with his hands, so he could touch her with his foot or head. Also, Alistair has a lot of strong opinions about Vox touching people and how fucking creepy he is, which is odd coming from someone who couldn't give a shit about Vox for the past 70 years and didn't view him as his equal. But I forget that this isn't the mysterious and cool Alistair, but the jaded and opinionated Alistair we have now, so I guess this tracks. But what doesn't track is just how much Alistair had to track in order to break all of his contracts in the manner that they do. First off, he had to expect that the hotel wouldn't come rescue him. He would have had to expect that Vox would have thrown a party before his attack on Heaven and invite Charlie to it, although Alistair did goad him to do that, and throughout this whole entire power grab of Vox, had the hope that Vox didn't kill Charlie, even with the whole technicality nonsense, or didn't kill him while chained this way. Yes, much like with Vox only getting as far as he does because everyone is a moron, Alistair also only got to where he was because everyone is a moron in this show as well, and that the conditions of his plan specifically required Charlie of all to say that someone else was more powerful than he. Also, if that is the case now, why is Alistair now more capable to fight Vox in his godlike form? Why is the condition of this deal he made with Rosie seemingly one-sided in his favor? Wouldn't Alistair know that he's outmatched if we are to believe that Vox is now the most powerful sinner in hell? As for Charlie, well, you'd think the main protagonist would have anything to say about the realization that Alistair wanted her to say that to free him, but nope, she opts to run away from this final mano-a-mano between Vox and Alistair. Keep in mind how little Charlie is proactive in the story that is supposedly all about her and this fucking redemption process for most of episode 8. So with there being 3 fight scenes running concurrently again, I have little to say about them up until the more obvious hangups with them occur. Example being, Husk and Cherry are having some difficulties fighting Valentino, odd given Husk seemed to be holding his own against him, before Husk was reminded that Angel Dust told him Valentino has poor eyesight. Now, when they say this, I reasonably inferred that what Cherry and Husk were going to do was flank him in different directions so he couldn't keep on target of either, but what they do instead is throw a smoke bomb right at his face. And bad eyesight or no, I feel that would be fatal to anyone. Oh well, it's already hard enough to figure out what is actually fatal to a sinner slash overlord, and it's going to get more confusing the farther we dabble on episode 8. Through Cherry blinding Valentino, she and Husk are able to close the distance and seemingly have the one-up on him before Valentino calls Angel for assistance. And I guess because Angel is either coked out of his mind through whatever Valentino put in him, or that he's still being compelled by Vox, he does adhere to his wishes and stops Cherry short of shoving a bomb down Val's throat. There's a bit of a struggle session where Angel is strangling Cherry and Husk attempts to break Angel out of this compulsion and has to let go of restraining Valentino in order to save Cherry from being strangled to death. To death, I say, because the show picks and chooses when these sinners are just mortals in terms of their frailty. Angel, upon being smacked by Husk, does break out of whatever trance he was in and is shocked to see that he was strangling Cherry to death, and this too will be significant regarding his last act in Season 2. Anyhow, Valentino, now broken from the clutches, thinks he has a drop on Husk, but Husk has his own tricks as he once again hammer spaces into his hat and leaves Valentino some hot dice to send him off. I should emphasize this. Valentino literally gets blown up and falls several hundred stories from V Tower and crashes into the stage with wires affixed around him, and he's merely just winded from the whole affair. Do the characters in this show function like Looney Tunes characters in terms of what kind of damage can be dealt to them? Seeing as Valentino is out of the fight and Angel rescued, we tune back to how Vox and Alistair fight, and their fight is quite city-wide as they throw each other from building to building with reckless abandon. Also iterating on how dependent Vox is on others, he calls up his cyber shark known as Shock.Wave, although Vox calls him Shockwave, so I will too for my own sanity, to assist in fighting Alistair. I guess Vox isn't the strongest sinner in hell if he needs more assistance, unless Vox is too much of a pussy to fight his own battles? In summoning Shockwave to fight Alistair for him, Vox inadvertently gets swiped by his pet back to the main stage with the Might of Lilith catching his attention. And thus, Vox decides to use the Might of Lilith against Alistair, causing untold, unthinkable amounts of damage to the city and to the pentagram as a whole. It's a bit ironic to consider in how him doing this may, in fact, have caused more death and destruction than the purges ever could, seen as the purges have been reduced in terms of their impact, length of time, or even general effectiveness, that I wonder whether they were ever going to be a significant plot point or just get rid of once it surfaced its plot beats. For some reason, there's a screen that is capturing all this calamity, and Emily and Charlie see this and figure that they go help some sinners from being slaughtered by Vox's own selfish actions. Adding on just how naive Emily is about wanting to carry out helping these sinners, it never once crosses her mind whether the people she is saving actually deserve it or want to redeem themselves, and even the animation is slippery in this by making the sinners she saves noticeably more innocent looking than the ones we have seen. I guess you could say that's consistent with her philosophy on the sinners as a whole, and while I'm not saying she just leave these people to die on that thought, but I do wonder if that is a thought that she could have. Like, would she spare this same courtesy if Valentino was caught in the crossfire, knowing what he's done? Carmine also sees Emily doing this, again, where and why the fuck would the TV screen be capturing this, and sees Vaggie still attempting to disable the Might of Lilith like a moron would, beating his head against a brick wall. This will get Carmine to reconsider her not helping Vaggie assist in disabling the weapon, given Vaggie is disabled enough already to even try. Cutting back to the fight between Velvet and Nifty, Baxter does become useful in this fight as he uses his elite hacking skills to disable Velvet's social media powers so that Nifty can also kick her out of a window from a tall balcony. Velvet literally breaks into several body parts. This is also our only indication that she's a mannequin. And this too does not kill Velvet, but just merely put her out of the fight. Surely this couldn't happen with Vox either, even though that would be the expected outcome of this season. With Velvet out of the way, Baxter is able to refocus on making a connection and is able to, but Deus Ex Might of Lilith Beam comes in and destroys the laptop that Baxter was using. Lucky and unlucky that this said beam did not kill Baxter or Nifty or seriously wound them in the process. And am I to believe that Vox somehow knew they were trying to broadcast from that portion of the roof specifically? Because there's no way that beam was somehow intended for Alistair and just feels like the show's way of saying, fuck it, we need to contrive any reason for the broadcast not to go live. Sarah and Pentious are also able to see this upon Baxter saying that Pentious would need to invent something that could force its way to be broadcasted into hell instead of the frankly obvious solution of just bringing a portal his way, but you already know they're beyond addressing that. Velvet and Valentina are able to somewhat recover from their injuries as the two are seeing that Vox is becoming increasingly manic from trying to kill Alistair, and we also see that Vox is just able to shoot several beams in quick succession merely as a visual gag of the V's narrowly dodging one. Faggy is still struggling to disable the Might of Lilith, and Vox somehow isn't aware that she's doing this until Carmine comes in to assist by literally telling her to lift a panel and cut some wires. I'm really fucking close to replacing Adam with Vaggy with this in mind, but I'm a patient man. I know how utterly moronic Adam can't be. Don't let the recency bias affect my decisions. Through Vox's attempts to kill Alistair, he realized that he posted cringe online and is now losing subscriber, or in the case of this show, losing his ratings, I guess because he used the Might of Lilith so indiscriminately and that the other two V's got their shit rocked in too. So, desperate times call for desperate measures as Vox uses his own wires to plug into Lucifer to continue firing the laser, bereft of Carmine or Vaggy's own attempts to disable it. As Alistair continues to fend off Shockwave, Vox is able to laser in on Alistair and prime a shot, in which Emily attempts to save Alistair from it, but inadvertently gets one of her wings clipped from the beam as a result. Again, peculiar that Emily is so keen on saving Alistair with no forethought about what he's done or what he's going to do, unless Charlie told Emily off-screen about Alistair's association with the hotel. The only narrative aspect of this that is of any consequence is that upon seeing Emily hurt this way, breaks Sarah's resolve as she wants Abel and Luke to prepare the army. Pentious is able to steer Sarah away from all-out war as he believes in himself to make whatever is necessary, so Sarah instead opts to have Abel and Lute escort Emily to safety away from hell. Do keep in mind the time it takes for Abel and Lute to appear in hell relative to the time that they take via a portal. They must have taken the scenic route. As we cut back to where Charlie is comforting Emily in her wounds, but not Alistair in this scene. I mean, it's pretty consistent, all things considered, with how absent-minded Charlie has been about him. Just didn't think the show would agree with that sentiment, and there's more where that comes from for the remainder of this episode. With the three in close proximity of the weapon, Vox finds it a perfect opportunity to kill three birds with one stone while saying that they've been fucking cancelled. Now, I get he's a TV head, so he's talking about canceled in terms of serialization of a TV show, but I do like to think with how much this show takes from the modern day, I do sincerely believe that he means in terms of cancel culture. Talk about how much more dissonant Vox is as an analogy to modern culture. Carmine tries to stop Vox doing this by saying that,
"You idiot! If it overloads, it will blow, taking you, us, and half the pentagram with it."
And I have to ask, did Carmine design the weapon with this in mind? Why would she design a weapon that could suffer a China syndrome upon repeated use? Or was it only unstable because of them cutting a few fucking wires? I don't know about you, but her saying this really makes Carmine quite immoral that she was willing to make a weapon that could blow half of her own city because she didn't want to lose anyone else. Vox becomes quite fatalistic about how much collateral he causes, as he really exemplifies the blink if it was written by VivziePop meme, as he says fuck for every other word in the sentence to exemplify just how careless he has become. Or, all he seems to care about now is that he wants to kill Alistair in this moment, pining again how he could have done that for the entire duration he had Alistair as his personal prisoner, but opted not to because he looked up to him? I mean, where was the through line he wanted to kill Alistair between then and now? Because Alistair got him on that technicality? So, who will be the heroes to stop Vox short of overloading the weapon to get his Pyrrhic victory against Alistair? It's none other than Velvet and Valentino. And while I do get that they are doing this out of their own self-preservation and pragmatism, this also undermines our main protagonist as having any effect in undermining the main antagonist just as much as it was for when Lucifer had to chip in for Charlie to deal with Adam. But no undermining of the entire nature of this season couldn't be better exemplified than what Valentino does to Vox next.
I'm a fucking god!
And boy, is there a lot to discuss about the decision to do this purely as a fucking joke. First off, I get it. Valentino has been utterly pissed off about Vox undermining them to the point of wanting his selfish squabble with Alistair that he's not going to let him kamikaze the entire realm for it. But if Vox is a fucking god and is supposedly the most powerful sinner, how could a Valentino just casually rip his head off like this? Why would you have Vox's downfall be entirely down to making Valentino the unsung hero of the entire fucking season? Seriously, what is wrong with you, Vivienne? Why do you want us to be endeared to this pathetic piece of shit? Why did you hire a storyboard artist who fetishized rape as the prime person to write the scenes with Valentino in it? Okay. That last one was beyond irrelevant to this scene. Let's carry on. Secondly, Valentino doing this to Vox does not, in fact, kill Vox as you'd likely assume, because supposedly the show has plans to involve him in season 3. But how exactly? It would have been a lot more of a satisfying closer to his entire arc that he had died here because of the people he had been neglecting and undermining for his own vanity. But now just having him around feels awkward whenever he and the other Vs interact with each other for future. Like, what grand scheme could Vox plan that is somehow grander than this? Imagine if Adam just walked off those stab wounds and just decided to be a couch cushion for the entirety of season 2, just barking orders to loot. I mean, it seems even the show only half commits to his lack of presence, so it's not far off. Thirdly, this was only done because the show writers had it in their mind that it would be humorous that Valentino did this and did not care how narratively satisfying it would be or how it would conflict with the audience's own feelings about the Vs as a whole. Just like with Pentious wanting to kill himself or of making light of Valentino abusing angel dust, these writers were going to have the scene play out exactly like this and did not care how the audience take away from it, as they seem selective as to what you should actually concern yourself with. And fourthly, with Vox being defeated by his own goons and not by the protagonists, squarely puts into focus how much Vox's own impact as an antagonist was secondhand, not by his own cunning or deceit, and even in the examples given they are merely of chance, just through contrivance, stupidity, or likewise. There will be a deeper dive into his overall motivations of doing any of this come the summary, and while Vox is more compelling of a villain than Adam, he is nevertheless confused and all over the place as one. Even with Valentino having cut Vox above the collar, the might of Lilith unfortunately is still going to blow, like this show has, and Charlie wants to helplessly clear out people from the impact, although to Carmine, there isn't any time. It is here where Emily has her own moxie to do something about the weapon, and is in where that one and only musical finally chimes in, known as
My Hope.
This song, much like with The Show Must Go On, is purely dialogue delivered through lyricism over a course of 5 straight minutes. Although this song cheats by having effectively 3 different songs jam in at times. And while The Show Must Go On also had bits like that, at least most of the time, its lyricism was divorced by what was going on. No, here, it's all taking place right here to further fourth wall break while having plenty of awful writing, character dynamics, and the most cringe-inducing scene to boot. Congrats, show, you made a song even worse than The Show Must Go On within the end of its season. So I do wonder how you'll one-up yourself for the musical for the end of season 3. So, how does that line go? The only way to tackle a musical like this is how I would tackle anything else, chronologically. Thanks, past me. So we start this deluge by Emily singing and conjuring some kind of beam from her hands, before Charlie chimes in and does the same. And a lot of other characters also join in with their beam that somehow will contain the destruction of this laser as well. What in the Care Bears friendship is magic is this malarkey? Is the age rating for this show only advisory? And am I to believe that all sinners have this friendship beam they can conjure from their hands at will? Or does it only extend to the, so to speak, overlords? The people who also partake in this little friendship circle jerk will also be hilarious, and just how discordant their feelings about disabling this laser will be in terms of how the audience will feel about it, like how Angel Dust chips in to assist given what he will do afterwards. Before more tards join in on this beam ejaculation display, Lute decides she actually wants to have something to do for season 2, as she wants to finish what she started against Sarah's wishes. Bit odd she wants to do this knowing that Abel probably will tell Sarah this, and that would be an act of treason, but we wouldn't want to mislead the audience into thinking Lute would have nothing to do, now would we? I'm also a bit curious if Lute has any queries about what they are doing, what happened with Vox or the V's, or if even heaven knows that this weapon is about to go nuclear in a moment, because it would be ironic that if Lute was successful, she'd be taken out with it. Wait, what do you mean, if? Well, Vaggie and Lute have their little rematch while Abel is panicking, I guess trying to find the balance between the two, and it's also here where we get any inkling of Abel having a character dynamic, as he asks what his dad would do upon him not being his braver son. Yeah, where the fuck is Cain, Seth, or the hundreds of other kids that Adam had, if we are going by the biblical logic of this show? Or is that also something they selectively decided not to include? Abel decides to grow some balls and stop Lute from fighting Vaggie, and somehow he is able to convince Lute by literally calling her a bitch. Okay, bit reductive, he calls her a bitch while a visage of Adam gleams in the background, and in his voice too, so that those media literacy dipshits don't accuse me of lying. But nevertheless, that stops Lute from acting upon her desires to get revenge on Charlie in the hotel, simply because he was able to invoke his father upon Lute. So, would that mean that Lute would start to get obsessed with him because he put her in her place? What the hell are we supposed to take from that, Vivienne? But yes, so much for Lute's overall impact to season 2, so that was just utterly misleading to give her this grandiose song in episode 2, only for her to have a quick scuffle, then fuck right off again. So the hopes of the hotel to fend off this beam are getting dashed before Carmine and Zeshel pop in to assist as well, a bit jarring that Carmine hadn't done so already if she had a change of heart about the weapon, and in comes some more background characters to continue the friendship beam to cringe levels not once felt before. We cut to Alistair, who seems to be slinking away before Rosie appears suddenly to ask him why he isn't helping, and Alistair, like with Vox, is only selfishly interested in getting his staff repaired as a requisite to assist. Curiously, Rosie says she won't help a snake like you, he's a deer first off, as though she's grown a conscience against his double-dealing manipulative means, and Alistair basically bull-trues his way into saying that he's that willing not to unless she does. And so the next scene, we also see Rosie and Alistair assist with repaired staff in hand, and Charlie sees this and is not delighted, but in fact shocked to see them doing this. Keep this squarely into your head for how she reacts to someone else assisting. The friendship beam has been spilt forth enough that some kind of golden bubble has covered the weapon and is also making it hover above from the base of the podium. Somehow, this also doesn't take anything underneath with it too, including Lucifer for one. Valentino and Velvet, who I guess didn't leave as they wished, see this and decide to chip in as well. And while again, I get they are doing this for their own pragmatism and self-preservation, what is absolutely inexcusable is that upon Charlie seeing them do this, she fucking smiles at them. I think Vox puts it best when he says, "What the fuck is happening?" Because holy shit, how unbelievably tone deaf it is for Charlie to have this kind of reaction upon seeing two people who have assisted in undermining her this whole time. And there were plenty of disingenuous shitheels, can you tell how angry I am, who tried to claim that the criticism of this is that Charlie shouldn't have assisted in the friendship beam upon seeing them do this, as opposed to not smiling at them. Hell, all it would take to fix this scene is invert her reaction from Velvet and Valentino to Rosie and Alistair. So I don't buy that this is a unrealistic thing they could have fucking done. And more to the point, if someone like Velvet and Valentino can take part in this and Charlie is just going to smile about it, who else could take part? And I'm just going to shamelessly rip a clip from this channel who puts it best.
If the camera pans slightly to the left, you could actually see Hitler and Epstein helping out too.
It starts with sorry.
And with the combined forces of all the worst of the worst and the dubious at best, the weapon is destroyed safely and everyone lived happily ever after and nothing bad ever happened again, because this show has exceeded my already low expectations of it ever once broaching its initial premise. I mean, even the people who took part in this charade don't even want to talk about it, so why would they even chip in if there was nothing to take from them doing it? Why also make a joke at the expense of us to get up in our feelings about that musical? Charlie exemplifies just how much this show takes from Friendship is Magic by saying that the power of friendship is strong within us, because the rapists, cannibals, and pedophiles were the real friends made along the way of this ass cancer of a show, if Charlie is to be believed. There's a quick moment where Zestral tells Carmine that he knew she'd come to her senses, foregoing that she made a doomsday weapon that could implode half a city, and that is the last time these 2-second cameo characters will be relevant for Season 2. Curious if they'll get their 15 minutes for Season 3 as well. Also, Lucifer is able to crawl out of his dome upon the destruction of the laser, and seems pretty disheveled from whatever he was put through. Do keep in mind his condition, as it seems the creator has a vastly different interpretation of what he went through, and of Charlie's concern about it. Pentious is able to create some kind of radar that allows him to broadcast to heaven and prove to Charlie that she was indeed right, that he was redeemed. How or why? Well, who gives a fuck about that, right? And if the show didn't contrive itself to make it as difficult as possible to have Pentious show himself, why couldn't that been the way that Vox spun this against the hotel, given Charlie still doesn't know if anything to do with the ideals of the hotel had any bearing on his redemption? And because Pentious is doing this broadcast way after the big weapon was destroyed and Vox defeated, also undermines his apparent importance to need to broadcast this in the first place as utterly redundant. Also, apparently this broadcast is through a two-way feed, as Charlie is excited to see Pentious, and that makes him lose his train of thought. So excited is Charlie to see him that she neglects her father purely as a goddamn visual gag at his expense. So once more, this too was the talk of the town about just how repugnant Charlie is as a character, and of course, Vivienne couldn't help herself to run her mouth and claim that what Lucifer went through was just a little boo-boo. Well, hey Vivienne, here's a thought. If you wanted to present it as though Lucifer was inconvenienced, perhaps you animate him to look like that instead of looking like he's about ready to bleed out. Death of the author? Not even once when it comes to her. But more to the point of Charlie's utter carelessness about her father, she was concerned where he was to Vox, was trying to call him multiple times to apologize to him, and is only now seeing him in a state that would genuinely have one wonder if he's going to die, and the writers/animators chose to have her instead prioritize being excited about seeing Pentious. And there's absolutely no excuse that they couldn't have it both ways. Someone bothered to even change a frame where Charlie is holding her father while excited to see Pentious. So once more, you are telling us a lot more about this character by what she does do and what she doesn't do, whether you want to or not. How about this, Vivienne? Just admit you done fucked up here instead of coping. The two-way feed extends to Pentious talking to Cherry Bomb, where the two are awkwardly flirting with one another and making some small talk about heaven, while we see Sarah reunite with Emily, whom the latter seems to have gotten over her wing being burned off, but what else is new when it comes to lack of consistency? Also, the V's are just able to mosey on out of here despite them being culpable for the near destruction of the realm of hell, and how they'll even explain away their culpability is doubly retarded as well. Angel catches a glance at Valentino leaving and has to make a very, very uncomfortable decision. Cherry and Husk are curious as to where he's going, and Angel says that he has to go back to living and working for Valentino as his slave, and this is solely on the basis that as a result of the hypnosis and of him unconsciously strangling Cherry Bomb, he can't trust himself to betray them. This is extremely heartbreaking for him, and, like it or not, this is a sensible decision for him given the circumstances, no matter how much Cherry and Husk plead they can break him out of it. Although, this means that Angel Dust's entire character growth from throughout these 2 seasons has been effectively reset back to square one, and is tonally jarring with his cheery demeanor to assist him with the Doomsday Laser. Additionally, if Vox is now just his head, would his hypnosis have any more of an effect on Angel Dust that he'd be convinced to do this? Whatever. And while this sliver of good writing finds purchase here, once more Charlie manages to dash that away as she does not have anything to say about Angel Dust leaving beyond just a one-off line about how the hotel are processing his absence. Yeah, she cried about Pentious dying for a whole fucking month. Also, she apparently forgot Dazzle died too. Rip Bozo. Yet, the prime candidate to prove her redemption process, leaving her hotel, only gets a, oh no, anyway. Wonderful. I couldn't like Charlie any less than she tried. And the final montage to cap off episode 8 and season 2 is of Charlie, once again, sending a voice message to her mother as this show's barely disguised Dear Princess Celestia, to round out some other loose ends. Charlie also states that she has sent her 47 voicemails to accentuate just how desperate she's been for her approval. Approval of someone who she's telling her things she either wouldn't know or wouldn't fucking care about, but this is purely for the audience's sake at this point. So to start, Charlie says that the hotel is now bustling, again, with patrons and have come here for the right reasons now, that the war and the exterminations are off the table. Wow, good thing it's just as easy as that, and without those purges means there's only preferential reasons someone would want to go to heaven over going to hell, seeing as hell, again, does not function the way that it does. Secondly, Charlie firmly cements Vaggy's importance to this hotel as she has relinquished herself as a hotel manager and is merely a hotel counselor for future. I mean, this can only make sense with how much Charlie was a PR nightmare for the hotel, and that Charlie had been quite disinterested in the whole redemption process of this hotel, as opposed to just working through her mommy and daddy issues to prove herself once more. But again, imagine having only seen the pilot of this show and being told that Charlie would actually step down from running the fucking hotel into season 2. And we get to see Vaggy's character arc of her wanting to change her name finalized, that she has now officially changed her name from Vaggy to Vaggy. Oh, you thought she changed it? Well, you see, she removed one letter from her name because the writers of this show are so creatively bankrupt that they literally took something Helva Boss did and did better. Also, the whole reason Vaggy wanted to change her name was that Adam gave her a name that was demeaning. So her just removing a letter changes nothing of the connotation of which that name came from, as there is no meaningful difference to how it's pronounced. At least when Blitzed removed the O in his name, that it did meaningfully change how you addressed him, and that his reasons to change his name were more significant than The name was icky to me. But hey, glad we had that drama resolved in the most pathetic way imaginable so that people couldn't accuse Vivienne of not giving her female characters any depth. Thirdly, Charlie briefly mentions Alistair's return to the hotel, who only seems to be here now just to tease and annoy Lucifer. And talk about a fall from grace and importance for this show, huh? Like, what is Alistair's purpose to this hotel now, if the hotel is doing well for itself? Why is Alistair just the scrabbled remnant of a too edgy for me background character for what will be season 3? Fourthly, Charlie states that somehow, through all the bullshit the V's pulled, we're able to somehow spin what happened at that party in their favor. How? Well, they proclaim that Valentino had heroically fended off the fight between Lute and Vaggie, and had also ensured the destruction of the Might of Lilith safely, with no further questions as to his close association with Vox in all of this. And this is purely done as a way to make Valentino a central antagonist for season 3. So fuck me sideways with a rake if that season tries to make us sympathize with him some more. And I guess we just have to assume every sinner in hell believes this despite what their eyes would tell them otherwise. Guess they took the Taylor Lorenz school of journalism. Also, if Vox had died, maybe they would be able to spin this a bit more convincingly, but with him just being around, again removes any suspension of disbelief that someone wouldn't point out the glaringly obvious. We also track back to Charlie being only somewhat concerned about Angel Dust leaving, and get a montage of the relationship Heaven has with the hotel. And despite Charlie saying that panic among the winners subsided quickly, you can clearly see plenty of these winners who do not look enthused upon this working relationship. And all this bullshit I've forgotten myself, but a lot of these saints would be victims of the would-be sinners that Charlie is trying to redeem. Would they not? Has there ever been a conversation about the complication that would bring? Or was that something Charlie has to discover into season 3, like she discovered that, oh, maybe a sinner should do the opposite of what they sinned for? As for Heaven as an entire concept, with Vox having wanted to go there and take it for himself, why? It doesn't seem Heaven is as peachy keen as it claims, or does it seem objectively better a place to go than Hell? At least in Hell, you can literally say, do, and act upon any impulse you feel like, with basically no repercussions, whereas in Heaven, even with the bare minimum rules they've applied, you have to go through a stringent process based on some ethereal deity whom has another entity only speak on behalf of them. I don't see the value that Heaven poses that Vox would want to take over it, not even for the pragmatic reasons of them trying to eliminate Hell. So when Charlie says that in Heaven it's quick to forgive when you live in paradise, I don't see anything about this place being one. Finally, Charlie is just happy to see how well things are going, but does wonder if what Vox said about her mother's dream differed from her interpretation of it. Who knows how much Lilith informed Charlie about what she had planned to do all the way back at that monologue for this to be something conflicting for Charlie, but regardless, Charlie again just wants her mother to be here to see the progress that she's made and hopes that she's proud of her. And the cliffhanger of season 2 for season 3 that surely won't get undermined is that Lilith does in fact call Charlie. I'm not going to run my mouth as to speculations about why Lilith decided to call Charlie now, because it doesn't service me shit when I did that for the cliffhanger from season 1. So with that, that is the end of episode 8 and season 2, and despite how long and winded I've gone on shitting on this episode, it is still only the third worst in the season. Of course, most ending episodes of a season get high marks and awful because of just everything they had to frantically round out from the prior episodes, and episode 8 does that in spades. Alistair's frankly convoluted deal making, the conditions of those deals being flimsy, the cringe-inducing way in which the weapon is dealt with, on top of the disappointing way that Vox is undermined, Charlie being a cunt as per usual, and its length also doesn't do it any favors. So with all that finally done and dusted, let's summarize. And that, fellow hotel residents, is the entirety of Hazbin Hotel Season 2. Let's just get this out of the way, Season 2 is worse than Season 1, Purely that Season 2's plot is relying on all of its characters being stupid in order for the season to play out exactly as it does. While Season 1 had its moments where characters were stupid for the plot, Season 2 takes that in spades. Whether that be how our main protagonist constantly trips on a landmine placed by the antagonist, or how the main antagonist himself is dependent upon the stupidity of the other characters to get as far as he does. This may be fine if there was any acknowledgement that these characters are acting, well, out of character, but because Season 2 needs them to behave this way, it cannot meaningfully tackle it, or else the veil would be lifted from the collective audience's eyes. The only things I can say are objective improvements on Season 2 is the animation and of the motivations of our central antagonist over Season 1, but that is small potatoes over just how much got lost as a result. As for the setting and premise of this show, Season 2 has once again bludgeoned much of its world building into inanity. The Purges, what little we do understand of them, have been simultaneously lessened in terms of their length of time, effectiveness, or rationale to be carried out, yet we are supposed to take at face value that Hell has built up a resentment for them in contrast to how long Hell was able to function as an absolute anarchy before then. Or better yet, how these purges, depending on when it's convenient for the plot, either killed so many sinners that there is threat of them being wiped out, but also that Hell somehow still has a numbers game over Heaven to mount an offensive on them. As for the dynamic between Heaven and Hell, knowing that these purges have gone on for barely a decade makes Hell seemingly a paradise for the worst of the worst, and also Heaven complicit in this depravity, if sinners can commune into mortal affairs with no apparent limit to what these Hellkind can grant, and no repercussion, especially with Heaven only having carried out these exterminations out of their own self-preservation, less than a means to put into place checks and balances for those sinners. It then compounds the conflict between Heaven and Hell, that its Hell denizens would feel galvanized to take over Heaven, especially through Vox, who would know better than most that the foundation of this hatred is shaky at best. Sure, you could say that he is lying about this, but seemingly he has a drive and motivation to take over Heaven because of their ability to fight back, meaning that he was otherwise content with the newfound purges given how lackadaisical he was from throughout Season 1. But we can elaborate a bit more on him specifically as a villain, as I'm still just summarizing the premise. Season 2 also expects you to take it at face value that Sir Pentious cannot teleport to Hell from Heaven with little more than a curt line from Emily, and this as a result constantly folds under enough pressure from the narrative that also allots most of Season 2 to play out, as it does when Charlie assumes her own process redeemed Pentious, how the Heaven Council aren't ever inclined to bring him along as proof positive of their changed ways to Hell, or the entire construction of that broadcast between Heaven and Hell. Heaven, too, also suffers in terms of what available means they have, as they can teleport between realms willy-nilly, yet don't have what is basically a two-way satellite, and once more, this is merely a contrivance to further the plot in this direction. The best way that I can describe the way that Hazbin Hotel has strayed far, far away from an initially interesting premise is, ironically enough, an analog of the Purge movies. You had a movie that hinged on a very interesting premise. For one day out of the year, all crime is legal. There was a lot of potential in that concept about how a society functions, or even can function, around criminality being legal for that single day, and you had a lot of potential commentary about the nature of mankind, that we are prone to opportunism and depravity of this level, such that a thing like this could be normalized. Alas, what the Purge movies became was little more than a drama thriller where only murder is the diet of those who take part in this purge, as though the concept of crime being legal for one day was merely a vehicle to drive the thriller aspect of the movies home. Much in the same way that Hazbin Hotel has trivialized the aspect of redemption, that too was merely a vehicle to drive the conflict between Heaven and Hell, where the only modicum of tackling redemption was through merely murder or abetting murder. Even that aspect felt completely secondary to how Season 2 in particular propelled itself, with how absent-minded Charlie of all was about the very patrons at her hotel, how Husk would berate those seeking some kind of growth within themselves, or of Alistair's importance to this hotel being reduced to nothing. You don't hear many people talk about the Purge movies, positively or otherwise, so expect that Hazbin Hotel will suffer a similar fate once its clock has ran dry. It wouldn't be a summary about Hazbin Hotel Season 2 if I didn't talk about the meta surrounding it, along with the criticisms and attempts at a defense for it. Seeing as I've gone at length and inserted a few pricks come Vivienne's way, it was going to be inevitable that this was going to be something I would have to address for those still inclined to defend the show. First and foremost, people really want to lean on the notion that criticizing how the creator of this show conducts herself or the show itself is bigoted merely on the aspect that Vivienne is a queer Latina woman, according to some. In all my wailing about Vivienne throughout this excursion, I have not once brought up her race, sexuality, or gender in a negative light. I only bring up Vivienne as a woman descriptively, and the only time that I go at her personally is in regards to speculation that she has daddy issues or her fascination with yaoi slop, both things you can reasonably infer from the way she's made both shows. It's honestly quite dissonant that these people, who would not want you to judge someone for their inalienable characteristics, immediately jump at the opportunity to claim someone else must be. It kind of makes one wonder if they are the real bigots here and not me. Let's make this clear. Vivienne being a queer Latina woman doesn't make her suddenly immune to criticism. It doesn't mean that you also get to conflate criticism with harassment, and trying to imply it does means that anyone else could also deflect with whatever characteristics they happen to have. Would it be fair if I were to start saying that me being autistic means that everyone who criticizes me is only because of that? Of course not. And the same could be said for anyone else for that matter. Getting on the topic of bigotry and how fast and loose people play with it comes with the other criticism that people just simply can't handle how Vivienne or Spindlehorse write their female characters. That would first require that they write them with any depth, which if this analysis is anything to go by, they don't. But seeing the writing on the wall and putting attention on that can also label you as a rampant misogynist over those who decided to write their female characters with all the depth of Plank, which is an insult to him. What am I to see of Vaggie wanting to remove a singular letter from her name, but little more than getting fed leftover table scraps of Blitz's character dynamic? Is there really anything deeper to come about Charlie's anxieties other than being an uncomfortable parallel with the creator's own? What person could try to convince me there is anything deeper with Cherry Bomb, Nifty, or Velvet that isn't propelled by their male counterparts? And let me be crystal clear, me putting emphasis on how poorly and how little this show writes their female characters is not me insisting that this show follow the Bechdel test. But Vivienne surely loves to convince you that this show is female-centric when it's anything but. This is the same person who only now wants to give an episode dedicated to Millie in the third fucking season of Hell of a Boss, and I expect that when Lil finally makes an appearance in this show, that she too will have as much depth as the rest of the female cast. Another of the premier defenses against criticism of Hazbin Hotel Season 2 is that the soundtrack for this season has presumably been one of the most played on Spotify. Beyond how this argument is already riding on the back of the argument of popularity fallacy, I want to elaborate how this defense for the show is stupid. To start, having a soundtrack, good or otherwise, does not by extension make a show good. If that were the case, then Tron Ares would have been more well received based on its soundtrack, even if it does get overbearing at times, and not been left to the proverbial wayside. Moreover, Hazbin Hotel, for as much as it leans on its musicals, is not defined by them. It's ultimately something that Vivienne force feeds into this show because she loves Broadway so much. More to the point, if the musicals are the thing that make Hazbin Hotel good, then by extension, what is said in those musicals would amount to something, and little, if any, really strike me as memorable or even worthwhile. Some of the musicals, like Gravity or Piss, a love song, bear little relevance to the whole of the show. If the musicals are surrounded by awful writing, then how can the musicals hold up then? But let's humor for a moment that Hazbin Hotel has a popular soundtrack, and somehow that means all criticism is null and void. Why haven't I heard a single song from this show on the radio then? You might think that is reductive given most of the songs aren't made for radio, save for Gravity and or Brighter, but if this show takes so much headspace in people's playlists, then surely that would apply to mainstream stations. There was a movie on Netflix called K-Pop Demon Hunters, which had a song called Golden by Huntrix, or Hunter/X, that became a mainstream bop. This is impressive both that this movie was relegated to Netflix and the song itself is relegated to K-pop, a genre that is growing popularity but is still only mainstream in South Korea to have managed this kind of airplay. If that could accomplish it, what is Hazbin Hotel's excuse? For fuck's sake, Wednesday Season 2 had a song that got airwaves through Lady Gaga's Dead Dance, and that show might as well not exist with how little people talk about it, but Hazbin Hotel can't, despite this supposed popularity? Now, for those Hazbin Hotel fans who managed to stick around for this long into the video, perhaps out of sheer indignance of me, likely have taken much of the awful things I say about this show and them as gospel or heresy. Something I want to make perfectly clear about all of this. There is no one on God's green earth that can hurt Hazbin Hotel or the fandom quite like Vivian Medrano can. You can call me a bigot, you can call me a retard, you can say I lack media literacy, hell, you can call me a liar and a grifter. But what I do here is pennies compared to the financial ruin that Vivian can befell upon Hazbin Hotel. She's a walking PR nightmare with every utterance, whether that's on Blue Sky or in live interviews. She can make crack ships and she can unmake them with the stroke of the hand, and she is ultimately responsible for how much people take away from her shows. It would most certainly stroke my ego to believe that my analysis series could sway any amount of direction the show is heading towards, but I would be lying to myself for that to be the case. So when you get mad at the things that I say, call me a hypocrite or hater, or whatever you think warrants a discretion, keep in mind who really holds the cards here, and ponder whether your priorities are misplaced. And perhaps it's not merely me who you should concern yourself with, as there is a growing discontent amongst those watching this show that some have gone back around to give Steven Universe of all due credit in relation to this. You can even see how much people want to draw blood out of this stone of a show, that every wasted potential, every possible character dynamic, plot point or theme thrown to the wayside has made the fans headcanon a show that doesn't exist in reality. As I said, Hazbin Hotel exists purely on its if and never its when, examples being that the fans were dismayed to discover that Adam as a character purely was as one note as they come, and that his weak smile before his death to Loot was thrown in last minute upon realizing they made him such. I already knew that Adam was a one-note character in this show, but needless to say, he isn't going to be the only victim of this kind of writing. I mean, look at how much potential depth Alistair had back in Season 1, all for that to get dashed away as merely a sour grapes jerk who had a loose interpretation of what being the most powerful sinner in hell meant. You can even see this want of depth through what I can only describe as shipping wars in the fandom of Hazbin Hotel. Characters near and far now being some kind of couple with all the word salad that they'll toss. Vivienne and her defenders take this as some kind of proof that the show is actually much better than critics would have you believe, that so many are willing to drill into the core of this show to pull any oil they can, but I merely see this as people wading through the turd to get to that nugget of a diamond underneath it. And this nugget is becoming harder and harder to stomach through all the turd farming that Hazbin Hotel cannot merely satiate its audience off of it. If this show can only thrive off on the vibes, the music, the character design, and the animation, then it's a show that is quickly hurling its way off of a cliff. Look at the reception of Arcane Season 2, for instance, a show that also relied on the goodwill of Season 1 on top of its pretty visuals and character design at the detriment of world building, writing, or likewise. This is not a healthy relationship that Vivienne has fostered that fans have to intuit through the milieu of her interviews and random Blue Sky posts, a more realized show than the one they ultimately got, as though the concept of death of the author is completely alien to her. Speaking of, I think another major flaw of the writing of this show is that Vivienne constantly expects that the people who watches are also keeping tabs of whatever she says about it after the fact. Ironically, this was the same problem J.K. Rowling ran into, a person I'm sure Vivienne would hate the comparison, but the moment that you stop putting the pen to the script, all other headcanons are null and void. Vivienne was really insistent that when Charlie chose not to assist her father when he was clearly rattled, that the audience would somehow infer that what he went through was merely a mild inconvenience, when nothing of the scene would you come away with that conclusion. Instead, most of the audience concluded that Charlie, having been deteriorated into a selfish, conceited person, that this would be the exact kind of behavior she would exhibit. Guess you could call that being consistent with your character writing, although again, I'm sure Vivienne wouldn't want that kind of mirror being held against her. Additionally, Vivienne also has a problem with the notion of killing your darlings. Helva Boss suffered this greatly through how much Stolas was given so much undue deference that he crashed the overall premise of that show into yaoi slop, and it certainly continues with the characters Vivienne refuses to meaningfully address or criticize. She will simultaneously put all of this depth and introspection into the dynamic between Vox and Alistair, yet also expect her audience to come away believing that Vox is a loose allegory for Trump, who is a loose allegory for Hitler, who is a loose allegory for whatever fascists they dislike, coming into direct conflict with making one sympathize with Vox's own conceits towards Alistair. What does Vivienne exactly want us to think of him if she simultaneously wants to villainize him greatly, yet clearly shows her fascination of him in high regard? Her interest in a character directly correlates to how much writing they'll actually get, which is why Baxter might as well not have existed, and Alistair got the "I don't want to play with you anymore" treatment after season 1. Worse is what she expects her audience to take from Valentino coming into conflict with her direct association with someone who wrote him as sympathetic, when season 1 already made it clear we shouldn't, yet season 2 we are supposed to view Vox's mistreatment of him as a grave betrayal. She has a way a character will be written and will not budge from it no matter how much the cognitive dissonance gets in the way of it. Seeing as we are delving into the characters, let's go tackle Vox as the central antagonist and figure out exactly what his core motivation is. While throughout season 2 it is constantly lampshaded that he looks up to Alistair for better or worse and tries to emulate what he thinks will disprove Alistair's perception of him, there is a conflict between Vox's own dependency upon others clashing with his need to be self-sufficient in his own success. And this is a conflict that is actualized in the show, but also at times a conflict that can be inconsistent. Primarily with Vox wanting to overtake Heaven, seemingly to gain more power that he already has. I already made the correlation that Vox is similar to Tyrene Calypso in that their cup constantly runneth over to the point of circular logic, although what does work in Vox's favor is that we do see how he is able to amount so much support from throughout. Whether it's his sleazy wordplay, triumphant and fervent grandstanding, or of his literal forced compulsion. Noting his powers and what he's capable of, it is then unfortunate that Vox isn't nearly as clever as the show wants us to make him out to be. He was practically eating out of the hand of Alistair as he shook it. He only was as fortunate as he was to discover Lucifer couldn't smite him, and that the Heaven Council would deliver him more ammunition against them. Most of Vox's own means to get as far as he does is one of the bigger contrivances that it's as if Vox is just constantly falling headfirst into fortuitous situation after the next. If Vox is the kind of person who constantly hungers for fame and success, seemingly this is to supplement something else lacking in himself. Whether his demeanor maintains that attitude, well, we already know how dissonant he was towards meeting Alistair for the first time, but maybe what he truly lacks is a meaningful relationship and thinks that having a gaggle of yes men surrounding him will fill that hole that can't sustain itself. Maybe his resentment towards Alistair was as a result of wanting an opportunity to clean the slate of his deeds in his mortal life, knowing that even surrounded by his lackeys that it did not fill him with contentment, and having Alistair throw that in his face made him reconsider ever showing weakness and vulnerability to people he admires, whether that be Alistair in the present or in his affairs to Valentino. It is then peculiar that the show decided to keep him around instead of being killed by the hubris of the supporters he neglected, like one who only sees the forest for the trees, and this compounds itself with Vox's last line in Season 2, merely a question of whether he still has support, as the V's sigh and nod off. I feel a line like that would be punchier if Vox was saying his last words, that even in the face of having screwed over everyone, that all he cares is approval, empty or otherwise. Ultimately, with all things said, I do appreciate Vox as a more complex villain, as Adam was merely Season 1's unambiguous bad guy for Season 2. Whether there is going to be a deeper discussion about this dynamic going into Season 3, who knows, but needless to say, one of the core themes of this show is of dependency. We've already traced how Vox fits this theme neatly, and there is a dissonant exploration of this theme through Alistair, who is very much insistent that he never relies on other people. Except for when he does so constantly, even in regards to Charlie with the favor he cashes in on, and I figured that him saying that there are no friends in hell to Vox was merely his perspective on things at that time, and not a consistent tenet he held. Maybe Alistair's sudden attitude shift to Rosie is that in all of his proclamation of being his own sinner, he is still tied down by someone else, and Rosie makes it very apparent of such. It would also be consistent with how he reacted to Husk when he brought that up, not that he knows he's indebted to her, but that this is an antithesis of his core value as a character. Now, why Alistair would hedge his bets on signing away most of his autonomy to Vox, on the off chance he will be further liberated out the other end, yeah, he too suffers from the meta of knowing that everyone else in the show would be stupid, that it never once dawned on him that this plan of his would go pear-shaped at any moment. The second and unfortunate major theme explored in this show is outrage, bait, and or wanting to prove oneself. Charlie is chiefly of that exploration, although this feels a little more than Vivienne's own hangups about her critics and her haters projected onto Charlie, given Charlie didn't have these kinds of faults about her from Season 1. As for Charlie meaningfully understanding those mistakes, while she expresses doubt and sorrow about what she did, this gets completely swept by Vaggie, who just wants to dig into her vaggie as though resolved. Even when Charlie proclaims that people have seen where she failed, this feels a little more than her failure to prove to Hell correct, less so than failure of her attitude and pride getting in the way of the values she asserts, and seems even her, so to speak, concern of Hell was a secondary motive to ultimately prove she can hold a candle to Lilith. Again, this was something I had theorized in my summary of Season 1, however, I had also expected that Charlie would have navigated this with more deftness if that was the intention, and if not, was not something Season 2 would accentuate. And with Charlie having relinquished authority of the hotel onto Vaggie after showing little to no concern of the residents leaving the hotel through her mistakes, it's more than evident that this was not ever a core value she was going to carry. Nor was the show going to, as it becomes more and more apparent that the pilot is a completely different alien to what the show serialized by Amazon became. It becomes harder and harder to appreciate the notion that Hazbin Hotel carried water for future indie animation studios if where it came from watered down its own writing, premise, and characterization as a result. Plenty of people who defend the show even tried to claim that the pilot for Hazbin Hotel was lapsed in much, and that the show provides much more of what Vivienne was going for, which of course it would because there is simply more of it. But again, more does not mean better, and too much of a good thing will inevitably mar what brought people to this show in the first place. Certainly did for me, as I had no preconceived notions about Vivienne going into the pilot, got enchanted by it, that I explored her other avenues, and then over time, lost favor and faith in how much her own ego and connections blinded the broader problems with the way these shows are written. In a way, Vivienne is less of an analog of Charlie she projects onto, but more so the very antagonist she has typefaced as the MAGA of cartoon shows. never appreciative of the little victories come her way, always expects everyone to kiss her ass, navel wide in scope but thin in depth, and in all the self-destruction and collateral she causes, still is linearly focused in approval. It will only be a matter of time until this gravy train will lose traction, and by then, there will be no one to save Vivienne from the calamity she's caused. And that was it for the analysis. Of course, when it comes to final kudos like this, you'll be curious as to what I have in store next. Well, this series rolled into 2026, so naturally, my yearly mainline Borderlands excursion should also go underway, and I do have plans to cover, to my own detriment, new Tales from the Borderlands, as I'm still wary about buying into Borderlands 4 with the way Randy Pitchford handled it as well as Vivienne does when it comes to criticism, and I do have a sneaking suspicion that perhaps certain things from New Tales will return into Borderlands 4. However, I do have plans to cover another movie, and not just any movie, but a movie that I will be absolutely gushing over to contrast my usually more critical and often negative assessment of things. I don't want to spill the beans on that yet, but it's definitely something that has come to mind now, having really gone in the handle of doing these long-form breakdowns. For the time being, I will be doing the usual spur of odd architecture and shorter form vids in the interim as always. Of course, citations for all videos used will be in the pinned comment of this video, and if you liked my content such you want to financially compensate, I do have a Patreon with a minimum and maximum donation of $5. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown as all rest, whatever shorter form videos I have made, and hope to see you in future videos.